Leslie's childhood was marked by two life-changing events the year she turned 8. First, her mother walked out on her and her father, disappearing to California with some finance guy. Second, the Fae, those creatures from bedtime stories, suddenly revealed themselves to the world during a high-profile murder trial. While her mom never called or wrote, the fairies became an unavoidable part of Leslie's reality. The next year, her dad moved them to Boston, trading their old house for a cramped apartment above their new landlady, Mrs. Cullinan. In that mostly white neighborhood, Leslie and her father stood out, but Mrs. Cullinan made sure the local kids warmed up to her, luring them in with homemade treats and a welcoming porch. Under the old woman's watchful eye, Leslie picked up practical skills, knitting, baking, even basic home repairs, while her dad handled the yard work and odd jobs. To this day, Leslie wasn't sure if it was an official arrangement or if Mrs. Cullinan had just decided to take charge without asking. Then the disappearances started. First, a kindergartner vanished. The next year, it was Leslie's classmate Mandy, and the pets, kittens, puppies, kept disappearing too. It might have slipped under the radar if not for Mrs. Cullinan's strange habit of jotting down every lost pet notice they passed on their evening walks. "Just keeping track," the old woman muttered when Leslie finally asked, her voice tense in a way that made Leslie drop the subject. But when Leslie's own scrappy birthday pup went missing, Mrs. Cullinan's patience snapped. "Enough of this," she hissed under her breath, not realizing Leslie had heard. A few nights later, as the three of them sat at dinner, a sleek black limo rolled up outside. Two grim-faced men in suits stepped out, followed by a woman in a breezy sundress that looked wildly out of place next to their somber attire, like she'd wandered in from a garden party instead of whatever business had brought them there. Leslie's father and Mrs. Cullinan abandoned their meal to press against the window, watching as three strangers slipped into Miss Nellie's house without so much as a knock. What in the world? Wee's expression shifted from curiosity, no one ever visited Nellie, to something darker in an instant. He snatched his badge and revolver, but Mrs. Cullinan blocked him on the porch. "Don't," she hissed, her voice sharp as a blade. "They're Fae, Wees. This is their mess to handle. Stay out of it." Peeking around the adults, Leslie finally saw the commotion. Two men were hauling Nellie out of her home, her body thrashing, mouth stretched in a silent scream. Nellie, with her delicate features and melancholy eyes, had always seemed like someone out of a magazine. But now, her face was contorted with fury, twisted into something terrifying, an image that would cling to Leslie's nightmares for years. The third stranger, a woman in a flowing dress, locked the house behind her before turning to face them. She moved with eerie speed, crossing the street before Leslie even registered she was coming. "Enjoying the show?" she asked, her tone light but laced with something that made Wee's fingers twitch toward his holster. "Mrs. Cullinan squared her shoulders, the same steel in her voice as when she'd once chased off a pair of troublemakers. "Justice," she shot back, low and dangerous. "And don't test me, I know what you are and I don't scare easy." The woman bristled, her posture turning predatory, but a voice cut through the tension. "Eve." One of the men by the car, tall, unremarkable except for his piercing eyes, called out in an Irish lilt that carried effortlessly. "Get in the car, keep Gordy company." It wasn't a suggestion. Eve hesitated, then stalked away. The man approached, nodding at Mrs. Cullinan. "You must be her," he said, his gaze lingering just a second too long. Leslie could never quite recall the exact shade of his eyes, only that they were unsettling yet mesmerizing in a way she couldn't describe. "Of course I am," Mrs. Cullinan replied sharply, her voice tight. "We're grateful you reached out, and I'd like to offer you something in return." He extended a crisp business card toward her. "A favor to be claimed when you truly need it." She wiped her hands on her apron and didn't reach for it. "If the kids can play outside without fear, that's payment enough." He kept his hand outstretched, undeterred. "I won't owe you anything, Mrs. Cullinan." "And I know better than to take gifts from your kind," she shot back. "Just this once," he pressed. "A small token. I swear no harm will come to you or yours by my hand." His tone softened, almost persuasive. "Times are changing. Your people and mine have to find a way to coexist. You could have gone to the police and you'd have been right, but if you had, she wouldn't have left without taking more lives than she already has." He glanced toward the shadowed car windows and sighed. "Old habits die hard, and Nellie always had a taste for little things." "That's why I called you," Mrs. Cullinan said firmly. "Didn't realize who was snatching the kids until I spotted Nellie lurking near our fence 2 nights ago. Next morning, that poor girl's pup was gone." The Fey man finally turned to Leslie, but she was too numb to read his expression. "Little things, puppies were little. Take what comfort you can," he said after a pause. "Your pup's death saved others." "It's not fair, but it's something." "Give it to her," Mrs. Cullinan cut in, her voice rough. "I'm not long for this world. She's the one who lost something." He studied the old woman, then knelt before Leslie, who clutched her father's hand like a lifeline. Tears burned her eyes for the pup, for Mrs. Cullinan, who'd been more of a mother than her own, or maybe just for herself. A gift to ease the loss, he offered. Use it when you need it most. Leslie tucked her free hand behind her back. Gifts never fixed anything. The stuffed bear her mom had left behind still sat in her closet, untouched, too painful to keep, too painful to throw away. This could buy you a home, he said, or an education. His smile warmed, making him seem almost human. Or maybe save another pup from monsters. Just make a wish and tear the card, the man said, his voice oddly soothing. Leslie hesitated before taking it, more eager to escape his unsettling gaze than anything else. Any wish? She asked cautiously. I want my dog back. He shook his head, regret softening his features. I can't reverse death, but almost anything else is possible. The word gift stood out starkly against the plain card in her palm. The man rose, his smile suddenly bright and infectious. And Miss Leslie, he added, though she was certain she'd never told him her name, no wishing for extra wishes. That's not how this works. She blinked. Had he just read her mind? Before she could react, he turned to Mrs. Cullinan, lifting her hand to his lips with old-world charm. A woman of grace, sharp wit, and boundless kindness. More like a meddling old busybody, Mrs. Cullinan retorted, though Leslie caught the pleased flush in her cheeks. Years later, Leslie kept the card tucked behind her license, pristine as the day she'd received it. Mrs. Cullinan's miraculous recovery baffled her doctors, and she lived another 2 decades before passing peacefully at 94. Leslie never forgot her, or the 2 lessons she learned about the Fae that day. They were enchanting, powerful, and they had a taste for children and small pets. Aspen Creek, Montana, go home, Bran Cornick ordered, his voice low and dangerous. Few saw this side of the Marrock, the predator beneath the calm. Only fools or the truly desperate dared provoke him. Anna was desperate. Not until you stop sending my husband to kill people, she shot back, her voice steady despite the storm in Bran's eyes. She wasn't shouting, but she wasn't backing down either. He exhaled sharply, turning away as if struggling to contain himself. Anna, he said, too softly, go home and cool off. What he really meant was go home before I lose control. Bran wasn't just her father-in-law, he was her alpha, the undisputed ruler of the werewolves. His will alone held their world together. Bran, his power erupted, a crushing wave that sent every wolf in the room, even Lai, to their knees, heads bowed in submission. Only Anna remained standing, defiance burning in her gaze. Once she would have cowered at a raised voice. Now she met his furious stare and bared her teeth, his dominance rolling over her like a harmless gust of wind. Anna wasn't afraid of Bran, not in the way that mattered. She trusted him not to hurt her, no matter how much her instincts screamed otherwise, but her fear for Charles was a different beast entirely. You're wrong, she insisted, her voice sharp. Completely, utterly wrong. And you refuse to see it until he's shattered beyond fixing. Bran's gaze snapped to her, his hazel eyes bleeding gold. Grow up, he snapped. Life isn't some fairy tale. You knew exactly what Charles was when you bound yourself to him. He was deflecting, making it about her so he wouldn't have to face the truth. That only fueled her frustration. The only one acting like a child here is you, she shot back. Bran's answering snarl was raw, wordless. Anna stopped, Tag muttered from the floor, his dreadlocks sprawled across the Persian rug. Normally she'd listen, he was her friend and his instincts were solid. But right now Bran was too furious to speak and she wasn't wasting the opening. I know my mate, she said, locking eyes with him. Better than you ever will. He'll destroy himself before he lets you down. You have to end this because he won't. Bran's voice dropped to a hollow whisper. My son doesn't break. He's done this for 100 years and he'll do it for 100 more. His job used to be justice, she countered. Now it's just execution. They beg, they plead, and he can't spare them. It's tearing him apart, and I'm the only one who sees it. For a heartbeat, something flickered in Bran's expression, pain, guilt, maybe both. But then it was gone. Desperate times, he said flatly. Charles is stronger than you think. Go home before this goes too far. That tiny crack in his resolve told her everything. He knew. He just couldn't or wouldn't act. Her anger drained away, leaving only exhaustion. She held his gaze a moment longer before accepting defeat. Then, like a shift in the wind, she felt it. Charles was back. Fresh from Minnesota, where he dealt with a problem their pack leader had refused to touch. Even if Anna hadn't heard the truck pull up or the front door open, she would have sensed Charles return through the unspoken connection between them, the quiet hum of the bond that tied mate to mate. But that was all it gave her. His side of the link was deliberately closed off, locked down tight, and that silence spoke volumes. It told her everything she needed to know. Another brutal mission, another trail of bodies left behind, probably more than he'd intended. These days, every assignment ended the same way. There was a time when she could stand beside him, offering whatever comfort she could. But after the werewolves went public, the rules changed. No more mercy, no more second chances, not unless the circumstances were extraordinary. She'd insisted on staying by his side, refusing to let him shoulder the burden alone. Then the nightmares started, visions of desperate men on their knees, pleading with their eyes before the end. That was when Charles stopped letting her come. Anna liked to think she was strong, stubborn enough to push back or even follow him anyway. But she didn't, because she finally understood. Her presence didn't ease his pain, it sharpened it. He saw himself as the monster in those moments, and no matter how fiercely she loved him, he couldn't believe she didn't see it too. So now he hunted alone, just as he had for decades before her, just as his father had warned. Every kill was a victory, and yet everyone carved another piece out of him. He was dominant, wired to protect, even the very wolves he was sent to execute. Before the world knew about them, there had been room for mercy, for understanding. But now the stakes were too high. The pack alphas balked at the harsher laws, and somehow, more and more of the dirty work landed on Bran's shoulders, and by extension, Charles. What used to be a handful of missions a year had turned into 2 or 3 a month. She could feel him in the house now, lingering just out of sight. So she poured herself into the music, coaxing the cello, his first gift to her, into a melody warm enough to draw him in. If she went to him, he'd greet her with quiet words, say he needed to report to his father, and vanish into the mountains for days. He always came back, but not the same, not really, not anymore. And then there was the thing she never mentioned, the way his scent had changed lately, carrying the faintest trace of something wilder, something even he couldn't control. But that was a worry for another time. A month had passed since his last touch, 6 weeks and 4 days since they'd been intimate, not since their return from that final trip together. She would have confessed this to Bran if not for his dismissive grow-up little girl remark. Maybe she should have told him anyway, but reasoning with him had become pointless. So she chose a different approach. Retreating to the basement music room Charles had designed, she let her cello do the talking. The deep, resonant notes climbed the stairs, filling the silence between them. When the old wooden steps creaked under his weight, she exhaled. Music had always been their common ground. Her bow coaxed him closer, weaving a melody meant just for him, but he paused in the threshold. She sensed his gaze but kept playing, her expression serene, a skill honed by years of training to mask any struggle. Today, she'd taken extra care with her appearance, softening her freckles, accentuating her eyes. A quick glance confirmed he was still there. His striking Salish features a contrast to the faint Welsh traces in his jawline. But it wasn't his heritage that hardened him. It was the job, the relentless demands that had whittled him down to raw tension and resolve. Her fingers glided over the strings, adding a gentle vibrato to Pachelbel's canon in D, a familiar warm-up. She debated switching to something more complex, but her focus was on him, not technique. This wasn't about proving her skill, it was about breaking through to him. If Bran wouldn't stop sending Charles into danger, maybe she could at least share the burden afterward. With a seamless transition, she shifted keys, slipping into Bach's Cello Suite No. 1, a piece she'd mastered long ago. Her fingers moved effortlessly, but she refused to look up again, no matter how much she ached to. Instead, she fixed her gaze on an old painting of a dozing bobcat, letting the music speak where words had failed. Charles remained in the doorway, silent, watching. She wished he would just come to her, stop shielding her from the darker parts of his work. But then she made a mistake. As an Omega Wolf, Anna had a rare gift. Not only could she stand up to the Marok in full fury, but she could also calm any werewolf's temper, whether they wanted it or not. Using that power felt like crossing a line, something she avoided unless absolutely necessary. Over time, she'd learned to control it, to wield it carefully. Yet this time, her desperation to see Charles at peace shattered that restraint in an instant. One moment she was lost in the music, pouring herself into it for him. The next, her wolf acted without thought, lulling his wolf into sleep and leaving only the man behind. Charles didn't hesitate. He turned and walked straight out the back door without a word. The man who never ran from anything was gone, and she knew he wouldn't return for hours, maybe days. The music had failed. It only held power over his wolf, not the man beneath. Setting aside her cello, Anna stepped outside, restless. She needed to move, to do something, even if she didn't know what. Crying wasn't an option. For a second, she considered driving to Bran's place, but she passed the turnoff. Charles was probably already there, explaining his latest sacrifice for their kind. Showing up would feel like chasing him. Besides, Bran already knew what was happening. He just saw it as a necessary risk. So she kept driving, winding through town until she reached a sprawling greenhouse tucked deep in the woods. Parking beside an old Willie's Jeep, she headed inside. Many wolves called him the Moor, a name he hated, said it made him sound like some brooding vampire from a bad novel. his heritage traced back to North Africa, but that wasn't all he was. He was ancient, lethal, and right now, meticulously repotting geraniums. Asul, she started. Hush, he cut in. Don't upset my plants with your problems until they're settled. Make yourself useful, deadhead the roses by the wall. Grabbing a basket, Anna got to work. Talking would have to wait. Whether he was stalling to calm her, getting free help, or just preserving the quiet for his plants, she didn't know. But for now, the rhythm of snipping dead blooms was better than standing still. Asul was the type to keep you guessing. Was he teasing, serious, or both? Anna barely lasted 10 minutes before her patience ran thin. She reached for one of his prized rosebuds, fully aware he'd notice. His voice was light but deliberate when he spoke. Ever heard Beauty and the Beast? Go ahead, pluck that little flower, let's see what happens. Anna rolled her eyes. That's a French story and you're just a Spaniard. Still, she pulled her hand back. The tale wasn't exactly reassuring. Stealing a rose had cost Beauty's father dearly, and you're definitely no cursed prince. He brushed dirt from his hands, amused. Actually, by some definitions, I am, she snorted. Right, Belle kisses you, and instead of a prince, she gets a frog. You're blending your fairy tales, he said, grinning. But even as a frog, I'd be exceptional. Did you come here to debate folklore, Carita? No, she hopped onto a nearby table, careful not to disturb the tiny potted seedlings. I need advice about beasts, specifically the one who rules us all. Who else would I ask? Bran has to stop sending Charles out to kill. It's tearing him apart. Asul settled on the opposite table, the narrow aisle between them. You do realize Charles survived 2 centuries without you, yes. He's not some delicate bloom needing your protection. He's not a killer, Anna shot back. I disagree. He held up his hands when she bristled. The numbers don't lie. No other wolf has taken down as many of our kind, except maybe me. His mock humility was almost convincing if she didn't know better. Her fists clenched. It hurts him, but he thinks it's necessary. Because it is, Asul cut in, his tone infuriatingly calm. She forced down the growl in her throat. Losing her temper with Bran had taught her that much. Dominant wolves didn't respond to rage. I know it's necessary, but necessary doesn't mean sustainable. He can't keep doing this. Asul exhaled dramatically. Women, another exaggerated sigh. Relax, child. I get it, omegas are worse than alphas when it comes to protecting their mates. But yours, he's strong. He grimaced, like the words left a bad taste in his mouth. Anna understood that Charles and Asul butted heads often. Dominant wolves always seem to clash. You just need to give him a chance, she said, holding Asul's gaze without flinching. He stopped taking me with him when he leaves. Earlier, I used my magic to calm his wolf, and the moment it settled, he walked out without even looking at me. Asul arched a brow. Did you really think loving a werewolf would be simple? His tone sharpened. You can't save everyone, Anna. I warned you. Being an Omega doesn't make you some kind of miracle worker. His own mate had been an Omega, long gone, and he'd taken it upon himself to school Anna in what that meant, whether she wanted his advice or not. It doesn't mean infinite power. Charles is lethal. Ask him yourself. You married him knowing that. Maybe stop fretting over him and start figuring out how you're going to handle the life you chose. Anna stiffened. She knew they weren't close, but she hadn't realized how little Asul truly understood Charles, how blind he was to the man beneath the reputation. He'd been her last hope. Pushing off the table, she turned her back on him and headed for the door, frustration tightening her chest. If even Bran, the one person who could command Charles, refused to see how bad things had gotten, what chance did she have? The evening air was thick with the approaching moon, its pull already humming in her veins. She paused in the doorway, glancing back. You're all wrong about him, all of you. He's strong but not invincible. He hasn't touched his guitar in months, hasn't even hummed a tune. Asul's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise betraying that he knew more than he'd let on. Maybe, he admitted slowly, standing. Maybe you're right, his father and I should talk. Asul didn't bother knocking before stepping into Bran's house, old habit. Bran never called him out on it, but Asul wasn't fooled. The Marok allowed the disrespect for reasons of his own, and that knowledge alone made Asul's fingers twitch toward the doorframe, almost reconsidering. Almost. Lee lounged on the couch, some horror movie blaring from the TV. She barely glanced up as he passed, her lips pressed into a thin line. When he'd first arrived in Montana, she'd tried her usual games, flirting, testing boundaries. He'd shut that down fast. Now she pretended indifference, but the tension in her shoulders gave her away. They both knew the truth, she feared him, and he enjoyed letting her. Asul felt a pang of guilt, knowing his late mate would have disapproved of how he'd handled Leigh. Instead of simply telling her to back off, he'd chosen the easier route, making her fear him. If he hadn't been convinced the Marok would kill him soon, he might not have gone so far. But now, with Lee avoiding him and the Marok sparing his life, he found himself oddly content. Life still had its surprises, and he wasn't ready to walk away just yet. He followed the murmur of voices to the Marok's study, but hesitated when he recognized Charles inside. Anyone else, and he would have barged in, expecting deference. But Charles wasn't just anyone. Issel weighed his options. Would his message land better with or without an audience? Dominant wolves like him and Bran couldn't be forced, only convinced. Deciding against an interruption, he slipped into the library instead, picking up Ivanhoe and flipping through the familiar pages. Sentimental nonsense, Bran remarked from the doorway, having no doubt caught his scent earlier, and riddled with historical inaccuracies. Issel didn't look up. What's wrong with a little romance? Heroes, sacrifice, love conquering all. Scott wasn't aiming for a history lesson. Thank God for that, Bran muttered, dropping into the chair across from him. Issel kept reading, a tactic he'd seen Bran use often. Two could play at silence. Bran huffed in amusement before breaking first. So what's the real reason you're here? Not just for Sir Walter's flowery prose, I assume. Closing the book, Issel met his alpha's gaze. Actually, it is about romance and sacrifice and hope. Bran groaned, tipping his head back. Anna's been talking to you. If I'd known having an Omega who stands her ground would be this irritating. You'd have what? Issel cut in, voice smooth. Crushed her spirit, made sure she never realized her own strength. The air thickened. Issel smirked, enjoying the reaction. Please, we both know you'd have brought her here faster. You need someone who doesn't cower. A flicker of warmth touched him. He hadn't thought he'd ever smile again at the memory of his mate, yet here he was. Annoying as all get out, but she's exactly what you need. And Charles too, whether he admits it or not. Bran's expression turned to stone. Issel kept his eyes locked on him, choosing his words carefully. Anna paid me a visit. I gave her some tough love, told her she needed to face facts. She signed up for the whole package, not just the easy parts. Charles has a brutal job, and sometimes he needs space to handle it. That wasn't exactly how he'd phrased it, but he was willing to bet Bran had delivered the same lecture. The Alpha's unreadable face confirmed it. With exaggerated sincerity, Issel pressed on. I reminded her there's a bigger picture she's missing. Charles is the only one who can do what he does, especially now with the world watching. Covering up deaths with stories about wild animals isn't as simple as it used to be. Cops are looking for signs of werewolves, and we can't risk exposure. I told her it's time to toughen up and accept reality. A muscle in Bran's jaw twitched. Issel had always had a knack for mimicry, and he'd nailed Bran's tone perfectly. Switching back to his own voice, Issel added, so she walked out on me. Left me sitting there, feeling all superior, convinced she was just another woman too wrapped up in her mate to see the bigger picture. Can't really blame them for that, can we? Nature's a funny thing. Bran's icy stare told him the jab had landed. Issel smirked, running his fingers over the book in his hands. Then she hit me with this. When was the last time Charles played his guitar? Months, she said. When has that man ever gone a day without humming some tune? Bran's shock was instant. He hadn't known. He stood abruptly, pacing like a caged animal. There's no other choice, Bran snapped. If not him, then who? You volunteering? They both knew the answer. One kill, maybe two or three, and Issel would lose control. He was too old, too volatile to hunt rogue werewolves. The thrill of the chase, the taste of a strong enemy's blood, his wolf stirred at the thought. Bran wasn't done. I can't send an alpha into another pack's territory without sparking a war. I can't send you. Samuel's even worse off. And if I go, I'll end up absorbing every damn pack under the sun. So tell me, who else is there? Issel dipped his head, yielding to Bran's fury. That's why you're the alpha, he murmured. Why I'll do anything to never sit in that chair again. He rose, keeping his gaze lowered. Bran traced his fingers over the worn cloth cover of the book before placing it on the table. I've read this enough, he muttered. I still say Ivanhoe made the wrong choice. Rebecca had more fire than Rowena ever did, but I guess chivalry won out over sense. Issel stepped away, leaving Bran to his brooding. He knew better than to stick around for one of Bran's debates, better to let him wrestle with his own thoughts. Bran had a way of convincing even himself, given enough time. The book sat there, its faded blue-gray cover rough under his touch. The embossed title and the knight's silhouette, clad in outdated armor, were barely visible now. Once it had a dust jacket with some garish illustration, long since lost. He didn't need to open it to remember the inscription inside. Charles had given it to him decades ago, some Christmas or another. Merry Christmas. You've read this a dozen times, but I just discovered it. Thought you'd appreciate a story about two people who shouldn't fit, finding a way. Sometimes old tales hit different. A nice sentiment, even if the book was more fantasy than history. Bran almost laughed, comfort in fiction, as if that ever fixed anything. His fingers twitched with the urge to tear the thing apart page by page, but he forced himself to slide it back onto the shelf instead. If he started destroying things now, he wouldn't stop, and then who'd be left to rein him in? Charles. Always Charles. His son would break himself trying to be what Bran needed, loyal, ruthless, unshakable. But that was the cruel joke, wasn't it? Bran needed Charles to be exactly who he was, even as the role demanded he become something worse. How long had he lied to himself? How long had he ignored Anna's protests? There were plenty of logical reasons for Bran to step back, to let others handle the dirty work. But the truth was uglier. He still remembered flashes from centuries ago, the screams, the fear, the way it had thrilled him. Charles would never let himself fall like that. He'd never take pleasure in the hunt. The phone's sharp ring snapped him out of it. A new problem, something he could actually fix. Adam Hauptmann's voice crackled through the line before Bran could even speak. Not happening, Adam said flatly. Bran exhaled. We'll see about that. Bran never expected Adam to be the one who handled federal agents so smoothly. Despite Adam's explosive temper and lack of restraint, traits that had kept him out of the public eye despite his charm, his military background, political savvy, and knack for navigating power plays made him an invaluable asset. Yet here he was, refusing a simple request. It's straightforward, Bran said, forcing calm into his voice. Just sharing intel. The FBI thinks our recent losses in Boston tie into a bigger case. The local alpha's too green to handle diplomacy when his own are dying. Adam's response was firm. They can come to us. Mercy's still recovering, her legs are healing, and her hands are burned. She can't even wheel herself around without help. Bran's voice turned icy. Your pack won't assist her. To him, Mercy would always be his, the stubborn little coyote raised by a friend because his mate couldn't be trusted with someone so vulnerable. Adam's amused exhale softened the tension. Oh, they tried. She's been snapping at everyone, too proud to accept help. Last week, I had to leave, and by the time I got back, she'd scared off the whole pack. The vampire had to step in. I can ignore her when she tells me to back off, but the others, not a chance. The image of Mercy bossing around werewolves almost made Bran chuckle. He leaned back, relaxing, until Adam's next question caught him off guard. Bran, you okay? I'll send David Christiansen, Bran deflected. The FBI can wait until he's back from Myanmar. That's not what I meant, Adam pressed. You're usually steady, but today, something's off. Bran rubbed his temples. He hadn't planned to share this, but Adam was the only one who'd get it without needing a full breakdown. As he explained, Adam stayed quiet until Bran mentioned Asul's clever maneuvering. A snort escaped him. Keep Asul around. The others are too scared to challenge you, and you need that sometimes. Agreed, Bran said. And the rest, ease up on the executions, Adam said bluntly. Take Minnesota. 3 wolves took down a predator stalking a kid with a rope and a stun gun. That wasn't murder, that was justice. Bran's growl rumbled low in his chest. I wouldn't have minded if they'd just ended it cleanly, he muttered, rubbing his temples. But they lost control, left his mangled body for some poor soul to find the next morning before bothering to report it. A quick snap of the neck would have been easier to sweep under the rug. Now the medical examiner's theories are splashed across every tabloid in town. Adam crossed his arms. If you eased up on the pressure, Charles wouldn't have to clean up so many messes. The other alphas wouldn't be so quick to shirk their responsibilities if you weren't breathing down their necks. Bran exhaled, weariness lining his voice. I don't have that luxury. Have you caught those new bright future ads? The endangered species hearings start soon. If they label us as animals, it won't just be the rogues in the crosshairs. We are what we are, Adam shot back. You can't force us into some polished version of humanity without consequences. Push too hard and Charles won't be the only one cracking. He paused, then added more calmly. Maybe lightening his load elsewhere would give him some breathing room. I already pulled him from all business duties, Bran admitted. Didn't make a difference. Adam went still. Wait, you handed off the entire financial operation. The pack's assets, everything. Charles had already stepped back years ago, delegated most of it to a handful of managers, only one of whom even knows the company's tied to him. He does that every couple of decades to avoid suspicion. I brought in a firm to handle the rest, and Lee's overseeing what's left. Adam's frown deepened. So now he's got nothing but the kill orders. No distractions, no balance. I know I said he needed a break, but this is the opposite. You really think cutting him off from the one thing he enjoys is smart? He told me once finance was like chess, no bloodshed, just strategy. Bran remembered that conversation too. Maybe he should be paid more attention. I can't give it back to him, he said quietly. Not now, not when the pack's wealth meant influence and Charles wasn't himself. The realization settled heavily. He'd known something was off for a while. Adam hesitated. I've got an idea about that FBI liaison job, Bran cut him off. Absolutely not. Even before all this, Charles was the last person I'd send to deal with federal agents. Adam chuckled. Yeah, diplomacy isn't his strong suit, and lately, definitely not, but send Anna with him. Those agents won't know what hit them, and with her smoothing things over, Charles might actually be useful. Let them consult, assist. We can spot things at a crime scene that forensics would miss. Find a way for Charles to play the hero instead of the villain, Bran mused, his gaze drifting to the worn copy of Ivanhoe on his shelf as he ended the call. Ursula had a point. A touch of romance could soften life's rough edges. Maybe Adam's suggestion was the lifeline his youngest needed. He could only hope. Special Agent Leslie Fisher leaned against the window, her reflection blending with the Boston skyline at dawn. The streets below were quiet, a rare moment before the city woke. Compared to the chaos of LA, Boston felt like coming home, even if the bureau kept shuffling her around like a deck of cards. The hotel meeting room oozed old money charm, striped satin wallpaper, a massive mahogany table, chairs too plush for business. It was pretty but sterile. No coffee-stained files, no half-dead plant clinging to life in the corner, just polished surfaces and the faint hum of air conditioning. Consultants. The word left a bitter taste. Most were just glorified snitches, small-time crooks trading secrets for a lighter sentence. But 5 bodies in a month, an elderly woman, tourists, a businessman, a child meant playing nice with whatever monster could help stop a bigger one. She'd faced worse. Drug lords, hitmen, politicians who'd sell their own mothers. Once she'd even taken advice from a woman who swore she could hex people. Funny how the witch hadn't been the scariest person in that room. Today's wild card, werewolves. No home field advantage here. Police stations put perps on edge, their own turf made them cocky. But a hotel, neutral ground. No one had the upper hand. Leslie adjusted her blazer. Time to see if the monsters had answers. Leslie had stared at her boss in disbelief the day before when he dropped the news she'd be handling the meeting solo. Wait, I thought the whole squad was briefing him, she'd asked, leaning against his cluttered desk. Nick Salvador shifted his broad frame uncomfortably in his chair, a place he clearly hated being stuck in. The man lived for field work. Total mess incoming, he muttered, his usual shorthand for bureaucratic nonsense. When Leslie first joined the Boston office, she'd found a cheat sheet taped under her desk drawer, left by the previous agent, decoding Nick's cryptic phrases. At the top of the list, total mess incoming. The guy could play the political game when needed, but he'd rather chew glass than sit through another round of red tape. I pushed for the full team to meet Adam Hauptmann, Nick admitted, nudging one of his duffel bags with his knee. The man had gear stashed everywhere. His were labeled by number, while Leslie's were color-coordinated. Not that Nick had much variety, his bags were all varying shades of beige. Hauptmann's got a solid track record, consulted for Quantico, even guest lectured. Figured we'd get intel for the case and maybe some extra insights. Leslie nodded. I've heard good things. A buddy caught one of his talks, said it was sharp and surprisingly funny. So what went wrong? Nick exhaled. Got word yesterday. Hauptmann's out. Remember that freak show pulled from the Columbia River? Turns out he and his wife took it down, mostly her. Off the record, obviously. Not classified, but not for public consumption. She got banged up pretty bad, so he's grounded. But he hooked us up with someone higher ranking. Catch, only 5 of us at the meet, neutral ground. No name, no details. His expression soured. Nick was a pro at poker faces, but around his team, every thought played out plain as day. Leslie appreciated that. He never treated her like a diversity hire. That doesn't sound like a mess, she said. Nick smirked. The mess is when the werewolf consultant is higher up than an alpha. Hauptmann runs a pack in Washington, right? Leslie frowned. I didn't think there was anything above an alpha. Neither did we, Nick said dryly. Guess we're about to find out. Not sure what's going on, but I just got word that 2 trippers are crashing the party. In Nick's world, trippers meant agents from CNTRP, the Combined Non-Human and Transhuman Relations Provisors, a new federal agency handling supernatural cases. Most people called it Cantrip, but Nick had his own nickname for them. Every time they stepped into one of his investigations, they just ended up tripping him up. They tried to send 2 Homeland Security agents too, but I shut that down, he muttered, glaring at his phone like it was personally responsible for the hassle. Special Agent Craig Goldstein is flying in from Tennessee to assist. He's worked 3 previous cases with this same killer and just wrapped up his most urgent assignment. Leslie had never met Goldstein, but if Nick trusted him, that was good enough for her. I wanted him to interview our werewolf contact, with 2 of my agents backing him up, but no dice. Instead, we get 2 trippers, 1 Homeland guy who has 0 business being here, and you. Why me? She asked. Len's the obvious choice. He's Boston PD, so it keeps the locals involved. Or Christine, she's got more serial killer cases under her belt than I do. Nick leaned back, his energy shifting into that focused stillness he got when a lead finally clicked. A buddy of mine tipped me off. He knows Hauptmann, and more importantly, Hauptmann knows we're connected. Hauptmann reached out to him with a warning. Leslie raised an eyebrow. That's unexpected. Right, Nick smirked. Apparently, Hauptmann suggested I be careful who I send. Someone subtle, good at reading people, and definitely not aggressive. She nodded. So not Len, not Christine. Len was sharp but about as subtle as a sledgehammer, and Christine had a competitive streak that could start a fight in an empty room. Leslie could hold her own without making it a power struggle. Guess that rules me out too, Nick admitted. Angel's still too green to handle this solo. Angel had just graduated from Quantico, talented, but not battle-tested yet. I'll take thorough notes, she promised. Do that, Nick said, fingers tapping an impatient rhythm against his leg like he was keeping time to some internal soundtrack. Leslie waited, but he didn't elaborate. So why are we bending over backward to play nice with a werewolf? She finally asked. Nick's grin widened. Because according to Hauptmann, if we send the right person, the people we're meeting might just decide to give us more than the bare minimum. People, Leslie leaned in. As in plural, more than one. Nick asked, raising an eyebrow. Hauptmann's tip had used the word people, unofficial intel, so Nick hadn't bothered passing it up the chain. He was all for cooperation when it meant closing cases and locking up criminals. But push him too hard, and suddenly cooperation took on a different meaning. He might joke about the trippers off the record, but it never slowed him down in the field. Homeland Security, though, that was another story. They had a habit of pretending the FBI didn't have jurisdiction over domestic terrorism. Nick enjoyed reminding them, politely of course. If we could get our consultant or consultants out there, I'd consider it a personal favor, he said. Leslie tapped her pen against her notepad, thoughtful. A werewolf at a crime scene that could be useful. She imagined it, a living, talking bloodhound with instant forensic instincts. Nick's grin turned tight at the edges. After the last case, the kid with the livestock tag, if a werewolf can stop that from happening again, sign them up. Leslie arrived early, claiming the conference table like it was her own. Clear polish on her nails matched the wood under her palms. She knew the power of staking territory, had known it since childhood, when Miss Nellie's dog went missing in the neighbor's yard. Early arrival was strategy, not habit. It made her a better agent, this attention to detail, especially when dealing with creatures who could rip her throat out. She'd spent the last 24 hours buried in research. Werewolves were supposed to be tragic figures, cursed but noble, using their abilities for good. David Christiansen, the poster boy for werewolf redemption, was a hostage rescue specialist. Coincidence that he looked like a Hollywood hero? Unlikely. Her daughter had his photo taped to her door, that iconic shot of him cradling a rescued child. The others who'd come forward, firefighters, cops, soldiers, all the right professions for public sympathy. Spin, sure, but not outright lies. Christiansen's team had a solid rep, efficient, clean operations, minimal casualties, and they had standards. No contracts with the wrong side. Leslie could respect that, even if she didn't entirely trust it. Leslie remained cautiously optimistic, though her instincts kept her handgun loaded with silver rounds, a last-minute purchase that now felt reassuring. The door creaked open behind her, revealing a young woman who looked barely old enough to drive, let alone work in law enforcement. Leslie had seen this before, fresh-faced recruits straight out of Quantico, still carrying that mix of eagerness and inexperience. The girl's auburn hair was pulled into a tight braid, probably to add a few years to her appearance, but the freckles dusting her cheeks and the warmth in her honey-brown eyes gave her away. "Oh hey," the newcomer chirped, her voice tinged with a hint of Chicago. "Didn't think anyone else would be here this early." Leslie shrugged. "I like knowing the terrain." The girl grinned. "Charles is the same way. Charles must be her partner. Definitely cantrip," Leslie figured. No way this kid was a werewolf. From what she'd gathered in her crash research, female werewolves were rare and fiercely guarded. They wouldn't toss one into a room full of feds, and honestly, Leslie wouldn't have left her alone either. "So where's your Charles then?" she asked, already annoyed on the girl's behalf. What if she'd walked into a trap instead of an FBI briefing? The girl's slow, amused smirk suggested she caught Leslie's disapproval and found it entertaining. "Lost a bet. Now he's fetching coffee for the whole team." Not thrilled about it either. She leaned in conspiratorially. "I shouldn't enjoy it this much, but there's something satisfying about watching a grown man sulk. You know what I mean." Leslie snorted before she could stop herself. Damn, she never laughed on the job. Reassessing, she took in the girl's tailored gray suit sharp, but somehow it looked like she was playing dress-up. "Let me guess," Leslie said dryly. "Dangerous men trip over themselves to open doors for you." Instead of blushing, the girl just arched a brow. "And I make sure they say sorry when they collide in the process." Leslie barked a laugh. "I knew Cantrip had better sense than to throw a rookie to the wolves. Special Agent Leslie Fisher, FBI Violent Crimes. The girl sighed dramatically. Anna Smith, today anyway, not Cantrip. Actually one of the wolves, and before you ask, no, Smith isn't my real name. Charles insisted we go with something painfully obvious, or else you guys would track down some poor random Anna Jefferson and grill her for hours. Leslie blinked. Well, that wasn't what she'd expected, but then again, maybe it was exactly what she should have seen coming. Anna had learned to read people with uncanny precision since her transformation. The poised, sharply dressed FBI agent before her fit the Hollywood stereotype: confident, professional, unshakable. But Anna caught the subtle shift in Leslie Fisher's posture, the tightening around her dark eyes that betrayed more than her polished exterior let on. The woman was formidable, built like someone who could hold her own in a fight, with a gaze that suggested she'd seen and handled her share of trouble. Not an alpha, but close. The kind who commanded respect without needing to bare her teeth. Fisher's lips thinned as she spoke, her tone dry. We're keeping this meeting small because someone thought it'd be a bad idea to piss off the werewolf. Her eyebrow arched. You don't strike me as the type to lose your cool. Anna bit back a smirk. Oh, if only she knew. They're not worried about me, she said smoothly. It's my husband you should be concerned about. The agent's frown sharpened. So there is another werewolf involved, your husband. The disbelief in her voice was palpable, whether at the idea of Anna being married, or that her spouse was also a werewolf, or that Charles had let her walk into this alone. Honestly, Anna was a little surprised herself. But if Bran thought sending Charles after a serial killer instead of rogue wolves was a good idea, maybe there was something to it. Yes, Anna confirmed. I'm a werewolf, I'm married, and my husband is very much a werewolf. Fisher crossed her arms. Rumor has it the person we're meeting outranks Hoffman, who leads an entire pack. Anna tilted her head. Is that what they're saying? She wondered who'd leaked that tidbit, or if Bran had planted it himself. If she dwelled too long on how much of her life he orchestrated, she'd start questioning her sanity. Fisher's next words came with blunt skepticism. You look barely old enough to be on your own, and your husband's higher up the food chain than Hoffman. What did they arrange your marriage when you were 12? Anna blinked. In the movies, FBI agents were all careful insinuations and veiled questions, not this kind of brazen personal jab. Fisher's expression flickered with instant regret, as if she'd crossed some unspoken line. Apparently, even in the real world, some boundaries weren't meant to be breached so casually, and Omega naturally brings out protective instincts in everyone, Asul had once explained to her. Anna hadn't fully grasped how that applied to humans until now. She suppressed a grin, masking her amusement. No, they didn't drag me kicking and screaming into marriage, she said dryly. Though if it had come to that, I might have been the one doing the dragging. Lucky for him, it wasn't necessary. The other woman regained her composure. You mentioned he's why we couldn't bring in additional backup. Exactly, Anna replied. But if you give me a second, I'd rather. She paused, listening to the footsteps outside, too quick, too deliberate to be casual. Not Charles. Two men moving with that tense, competitive stride guys get when they're trying to outpace each other. The door swung open, and Leslie's focus shifted from Anna to the newcomers. Instinctively, she stepped in front of Anna, positioning herself as a shield. Now it was Anna and the FBI agent versus the two Cantrip operatives. At least, that's who Anna guessed they were. Charles had briefed her, 2 from Cantrip, 2 from the FBI, 1 from Homeland. Interesting that Leslie saw them as a threat and Anna as someone worth protecting. Jim, Leslie said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, finally graduated from the kiddie table. The younger man laughed, clearly missing the edge in her tone. Leslie, or should I say Special Agent Fisher, good to see you. Kiddie table, please, I've been running with the big dogs for years. He gestured to his companion. This is Dr. Steve Singh. Leslie shook their hands, her grip firm. So what's Homeland's interest in a serial killer? That's usually local PD territory. Only reason the FBI's involved is because this guy's been crossing state lines for years. Homeland Security. There was supposed to be only one. Anna's frown deepened. Charles wouldn't like this. He hated unexpected variables, especially when he'd already vetted everyone attending. Singh stayed silent, his gaze flicking from Leslie to Anna. She met his stare, curious how he'd react. He scowled, trying to intimidate her into looking away. Bran couldn't even do that unless she let him, and Singh was nowhere near as dominant as Bran, or Leslie for that matter. Still, Anna lowered her eyes, playing along. For now, picking a fight now would be pointless. Better to wait until it actually mattered. Word is someone higher up will be speaking for the werewolves on this, Jim replied, completely missing the tension between his partner and Anna. Figured we should know who he is and what he's got to say. Anna noticed the slight stiffening in the FBI agent's posture. Jim's casual arrogance had clearly rubbed her the wrong way. Why 2 of you? Fisher cut in. The agreement was 5 people max, 2 from us, 2 from Cantrip, 1 from your side. Anna already knew why Homeland was snooping around the werewolf case. The extra agent didn't surprise her, but Fisher was making a show of it, deliberately not introducing Anna first, letting them assume she was just another FBI agent. A neat trick to get them talking freely in front of the enemy. Jim shrugged. We called in a favor with Cantrip. They owed us. Fisher turning this into some kind of turf war shouldn't have mattered. They were all after the same target. Maybe it was just the usual FBI versus Homeland rivalry. Anna studied them, weighing the possibility. Sure, Fisher clearly had it out for Jim, but something told her this performance was really for her benefit. Fine, she could wait and see what Fisher was after. Meanwhile, she sized up the others. Jim had an easy charm, but Anna wasn't fooled. There was sharp intelligence behind that friendly front. Dr. Singh, the older man, carried himself like an alpha wolf she'd met before, quiet, observant, letting things play out until they crossed a line. Then he'd act swift and final. He caught Fisher's little game, but his relaxed posture said he still hadn't pegged Anna for what she really was. The door swung open, and Anna barely suppressed a flinch. She'd been too focused on the power dynamics to notice the newcomer's approach. He was slight, almost fragile-looking, with cool gray eyes that took in the room in one glance. His off-the-rack suit was slightly rumpled, the muted blue-gray matching his eyes and the thin ring of dark hair framing his head. His face carried more years than his frame suggested, and if he cleared 5 feet, it wasn't by much. Pale skin, but he moved with the ease of someone who kept in shape. His gaze lingered on the 2 men. Homeland, he said flatly before turning to Leslie. You must be Agent Fisher, the man said, extending his hand. I'm Agent Craig Goldstein. Care to make the introductions? Fisher obliged, starting with the Homeland Security team. Anna learned that Jim, who'd been nameless until now, was actually Jim Pierce. And this, Fisher added with a sly grin, is Anna Smith, our resident werewolf consultant. Anna, meet Agent Goldstein. He's leading this investigation. Goldstein's expression froze, his usual composure slipping for a split second. The Homeland Security agents looked equally stunned. Singh recovered first, shooting Fisher a sharp glance. Anna offered a friendly smile and shook Goldstein's outstretched hand. Nice to meet you, Agent Goldstein, she said. I know I'm not what you expected, but I'll do what I can. We're just waiting on the Cantrip team and my husband. He ran out for coffee. Charles would be here any minute. She'd hoped to brief everyone before he arrived, but time wasn't on her side. If he walked in before she laid down the ground rules, things could get messy. Anna exhaled, scanning the room. Listen, we don't have long. We'll help, but there are a few things you need to understand. When my husband gets here, stay seated. If you accidentally make eye contact, look away, don't hold his gaze, and don't touch me, not even by accident. I'll be keeping an empty seat between us. Bran had warned her before they left. In Aspen Creek, surrounded by pack, Charles was secure, but here, outside his territory, instincts could flare. She wasn't worried about Brother Wolf. It was Charles she had to watch. She'd promised Bran she'd keep things under control. Goldstein's jaw tightened, but Singh was the one who spoke. Is he a threat? Anna let out a short laugh. Obviously, so am I, so are you, probably. This isn't about who's tougher, it's about not poking the bear. Pierce crossed his arms. What, are we playing good cop, bad cop now? Dominant werewolves don't do well in crowds, Anna said flatly. Play by my rules and we'll all get through this in one piece. She fixed Singh with a firm look. If you were meeting a foreign diplomat, wouldn't you want a crash course in etiquette? Think of this the same way. Charles maneuvered through the packed hotel lobby, balancing 2 drink carriers. In his rush, he barely registered the way people instinctively stepped aside or the elevator that arrived empty. It wasn't until the man waiting on the 3rd floor took one look at him, backed up, and bolted for the stairs that Charles realized something was off. He frowned. The guy had been tall, broad-shouldered, with dark skin, and he'd looked at Charles like he'd seen a ghost for over 100 years. He'd identified as Indian, rarely thinking of himself as Native American. When he did reflect on it, he sometimes saw himself as mixed-blood Salish or Flathead. His imposing stature and heritage usually made people keep their distance, particularly in areas where indigenous folks weren't a common sight. He didn't blame them. Human nature made the unfamiliar unsettling, especially when it took the form of someone who looked like he could break you in half. His father brushed it off, but Charles suspected most people instinctively recognized a predator when they saw one. His brother Samuel insisted it wasn't his size or ancestry that sent folks scrambling, just the look on his face. To humor him, Charles had once tried smiling. The result, people bolted even faster. The only one who ever laughed at his jokes was Anna. With her by his side, strangers didn't flinch. But today, even without her, the way some guy in the elevator shrank back like Charles was holding a weapon instead of two flimsy coffee carriers was downright ridiculous. He stepped out slowly, making sure the man didn't think he was being followed. Brother Wolf, amused, painted a mental image of the guy sprinting through the lobby in panic, while Charles casually strolled behind him, still gripping those absurd drinks. Anna had insisted on hot coffee for everyone, and he wasn't about to let her down. So he forced himself to walk calmly instead of giving in to the urge to chase, to tear into something warm and pulsing, just like he'd taken the elevator instead of the stairs where some clumsy human might knock the cups from his hands. His father had really picked the worst time to send him on this errand. He was barely holding it together, his control fraying so thin even a clueless human could sense something was off. The warning signs had been there earlier when he'd shown up for lunch and found only his father in the kitchen, frying BLTs. Stu had eaten in silence, waiting until Charles finished before leading him to the study. The moment the door closed and his father settled behind the desk with that familiar tight-lipped expression, Charles knew. These private meals never ended well. He remained standing, his wolf restless, refusing to let him sit and risk being trapped. "Usul's been on my case about you," Dis said. Charles frowned. Usul? That was unexpected. The man barely tolerated him, and they hadn't crossed paths in weeks. In a town so tiny you could blink and miss it, the whole situation felt strangely out of place. "Anna naturally doesn't need an explanation," De went on. Charles tensed. She understood the necessity of keeping the peace, why it had to fall on him. She just believed he mattered more than the job. Anna was mistaken, but her faith in him still sent a quiet warmth through his chest. If her perspective had swayed his father's decision, though, it was a problem that couldn't be ignored. As the Marok's son and the pack's enforcer, Charles was the only one who could ensure things stayed quiet enough to avoid human attention. His name, and whose blood ran in his veins, kept the wolves from tearing each other apart when justice had to be served. "I heard her arguments, but Anna's wrong. Brother Wolf isn't on the edge of losing control." "True," his father murmured, "but your grandfather would say you're drowning in the weight of the past." The words hit like a slap. Of course, Du would see right through him. Bran wasn't one for spirits or visions, not like their ancestors, but he had a knack for cutting straight to the truth when it suited him. "I've tried everything," Charles admitted, suddenly feeling like a kid again. "Fasting, sweat lodges, miles of running, even swimming in ice-cold rivers. You cling to them because their deaths don't sit right with you." Charles shifted his gaze just enough to avoid direct eye contact but still catched his expression. "My job isn't to question the law, just to enforce it." Bran's frown wasn't disapproval, just the quiet intensity of a man turning something over in his mind. "I spoke with Adam Hauptmann." Charles arched a brow, forcing a dry tone. "Adam's concerned about me now. Adam's concerned about his mate, who's currently injured, irritable, and refusing to stay in bed," Bran corrected. "Which means he's not available to handle a delicate problem." Silence settled between them. Charles had learned long ago that sometimes the best move was to let his father talk. The old wolf stretched, propping his boots on the desk. A sure sign this was Bran, not the Marok, speaking. "I've been racking my brain, and Usul's trying to lighten your load." The words hung there, implying some connection Charles couldn't grasp. "You have." Bran's frown deepened. Nothing I've done has made a damn bit of difference." For a long moment, Bran just watched him, as if searching for something new in a face he'd known for centuries. "I can't send anyone else to enforce the rules, but starting now, I'm easing up on punishments for minor offenses. Hopefully, this means the alphas won't need as much assistance keeping their packs in line." He raised a hand, cutting off Charles before he could argue. "You're the only one I can send, that's true. But if you crack under the pressure, there's no backup except me, and I don't trust my own judgment right now, so you can't afford to break. Newer wolves, those changed less than 5 years, get one warning. Usul is just as intimidating as you, and he's not leading a pack at the moment. He's offered to handle the first-time troublemakers, scare some sense into them before things escalate." Charles knew his father was right. The Marok had adjusted the rules for the survival of their kind, and the logic was sound. Yet it wasn't guilt that made him look away, it was the weight lifting from his shoulders. "I've let you down," he muttered. His father shook his head. "No, if anything, I almost failed you. Usul reminded me that you're part of my pack and your well-being is my responsibility." A dry chuckle escaped him. "Usul's playing bodyguard now?" Charles asked, skeptical. The older wolf was pushing his luck. According to him, he was bored, his father said with a faint grin. "So I gave him a job to keep him occupied." Leaning back in his chair, the Marok studied the ceiling for a long moment before meeting Charles' gaze again. "Usul, terrifying the young ones won't be enough. We'll still need you to handle the worst cases." But Adam suggested mixing in other assignments. "Maybe it'll help if not every trip ends in bloodshed." Charles flinched just slightly. "So, I got a call from some government contacts. They think they've got a serial killer on their hands and they want our input. The grim twist of his father's mouth told him this wasn't about rogue werewolves. Not one of ours. Their suspect has switched targets. At least 3 of his recent victims in Boston were wolves. 3, and we didn't catch it. I knew about the deaths, his father admitted. 3 different packs, but nobody thought to mention they might be linked. I'll handle that oversight. There'd be consequences, though likely not the bloody kind. Boston only has 1 pack, Charles said, more statement than question. If 3 wolves from the same territory had died, alarms should have gone off. 1 was visiting from Vermont, another from Seattle. Only the 3rd was local. The FBI wants any insight we can give. You're sending me. Charles wasn't exactly the diplomatic type. Adam was better at charming humans, while Charles specialized in ending threats. His father snorted. That'd be a disaster. No, I'm sending Anna. You're going as her backup. Charles had already forwarded the details to both your inbox and hers. And just like that, Charles found himself trailing 2 federal agents through the polished halls of an upscale hotel, balancing 2 cardboard coffee carriers instead of hunting rogue werewolves. Their synchronized movements gave them away, 2 in sync to be anything but partners, 2 professional to be anything but law enforcement. Since they were heading toward the same meeting, he figured these were the feds they were supposed to meet. A slow grin tugged at his lips. There was something undeniably entertaining about shadowing them unnoticed, a rare moment of playfulness in his otherwise grim routine. If Anna hadn't outmaneuvered him at SeaTac, he wouldn't even be here. Who knew airport security would be so fixated on him that they'd miss Anna casually tossing a water bottle past the scanners. He should have won that bet. Worst-case scenario, they'd have confiscated her drink. But no, he'd gone and growled under his breath at the perfect moment, sending a shiver down every TSA agent's spine while Anna pulled off her little stunt. Brother Wolf had been downright smug about it, and then, just to twist the knife, she distracted him during her pat-down, probably on purpose. Clever, his Anna, but she hadn't let him weasel out of the consequences. By the time security finally cleared him, apparently, looking intimidating wasn't enough to ban him from flying. She was already lounging on one of those cramped benches, smugly sipping her bright blue water. She'd insisted on dyeing it, no chance of faking it, not with her. The way her throat moved as she swallowed was hypnotic, a fleeting moment of warmth that pushed back the shadows clinging to him. It didn't last, but it was enough. Still, leaving her alone to handle the feds while he played coffee boy. Brother Wolf was not pleased. Anna had a way of disarming even the most skeptical people, federal agents included. Charles wasn't worried about her safety, at least not yet, not before they got tangled up in the FBI's latest mess. His father had suggested this hunt might do him good, steering him towards something darker than the usual werewolf troubles, and Doe was usually right, so Charles trusted his instincts. He trailed the 2 agents down the hall, unnoticed. They moved like bureaucrats, not field operatives, probably Homeland Security or Cantrip, given how oblivious they were. Their hushed conversation would have been inaudible to human ears, but Charles caught every word. "Are we really okay here?" the younger agent muttered, his voice tight with nerves. He couldn't have been older than 24. "We're talking about werewolves, Pat, more than one." Pat, the older of the 2, had the weary confidence of a man who'd spent too many years in meetings. "They're playing nice for now," he said, his accent a mix of New England and something warmer. "They don't have a choice." The kid swallowed hard. "You don't think they'll care that I crashed the party?" The invite list was strict: 2 FBI, 2 Homeland, 1 Cantrip. Charles smirked. Someone had gotten territorial. Brother Wolf stirred, unimpressed by the lack of discipline. "Forgiveness over permission, kid," Pat said, pushing open the meeting room door. "Right, Leslie." A woman's voice cut through the air like ice. "One of you can turn around and walk out. Just because you left the bureau doesn't mean you forgot how numbers work. 5, use your fingers if you have to." Pat chuckled, shutting the door behind him. Charles lingered outside, listening. "Relax," Anna's voice floated out, warm and amused. 6 is fine. 5 was just to keep things from getting crowded. Charles exhaled. He'd known she could handle herself. She was a werewolf, after all. But hearing the ease in her voice settled something restless inside him. Then he eyed the door, hands full, and considered his options. He knew he shouldn't. The ghosts weren't gone. But the temptation was too strong. The time apart had stretched too long, and the hunger gnawing at Brother Wolf mirrored his own. With deliberate care, he loosened the connection between them, keeping his voice steady despite the storm inside. "Open the door," and someone stuck with terrible hotel coffee, since I only packed enough for 5. The door swung open instantly, revealing her face, solemn but shimmering with unshed tears. "You spoke to me." But it wasn't just words flooding their bond. She never held back her emotions. Relief washed over him, though it barely masked the deeper ache of abandonment beneath. He'd caused that pain knowingly because some choices left no clean path, Protecting her from his world was worth the cost, even if it carved guilt into his bones. Her voice, soft but steady, cut through his thoughts. Hotel coffee's fine. The words twisted something in his chest. This was just the beginning. How much more would she have to endure? He leaned in, brushing his nose against hers, shutting his eyes against the raw need to pull her close and never let go. Brother Wolf snarled at the strangers around them, itching to claim her away from prying eyes. Apologies stuck in his throat. Saying sorry would be a lie. He'd do it all again if he had to. Instead, he deflected. My wife stole the hot chocolate I brought her. Glancing past her, he took in the room. Everyone but the two men he trailed sat rigidly at the table, her doing no doubt. Smart. Seated, they looked like they held the upper hand, but predators knew better. Standing meant readiness. And Charles, he was the kind of predator that made humans instinctually step back. The younger agent flinched under his gaze, retreating without thought. Good. Brother Wolf approved. Charles bared his teeth in something too sharp to be a smile. You crashed the party. You get the bad coffee. Let them think him blunt, even foolish. The game was simpler this way. Establish dominance, ease Brother Wolf's tension, and keep Anna safe. If playing the brute meant they underestimated him, fine. The real battle wasn't with the agents. It was the quiet wreckage in her eyes, the cost of loving someone like him, and that no amount of posturing could fix. She should have chosen someone different, Asul, maybe anyone else. But the idea of Anna with another man sent Brother Wolf spiraling into possessive fury. There's no one else for me but you. Anna's swift reply echoed in his mind, a sharp reminder that he'd left their bond unguarded. He wasn't sure how much she sensed, but it was past time to rein himself in. Charles brushed past her, setting the drink carriers on the table. He pulled out the lone non-coffee and passed it to Anna, watching as the others froze, eyes dropping, except for the cantrip agents. Anna had clearly been schooling them. She circled to the far side of the table, taking a seat with empty chairs on either side. The cantrip agents hesitated before sitting opposite, the younger one backing off when Charles lifted a warning brow. Planting himself behind Anna's chair, he listened as she folded her hands neatly. This is my husband, Charles. Let's reintroduce ourselves, she suggested, voice steady. I'm Anna. Special Agent Leslie Fisher, the other woman in the room announced, her dark eyes sharp. FBI Violent Crimes. Special Agent Craig Goldstein, a wiry man in his 50s, added. Assigned here because I've tracked this killer before. Charles gave them a nod. Fisher's file, he knew he'd vetted Boston's VCU. Goldstein, he'd dig deeper later. Jim Pierce, the only grinning man, said, flashing teeth at Charles. Homeland Security, I'm just here to observe. Political opportunist, Charles murmured to Anna, returning the smile. Pierce's grin faltered, his chair scraping back an inch. Future congressman, probably. Should I practice my charm? Anna shot him a glare, but the faint curve of her lips betrayed her. Behave, she scolded, though amusement threaded her tone. Dr. Stephen Singh, the second Homeland agent, said. Old-school patriot, Charles relayed after exchanging a curt nod with the doctor. He's the one who labeled us domestic threats. Not that Charles disagreed. Neither of these men cared about the case. Pierce was useless. Singh, smart enough to be helpful even if his motives were cold. But the cantrip agents, now they were intriguing. Cantrip was newer than Homeland, born after the werewolves went public. And Charles had far fewer files on them, though backed by federal funding. Cantrip's official mandate was vague. Monitoring supernatural beings and altered humans gave them plenty of room to operate. They maintained offices on both coasts, but their agents mostly roamed the country, inserting themselves into cases involving fae, werewolves, or anything else that caught their attention. Charles's father wrote them off as mostly harmless since they lacked arrest powers, but Charles wasn't so sure. They were one of the few agencies required to carry firearms at all times, and those guns were loaded with silver. He had dossiers on most of their agents, but had waited to see who they'd send before reviewing them. The older cantrip agent, Patrick Morris, avoided Charles's gaze, his focus instead locking onto Anna with an intensity that made Charles's instincts flare. Brother Wolf didn't care for him either. Special Agent Patrick Morris, cantrip, he announced. Former FBI, Ms. Fisher added, her tone dripping with disdain, as if leaving the bureau was a career-ending mistake. The younger agent, Les Huter, perked up at the introduction. Charles recognized him instantly. Huter was Cantrip's golden boy, the one they trotted out for press interviews. His father was a Texas senator, which probably explained why Cantrip still got funding despite being a joke in most law enforcement circles. In person, Huter was less polished than his media appearances suggested, more eager, less rehearsed. He smelled like adrenaline, a hunting dog straining at the leash. Was it the werewolves or the serial killer that had him so wired? Goldstein cleared his throat. Let's get started. The guy who arranged this meeting thinks 3 werewolf victims isn't a coincidence. He figured the killer's targeting them specifically. We'd like your take before we dive into questions. Charles crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, deliberately shifting attention to Anna. This was her show. If he took over, they'd panic, and silver bullets would start flying. Huter suddenly cut in. Did set this up. Goldstein glanced at the younger man with a neutral expression. No clue, he admitted. The caller didn't give a name, just told me to pay attention and take his suggestions. Since most of it sounded reasonable, I followed through. Anna guessed silently. Charles nodded in agreement, or maybe Adam Hauptmann. Meeting Huter's questioning look, Anna lifted her hands. Our side was arranged, but yours, no idea. Goldstein pulled out his laptop, connecting it to the room's display. He cleared his throat. Agent Fisher, mind locking the door. Some of this footage is intense. No need to give the cleaning staff nightmares. Once the door clicked shut and the lights dimmed, Goldstein removed his glasses, polishing them with deliberate care. When he slid them back on, something shifted. The harmless, aging bureaucrat vanished, replaced by a predator sizing up his next move. Just for a second. Then the unassuming mask settled back into place like a well-worn jacket. Our unsub, that's FBI jargon for unknown suspect. Less sensational than killer, less childish than bad guy, goes by the big game hunter. Early on, every murder lined up with hunting season. First confirmed kill was 1975, but given the skill involved, he probably started earlier. He caught Anna's reaction and added, yes, definitely male. A click brought 2 images onto the screen. On the left, a grinning Asian teenager, Chinese, Charles guessed, wore an orange headband in her school photo. The right showed a blurred shot of a body, a sheet draped over her legs, her face lost in shadow. Karen Yunhao, 14, taken from her bedroom mid-October. Charles tuned out the details, focusing instead on the faces. Patterns emerged. 4 girls a year, all Asian, none older than 16. The killer kept them, tormented them, then discarded them like spent ammunition. Vermont first, then Maine, Michigan, Texas, Oklahoma, each location precise, each season calculated. Brother Wolf stirred, instincts sharpening. This wasn't just a killer. This was a hunter who understood patience, who moved only when the time was right. And that made him dangerous. The killer's pattern shifted over time, starting with Asian women before moving to a teenage Asian boy in Texas, the first victim subjected to assault. From then on, every victim, regardless of gender, suffered the same fate. The following year, his targets split evenly between women and boys, then narrowed to only boys before he added a young black girl to the list. It's like he's hunting for the perfect victim, Anna murmured, her eyes locked on the screen. Dr. Singh shot her a horrified look, but she didn't notice. He began in 75. Could he have been a Vietnam vet? With the Asian victims, possibly, the senior FBI agent replied, his voice weary. They weren't all Vietnamese. Some killers don't bother with distinctions. Local police had that theory long before the FBI got involved in the early 80s. War does strange things to people. Anna's voice softened as she quoted, "These are the times that try men's souls," and Charles knew she was thinking of another soldier. Huter frowned. It took the FBI 5 years to step in, Goldstein sighed, closer to 10. Back then, departments didn't always connect the dots quickly, and we weren't the lead on these cases, just support. He clicked to a new photo. This was our entry point before my time. I joined as a rookie in 2000. In 84, the big game hunter returned to Maine. First victim that year, Melissa Snow, supposedly 18. Charles recognized her. She'd been younger. The next was a black boy he didn't know, followed by an Asian girl, barely 10. Brother Wolf growled silently. Children should never be prey. The ghosts of past failures faded as Charles steeled himself. Only 3 victims that year, but after that the body count fluctuated. 3 in 86 and 87, 2 in 89, then 3 again in 90. The pattern held until 2000 when things shifted. We think he started hiding bodies better. That week between kills stayed consistent. The next set of photos showed clearer images, either from better FBI resources or just the march of technology. Goldstein pointed out, in 84, 2 victims fit his earlier type. Charles recognized 2 faces, the weight of each loss pressing heavier. Starting in 1985. The killer's victims showed no clear pattern, men and women, young and old, all taken at random. He kept them for a week, subjecting them to unspeakable horrors before moving on to the next. Agent Goldstein flipped through the case files with unsettling familiarity, rarely glancing at his notes. Charles noticed how effortlessly the names came to him, as if they'd been burned into his memory. By 1986, he started earlier, September, Goldstein continued. Charles recognized faces from the photos, some from 85, all from 86. This isn't random, he thought, urgency tightening his chest. There's a reason he's targeting these people. he nudged Anna. Go back to the first year when the FBI got involved. Anna hesitated, scanning her notes. Wait, can we revisit the 1984 victims? The Fae were just starting to reveal themselves around then, Charles reminded her. Melissa Snow had been one of them, far older than she appeared, though she kept that hidden. Maybe her death had been a mistake. Anna studied the photos, a vibrant girl in one, a lifeless corpse in the other. The Fae weren't common, but they weren't impossible to stumble upon. She wasn't weak, Charles insisted. If someone grabbed her thinking she was human, they'd have been in for a nasty surprise. Can I tell them? Anna asked. Do it, Charles said. Then move to the next year. Some Fae don't leave bodies behind. That might explain the missing fourth victim. Goldstein's sharp gaze locked onto Anna. Was she a werewolf? No, Anna replied smoothly. Fae, she relayed Charles's words, watching Singh's frown deepen. How do you know that? Anna smirked. We monsters recognize our own, Dr. Singh. Not entirely untrue. But here's the real question. How would your big game hunter know what she was? If he thought she was human, she would have fought back. Goldstein crossed his arms. The original investigator spoke to her family parents, 2 young siblings. She was 18. No parents, Charles corrected silently. Or Fae pretending to be them. Or maybe she stole a dead girl's identity. He'd met Melissa decades ago, back when Prohibition was in full swing. She'd been working a speakeasy in Detroit long before the 80s. Anna leaned forward. She was Fae. If she had a family, they were too. They're good at blending in, Agent Goldstein. When it comes to the Fae, appearances can be deceiving. Age doesn't mean what you think it does. Goldstein still looked skeptical. What about the other 2? He asked. I'm no Fae expert, Anna admitted. Recognizing Melissa was just luck. But every year from now on, there'll be Fae among the victims. Every year, Goldstein echoed. Charles chimed in silently. That explains the missing bodies. Some Fae simply vanish when they die. If one lost their glamour, the others would make sure no trace remained. That much I've seen. Goldstein's shoulders tensed, his sense sharpening with focus. Brother Wolf could tell he was piecing it together, adding this new detail to the killer's profile, reshaping the bigger picture. Charles mulled over the implications. A serial killer targeting Fae. The Grey Lords weren't like Bran, who fiercely protected his wolves. If an insignificant Fae died quietly, would the rulers even care? And if they did, would they act? Pat, the cantrip agent, broke the silence. Could the killer be Fae? If he's human and started in 1975, he'd be in a nursing home by now. Fisher scoffed. I know 80-year-olds who could drop you one-handed, Pat. And if he was 18 after Vietnam, he'd barely be pushing 70. But most killers don't last this long. They spiral or slip up. Pat countered. The Green River Killer operated for decades. When they caught him, he was a family man with a steady job and a pew on Sundays. Goldstein wasn't listening. His gaze fixed on Anna, though his mind was elsewhere. He's not Fae, he said finally. Not the original killer. Why wait until the Fae went public to hunt them? Not the original, Charles agreed silently. Anna shrugged. I don't know every Fae. Maybe they've always been targets. Goldstein shook his head. No, this is an escalation. He's moving up to bigger prey. He's close, Brother Wolf observed, watching the agent's focus sharpen. Singh spoke up. Think about it. A Vietnam vet comes home, sees Asians or anyone close enough on his turf. So he hunts like he did in war. Then he switches to boys. Maybe they're tougher, better sport. Now he's after Fae, stronger, worthier opponents. To him, they're all invaders. Anna nodded. If he's killed this many Fae, he's skilled. They don't go down easy. The room fell quiet, the weight of the theory settling over them. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed. A sudden, ordinary sound in the midst of the uncanny. It's a shame he didn't choose the wrong target. We'd still be searching for what was left of him. How he pulled that off, I'll never know. Huter spoke up unexpectedly, drawing Charles' attention back to the cantrip agent. He's taken down werewolves before. Aren't they supposed to be tougher to kill than the Fae? Anna gave a casual shrug. I don't make a habit of hunting Fae, but the older ones, they've got centuries of tricks to stay alive. Pat's voice sharpened, his tone laced with challenge. Melissa Snow died decades before you were born. How did you even know she was Fae? The aggression in his words made Brother Wolf perk up. Something had shifted in the room. Anna smirked. Family albums. Or maybe I'm just really well preserved. Does it matter? Huter cut in smug. You're 25. We ran your photo. Anna Latham from Chicago. Mother deceased, father's some high-powered attorney. Singh ignored the jab, his focus elsewhere. But how does the killer know? He murmured. If the Fae were out in the open, someone would have noticed the deaths. A werewolf could usually smell the Fae, but Singh had another theory. Maybe he had a way to test them, iron sensitivity. My Scottish grandmother swore by herbal ointments that let you see through glamour. He didn't look Scottish, but then again, Charles didn't exactly scream Welsh heritage either. Fisher, quiet until now, chimed in. Turning clothes inside out or carrying iron works too. She timed it perfectly, cutting off Huter before he could steer the conversation back. Anna turned to Goldstein, her voice sharp. You said original killer. You think there's more than one now? Goldstein nodded, brushing past the cantrip agents. Around 1995, the killings changed, like he had help. By 2000, the spree lasted 6 weeks. We only found 5 bodies, but the pattern suggests 6. Every year after that, 6 victims, 6 weeks. Singh leaned in, caught up despite himself. If the method changed, how do you know it's still the same killer? His hunt had started with werewolves, but now he was locked onto something darker. Brother Wolf nodded, sharing Charles's view of Singh, clever but easily sidetracked if something more intriguing crossed his path. Goldstein rummaged through his briefcase and produced a neon yellow livestock ear tag, the kind ranchers clip onto cattle. He marks his kills, Goldstein explained. Back in '75, he used stolen deer hunting tags. By '82, he switched to these. Now you can buy them online, 25 for $1 a piece. To him, they weren't people, Charles realized, just livestock. Or maybe he was trying to strip them of their humanity. Anna added silently. Let's keep reviewing the victims, she suggested. Maybe we'll spot something useful. Goldstein flipped through his presentation, detailing how the killer adapted as forensics improved. Instead of dumping bodies in remote locations, he started submerging them, rivers, lakes, swamps, and here in Boston, the Atlantic Ocean, as if water could erase his crimes. His methods evolved beyond just victim selection, Goldstein noted. By 1991, the torture became more ritualistic, almost ceremonial. And the timing shifted, originally all in November, then October, then earlier each year until he settled on June. Anna studied the grim display. If you can provide photos and details of the victims, she said, I'll try to identify any fae among them. I suspect the first werewolf kills happened here, but I'll confirm after checking a few sources. Charles had a hunch this year's wolf victims were isolated cases, but verification wouldn't hurt. Plus, with the list, he could reach out to a few fae contacts who might uncover more about those targeted. Deal, Goldstein agreed. Anna's fingers brushed her chin as she examined the latest victims. 5 so far, the last a school picture of a young boy. 1 more and the big game hunter would vanish until next year. I'm no fae expert, she admitted, but I know wolves. For an ordinary man or even 2 to take down a werewolf, that's reckless. Predators usually avoid fights they can't win. Huter scoffed, didn't stop him. 3 wolves, no witnesses. If it were that hard, someone would have noticed. Anna tilted her head, locking eyes with Charles. We're here to guide them. Should we prove it? Charles stepped away from her side. Moving to the empty end of the conference table, Charles checked beneath the table to confirm it wasn't bolted down before lifting it carefully, keeping it steady so none of Goldstein's high-end equipment tumbled off. Once settled, Anna spoke up. Just wearing us down isn't the hard part. The real challenge, keeping a werewolf restrained while you work them over. Magic, Singh suggested, his earlier mission to gather intel on werewolves completely forgotten. Charles found himself unexpectedly warming to the Homeland Security agent. Anna shrugged. Either that or meticulous planning. It's not just about strength, our metabolism is fast. Keeping one of us subdued without killing them, nearly impossible. Holy water, Pat, the ex-FBI now cantrip agent chimed in. Anna didn't roll her eyes, but Charles felt her irritation ripple through their bond. I could chug a gallon of it while lounging in the Vatican wouldn't do a thing. Silver, Huter asked. Anna leaned forward. Does the evidence show burns? Silver scorches us like acid. No one answered. Charles had already noticed a pattern. Victims from the 90s onward had photos cropped at the neck, if there were any at all. That wasn't an accident. And how, Anna pressed, did the killer even know they were werewolves? Only one had gone public. The discussion continued, but Charles let Brother Wolf absorb the details while he scanned the room. Agent Fisher watched Anna like a collector eyeing a rare artifact, hungry, possessive. We won't need to convince them, he told Anna. Fisher's already claimed us. Jim Pierce, the other Homeland agent, broke in. What if the killer is a werewolf? Anna shook her head. Then you'd be finding scattered limbs, not neatly tagged bodies. Huter perked up. So werewolves do eat people. That massacre in Minnesota, was that you? Anna flashed a politician's smile. Listen, turning furry doesn't make you a monster or a saint. You stay who you are. If a criminal gets bitten, he's still a criminal. But we handle our own, most of us. We're just folks who chase rabbits under the full moon. The lie rolled off her tongue effortlessly. The truth, the change forged killers. Werewolves weren't docile hunters. They were predators, and the ones who lost control left trails of bodies in their wake. But with Anna's earnest expression, no human would ever suspect. Only another werewolf would know. His father would have grinned at the performance. Anna hurried after Charles as they left the hotel, her mind racing to piece together his sudden shift in behavior. He strode ahead, leading them toward the Pax Corporate-owned condo, one of many properties scattered across the country. No hotel receipts, no nosy housekeeping staff, just privacy. "Hold on," she called out. Charles stopped and turned, his expression as unreadable as it had been yesterday when they'd left home for the airport. But something had changed. Back at security, when he deliberately unsettled those TSA agents to help her win their little bet, she caught a flicker of his old playfulness, something she hadn't seen in months. She'd almost doubted it was real. The way they'd frisked him could have set him off, and the timing of his reaction might have been coincidence. Even the meeting with the feds had required him to open their bond, letting her appear in control. Brand didn't want the government terrified of werewolves, and lately Charles had been walking intimidation. Yet here he was, leaving their connection wide open. And he'd touched her, just a small gesture, tucking her hair behind her ear, but it sent warmth flooding through her. She fought the urge to cling to his hand, afraid he'd withdraw again. Instead, she rocked onto her toes, grinning, time to throw him off balance. "Let's go exploring," she announced, unfolding the garishly bright map she'd swiped from the hotel lobby. Charles winced, scanning the street to see if anyone had noticed the neon-orange spectacle. "I know Boston," he muttered. "But I don't," she countered, delighting in his discomfort. Being mated to a centuries-old werewolf meant she rarely got to see him flustered. "Since I'm the one who wants an adventure today," she knew he'd take her to all the right spots tomorrow, polished, historic, impressive. But today she wanted chaos, spontaneity, the kind of trouble only she could drag him into. "Carrying that neon-orange map around is like wearing a tourist sign on your back," Charles pointed out. Anna raised an eyebrow. "When's the last time you actually played tourist?" He just stared at her, and she had to admit, Charles wasn't exactly the sightseeing type. "Exactly," she said, nudging him. "Loosen up, you might actually have fun. More like painting a target on yourself," he grumbled. She grabbed his hand anyway, dragging him toward King's Chapel in Boston's oldest cemetery, at least, according to her trusty map. 2 hours later, Anna was elbow deep in the chaos of Faneuil Hall's North Market, battling a sea of tour groups for food while Charles leaned against a wall nearby. The empty bubble around him was the only clear space in the entire building, typical Charles. People just knew better than to crowd him. The line in front of the food stall was mostly kids, barely tall enough to see over the counter. Anna wasn't worried, but Charles' sharp gaze stayed locked on them. "If you can't tell I'm staring at something at their eye level," his voice rumbled in her mind, "you need glasses." She nearly dropped her wallet. Was he flirting? When she turned, his gaze flicked downward, and she whipped back around before he caught her blushing. Sure, he'd been scanning the crowd earlier, assessing every kid, but that last look, entirely intentional. A slow smile spread across her face, her wolf settling into the warmth of his attention. By the time she finally got their sandwiches and water, she'd also helped a frazzled teacher wrangle a dozen hyper kids. Charles led her outside, scanning for a quiet spot to eat. "We could have gone somewhere civilized," he said, cracking open his water, "or waited for the lunch rush to die down." She snorted. "They were 7, pretty sure I wasn't on the menu when hot dogs existed. If they weren't a threat, you shouldn't have had to wrestle them," he deadpanned, heading for an empty bench. Another person started toward it, took one look at Charles, and veered off. "They couldn't even see the food," Anna protested. "We had a system." The kids didn't nip at her fingers as she lifted them one by one to get a better view. She'd assumed they'd be more timid, but they were surprisingly bold, giggling as she hoisted them up. Maybe their age made them fearless, too young to care about unfamiliar faces. The teacher was preoccupied with her own group, leaving Anna to handle the rest. The moms who were supposed to assist had mysteriously vanished, probably off chatting or freshening up. "All of them?" Charles asked, leaning back. "Just half." "One after another, they barely weighed anything, and I had backup," he smirked. "Funny how competitive people got over hot dogs and sandwiches, not exactly a treasure hunt. I saw you shove that woman out of the way." She stepped right in front of a little boy. Anna shot back, indignant. "Who does that? Someone dripping in diamonds, apparently," he said, clearing the table of leftover wrappers before tossing them in the trash. "I don't shove kids, and I could afford those same rocks." She perched on the narrow bench, balancing her food carefully. The tiny table wobbled, threatening disaster. "Do you even own anything that flashy?" Charles asked, settling across from her. The bench held his weight without protest, though he tested it first with a slight shift. "Besides your ring, which isn't worth $4,000. That one necklace, right, but I wouldn't wear it just to bulldoze a hungry kid." He was teasing her, and she knew it, prodding her about the jewelry his father had gifted them. Her wolf practically vibrated with amusement, itching to chase something in celebration. She took a bite of her sandwich. "Though maybe I'd need the bracelet too, just for good measure." "Nah," he said. "The bracelet alone would do it, but you never wear them." Her necklace had twice the diamonds and bigger stones. The thought of the bracelet's value made her even more relieved she hadn't worn it. She had a habit of fidgeting with anything around her neck. What if she snapped the chain? Some things are for special occasions, she said, trying to sound casual despite her shock at the price tags. She didn't want him to see how much the wealth unsettled her. The real changes in her life since meeting Charles weren't about money, even if those were the ones that tripped her up sometimes. Grocery runs aren't the time for diamonds, especially if they make you forget basic decency. He arched a brow. Oh, so when were you planning to wear them? She could hear the amusement in his voice. He knew she'd never touch them now. Maybe if we had tea with the Queen, she mused. Half serious, Anna took another bite of her sandwich, wishing it had a little more kick, maybe some jalapenos or spicy mustard. The idea of wearing that gaudy jewelry set, especially with a bracelet worth $4,000, made her cringe. One faulty clasp and she'd be out a fortune. Yeah, that's a hard pass, she muttered. Charles didn't seem fazed either way. She tapped her boot against his leg, still in their stiff suits when they'd rather be in jeans, but going back to change meant risking him closing off again. Fine, he said, reading her hesitation. We'll switch and go be proper tourists. She shot him a skeptical look but pulled out her crumpled map, pointing to a cheesy trolley tour ad. Only if you suffer through this with me. Charles groaned. Of course, the haunted cemetery ride with actors in cheap monster makeup. Not in my city, a voice growled behind them. Anna turned, surprised, to see a lean young man perched on top of a market stall, his dark green wagon draped with beads and trinkets. His golden eyes locked onto Charles. Isaac Owens, Boston's oldie town alpha, complete with the pretentious spelling, wasn't usually one for dramatic entrances. You're making a scene, Charles said, voice low. The beads swayed as Isaac smirked. And you're trespassing. Isaac, as a werewolf, could hear him perfectly even from a distance. You sure that's what you want? I'm done hiding. They already know me. Isaac raised his voice, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers who paused to listen. He tilted his head defiantly. What about you? Charles gave a careless shrug. In or out, it doesn't change anything. He stepped closer, voice dropping. And your little speech doesn't either. You lost control the moment you kept those deaths quiet. You don't get to decide what I do. We didn't kill anyone, Isaac shot back, jabbing a finger at him. And if you want my pack, you'll have to go through me. Anna watched, remembering how new Isaac was to all this, new to leadership, new to being a werewolf. Just like her, he'd been a college student when he was turned. Normally, it would have taken years before he became alpha, no matter how strong his instincts were. But the oldie town pack had lost their leader in a tragic boating accident, and Isaac, as second in command, had stepped up. His current second was an older wolf who likely had no clue about this reckless confrontation. Nearby, the woman running the kiosk, decked out in vibrant beaded jewelry and intricate tattoos, was inching away, trying not to attract notice. Smart move, given the tension, though her flashy accessories weren't exactly helping her stay under the radar. Another reason Anna avoided diamonds. If no laws were broken, then there's no threat, Charles said calmly. Isaac scoffed. Get down before someone calls the cops. Anna cut in, loud enough for the growing crowd to hear. Come introduce yourself properly. Isaac, see how that goes. Isaac finally looked at her, brow furrowing as he inhaled sharply, catching her scent and omegas, impossible to miss even in the crowd. After a tense beat, he rolled his shoulders and stepped off the wagon, dropping nearly 10 feet with practiced ease. He turned to the shopkeeper, who had frozen when Anna pointed her out. Sorry about that, he said, offering a charming smile and a business card. A buddy of mine owns a pub, stopped by for dinner on me. The woman took the card, her shaky grip steadying as his grin softened. She glanced at it and blinked. I've been there, great fish and chips. Glad you think so, he said with a wink before sauntering over to Anna and Charles. Nice save, Anna remarked. After everything that's happened, I wouldn't exactly give you top marks for this little stunt, she said, eyeing him while pointedly ignoring Charles's simmering presence. Isaac leaned back, stretching his Boston accent into an exaggerated, almost cartoonish drawl before dropping the act. Yeah, no, he said, shaking his head. Seriously, what are you? Anna flashed a tight smile. Nice to meet you too. Let me guess, that apology card wasn't your idea, was it? Someone had to cover for your lack of charm. She lowered her voice, mimicking his accent with a mocking edge. Oops, my bad for wrecking your car. Here, have a burger on me. Was that your dog I hit? Sorry about that. How about a drink at my buddy's bar to make it right? Isaac's grin was sudden, dazzling white teeth stark against his dark skin. Got me there, sweetheart, but you still didn't answer. Charles's voice cut in, calm but edged with warning. She's mine. His tone didn't rise, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. We already have a meeting set for tomorrow with you and your pack. This little show, he glanced at the scattered onlookers pretending not to eavesdrop, wasn't necessary. Isaac crouched, bringing himself eye level with them. This is Boston, pal. We do things with flair here. He drawled the word theater just as Charles had, though Anna knew he wasn't from the city, somewhere Midwest maybe. She shot him a skeptical look and muttered to Charles, but he just couldn't resist making a scene instead of waiting like a normal person. Isaac chuckled. You really don't let anyone keep their ego intact, do you? Then, dropping the act, he turned serious. But I meant what I said. You want my wolves, you go through me first. Anna's retort came out sharper than intended. If you do your job right, he won't have to. Isaac arched a brow at Charles. She always this mouthy, Chemisabe. Charles merely tilted his head toward Anna, as if to say, your turn. He never pointed. His mother's people considered it rude. Speaking of rude, Anna crossed her arms. Where's that free meal card? Pretty sure you owe us one. Cajita antisali's my dad's favorite. Means think before you leap. Charles murmured, close enough, though it's more before you charge in. She wasn't sure how much of her Latin was accurate. Her father had a habit of improvising. Bran always winced when she tried it, but Charles just found it amusing, claiming his Spanish and French were close enough to catch the gist. Charles isn't here to play judge for your pack, she added, nodding at Isaac. So let's skip the dramatics. We came to you for answers. Dead werewolves are turning up and the authorities have nothing but corpses. We're here to assist, but we need your perspective. The FBI might have asked the same questions, but we're hoping you'll see something they missed. How were our people taken? Where did it happen? Isaac lifted his chin, locking eyes with her. He seemed to expect her to look away, but she didn't. His frown deepened, like he wasn't used to wolves who didn't fall into the usual dominance games. Anna didn't trigger that instinct, the usual sizing up of strength or submission. Instead, she carried something that made even the most dominant wolves want to shield her. After a long pause, Isaac exhaled. My guess. Something strong, fae, vampire, or worse. The other two victims. I can give you their last known locations, but they weren't troublemakers. My boy Otten, though, he was snatched right off the Charles River jogging path at dawn. His gaze flicked toward the window, though the river was miles away. Yeah, it was early, but not deserted, and he was a damn werewolf. Should have been able to handle himself. His voice cracked, and he turned slightly, hiding his face. No witnesses, no struggle. Otten was old-school tough, not the kind to get blindsided. 3 hours later, the pack bonds hit me like a truck. He was in agony, but the signal was all static, couldn't pinpoint him. When he looked back at Charles, his eyes burned gold through the tears. They didn't just kill him, they tortured him, violated him, took their time. Charles leaned in. They how many? Isaac stiffened, as if the question shocked him into focus. 2, no, 3. The third was faint, just shadows in the pain. I didn't think it mattered. He shut his eyes, tilting his head like a wolf catching a scent. Anna recognized the gesture, something all werewolves did, even when their noses weren't involved. It was in their blood. Isaac's expression darkened as he shook his head. They sliced him up, he muttered. The FBI had only shared carefully chosen footage of the later victims, almost as if hiding injuries that might reveal too much. Or maybe they were just sparing their civilian consultant from gruesome details that could distract from the bigger picture. But deliberate cuts, Anna's mind raced. She knew of only one kind of predator that would carve into a werewolf before finishing the job. Were the wounds chaotic, she pressed, or arranged with purpose? Isaac caught her drift instantly. Witches, you seriously think witches did this? Charles gave a slow shrug. We're just starting this investigation, Isaac. I prefer to keep an open mind. Isaac exhaled sharply, his gaze flicking to Anna. Could have been ritualistic, or maybe the killer was just toying with him like a predator playing with prey. They seemed to take pleasure in it. His jaw tightened, and for a moment his eyes glistened before he blinked the moisture away. But he wasn't afraid, not even when the pain was worst. He was steady, waiting for an opening, but they never gave him one. I knew him, Charles said quietly, and those 3 words carried weight: respect, loss. Silent promise. You've given us something to work with, Isaac. We'll end this, and when we do, you'll know you were part of it. Find them, Isaac growled, the command vibrating from deep in his chest, the voice of an alpha used to being obeyed. Then just as suddenly he turned away, shoulders tense. Anna glanced at Charles, but whatever expression had made Isaac falter was already gone. When Isaac spoke again, the edge had vanished. Find them, and if you need backup, call me. Consider it a personal thing. He passed Anna a plain card with just a number beneath his name. She held out her palm expectantly, meeting his stare without blinking, then wiggled her fingers. Hand it over. Isaac barked a laugh, swiping at his face before tossing her 2 more cards, these embossed with the Irish wolfhound. Don't crease 'em, we recycle these. Anna rolled her eyes as he sprang onto the nearby wagon in one fluid motion. With a casual wave, he was off, leaping between market stalls with effortless grace, never quite disturbing the displays. Charles stood, methodically gathering their trash, his movements deliberate but efficient. The hunt had begun. Let's move while he's still keeping everyone busy. They passed the old state house on their way back to the apartment, its gold and white facade standing out like a relic among the sleek glass towers surrounding it. Anna had pictured Boston being more like Seattle, both coastal, progressive cities, but this place had its own energy. It wasn't just the age of the buildings, it was the weight of history, the stubborn refusal to be erased by time. The city pulsed with the defiance of those who'd crossed an ocean for a fresh start, carving their mark into the land. The old state house, wedged between roaring traffic and towering offices, gleamed under careful preservation, far more polished now than when Crispus Attucks had fallen nearby in the Boston Massacre. Some cobblestone alleys still lingered, hiding bookshops and antique stores, while modern skyscrapers loomed overhead like indifferent giants. "Think the killers are werewolves?" Anna asked as they hurried along. Charles frowned. "Doubt it. Isaac would have noticed if Otten had been taken down by wolves." They walked in silence for a moment before he reconsidered. Then again, Isaac's young. Might have missed it, but the kills don't fit no feeding, no frenzy. A wolf hunting like that, others would smell the rot in them. He exhaled sharply. "I'd know, but vampires, witches, could be. Too much daylight for a vampire," Anna pointed out. "But if he's been picking off fae and werewolves this long, he's not human, unless vampires are skipping meals now." Charles sidestepped a tour group led by a man in a tricorn hat, his lantern unlit. Anna caught a snippet of his speech. Revere wasn't alone that night, and back then, nobody made a big deal about it. Paul Revere became famous largely because Longfellow picked his name for that iconic poem decades later, overshadowing William Dawes, the other writer who warned about the British. Just before the noise of the bustling city swallowed his words, Anna caught the odd mix of his accent. British refinement layered over a southern twang, definitely not from around here. Charles barely missed a beat. Could be an anti-supernatural group like Bright Future or the Lauren Society, or hunters looking for a thrill, or a coven of dark witches if we're dealing with multiple killers, Anna added. "Exactly," Charles said. "The FBI played it close to the vest, barely gave us anything useful." Anna frowned. "Did you notice? None of the later crime scene photos showed faces. That wasn't a coincidence. No faces, no exposed torsos, no clear cause of death. Strangulation, stabbing. I should have pressed Isaac harder. You think the feds will actually ask for our help?" She wanted in badly, but doubted her own eagerness. Those victims' eyes haunted her. Charles shrugged. "Fisher was practically drooling over us, but even if they don't call, we're getting involved. Easier if they invite us, though." They walked in comfortable silence. Well, Charles was silent. Anna's boots tapped a sharp rhythm against the pavement. She could have moved quieter, but she liked how her steps wove into the city's soundtrack. When a woman in a pencil skirt and sky-high heels passed, Anna nudged Charles. "Check out those legs. Every woman here, their calves are thicker than their thighs. What's up with that? Boston's the walking city for a reason," Charles muttered, holding open their condo door. Inside, the tension in his shoulders eased. This place was familiar, safe. Anna bounced on her toes. "How long before the FBI caves and calls? Bored already?" He led her toward the stairs. No way was she suffering that glacial elevator again. "Nope, just making sure we've got time for the ghost tour tonight." He shot her a look, but she grinned, soaking in the easy warmth between them. After a year of strain, this normalcy felt stolen, too good to last. "Maybe the feds'll ring," he said, deadpan. She rolled her eyes. You'll love creeping through graveyards as much as I will, you're just too stubborn to admit it." Pulling out her phone, she wiggled it. "Don't worry, I've got this covered. Got your stuff, change and let's move out." His voice was rough, edged with exhaustion. After the tense meeting with the werewolves, Leslie grabbed a quick lunch at a corner cafe, sipping soup and tearing into a crusty roll as she walked the short distance back to the office. The brisk air helped clear her head, sorting through the chaos of the morning so she could give Nick a concise update. By the time the elevator doors slid open, she had her thoughts in order, just in time to face the gatekeeper, their nickname for the ever-watchful receptionist, who gave her a silent nod before buzzing her through. She barely made it to her desk when a sharp whistle from Nick's office redirected her. Inside, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. Their caseload was brutal: 2 separate bank robbers, a possible terrorist cell, or just a group of broke college kids sharing an apartment, and now this serial killer case. The Smiley Bandit, named for the sticker on his motorcycle helmet, had been escalating, adding a trigger-happy partner who enjoyed shooting out streetlights and security cameras. It was only a matter of time before they turned those guns on people. With Joe and Turk reassigned, the team was stretched thin. Rubbed his temples as she shut the door. "How'd it go?" "Complicated," she said. He exhaled sharply. "Details, now." She ran through the attendees first. Nick's grunt at Huter's name was unreadable: approval, annoyance, or just resignation that Cantrip had sent their star agent. Then she dropped the bombshell. Our killer's been targeting Faye for the last 25 years, and nobody noticed until a werewolf, who wasn't even alive when it started, tipped us off. Cantrip ID'd her as Anna Latham. I'll verify, but she didn't argue. Nick leaned back. There's chatter that werewolves might have Fae traits. Their healing could slow aging. Leslie raised an eyebrow. If that's true, Anna looks 16 and her husband, maybe older than dirt. That got a tired laugh out of him. Craig called right after. He's checking with Boston PD, hoping they've got someone who can confirm the Fae connection from the photos. She crossed her arms. If you already talked to him, why make me recap? Her boss leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. He passed the briefing to you since he's the senior field agent, he said evenly before shifting gears. If so many victims were Fae, why didn't their communities speak up? Leslie let out a short laugh. Since when do the Fae explain themselves, Nick? Maybe they didn't want to attract more trouble, or maybe they didn't even realize it was happening. The killer was targeting Fae and decided to toss a couple of werewolves into the mix. That's the angle Craig and I are working with now. Nick rubbed his temple. What about the werewolves? Are they willing to help? Do we even want them involved? Leslie tapped her boot against the floor, remembering the tension in the room. The guy was massive, Native American, silent unless he had to speak. Everyone was trying not to stare, but you could feel him, like standing too close to a live wire, threatening. She shook her head, not like a thug, more like the way you get when you're interrogating a suspect, except it wasn't an act, just pure presence. Nick raised an eyebrow. 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, Leslie admitted. He's seen things, and the wife, she's this tiny, honey-sweet thing, the kind you want to protect. Even Pierce was hovering like a bodyguard. Singh stepped in when Cantrip tried to push her. But here's the thing, neither of them flinched at the crime scene photos. And we weren't showing the sanitized versions. Nick's expression darkened. You think they're used to dead bodies. Him, absolutely. He's got that look like half the vets we work with. Could have dropped us all without breaking a sweat. Her, Leslie hesitated, searching for the right comparison. You know Jennings from Bow, the guy who gets serial killers to confess over coffee. Nick nodded slowly. Charm offensive. Exactly, she's like that. The husband didn't say much, but the room bent around him. Only Craig missed it, probably too busy pretending not to notice. My guess, Charles Smith isn't just some werewolf, he's an alpha. Nick whistled low. And the wife, Leslie chewed her lip. Here's the weird part, she didn't act scared of him, not even a little. A beat, which makes me wonder what she is. He walked in late, carrying coffee for everyone. She'd sent him out so she could brief us on how to handle him without setting him off. To protect the team, someone asked. Leslie shook her head. That's what she said, but I could tell she was more concerned about him than any of us. The usual warnings, avoid eye contact, no sudden movements. The only new rule, don't touch her. I was expecting some unhinged wildcard, but the guy who stepped in was calm, collected, like someone who spent his days negotiating with senators. Not what I pictured. So you think he's the one calling the shots? Leslie exhaled sharply. Not exactly, but they're dynamic. She listened to him, trusted his instincts. She might have been the face, but he wasn't just backup. Do we bring them in? She made one thing clear, our killer's been taking down werewolves, and from what I gather, that's like wiping out a squad of Navy SEALs. This unsub's been hunting Fae and walking away untouched. Do we even have options here? The Bureau's got Fae consultants. We've got choices, but you're the best I've got at reading people. What's your take? Leslie rubbed her temple. I trust her. And him, he's got that vibe, like he's been through hell and back. They won't drain the budget, but she pointed. He won't follow orders. Nick tapped his fingers against the desk, thinking. Bow's got a file on the big game hunter. I'll see what the profilers think about leaking werewolf involvement to the press. You and Craig can gather intel while working with them. Let me sleep on it. If nothing blows up in my head by morning, you're clear to proceed. Chapter 5. Exhausted from a day of sightseeing, Anna was sound asleep in the next room. Charles pressed his forehead against the shared wall, steeling himself. Not courage, more like resolve. Finally, he faced the full-length bathroom mirror, the kind women once used to check hemlines and now probably used to adjust their outfits just so. He focused on the frame, the glass, anything but the reflection. Because when he looked into it, the ghosts were there, solid, vivid, as real as they'd been in life. Even if he turned, they vanished. Only the mirror held them. They'd given him space all day while he and Anna played tourists, even joining her on that cheesy ghost tour that turned out to be unexpectedly entertaining. Later, as he held her sleeping form, they came back. We see her, the voices whispered. Does she see you? Does she know what you really are? The accusations hit like physical blows. Murderer, executioner, the end that walks on two legs. Their words slithered through his mind, promising to reveal his truth and send Anna running, though nowhere would be far enough to escape what he carried. Their hollow gazes locked onto his, something only Anna and his family ever dared. The ancient ones twisted into grotesque versions of their former selves, eyes like voids, features warped beyond recognition. The newer ones, the three most recent, stood frozen in their final moments, their expressions forever caught between shock and resignation. They crowded him close enough that he should have felt their breath, their cold, but there was nothing. Just the stench, not decay exactly, but that cloying floral rot that lures flies to dying things. It clung to him, seeping into his pores, a phantom scent as real as the reflections in a haunted mirror. Why? The question echoed, hollow and relentless. Why us? He knew better than to answer. Early on, he'd tried reasoning with them, desperate to find the magic words that would set them free. But the dead don't listen like the living. Words are just noise to them, and explanations only feed their hunger. Their questions weren't for answers, they were barbs, hooks sunk deep into his guilt. And guilt was what kept them here, tethered to him instead of moving on. They hadn't been monsters, just wolves who'd lost control, defending their territory from a predator far worse than any werewolf. In another era, their mistake might have earned them a beating, not a death sentence. But rules had changed, and Charles had been the one to enforce them. Now they were his shadow, a debt he couldn't repay. His grandfather's teachings rang in his ears. Some burdens couldn't be undone, only carried. Dave Mason, the last of the Minnesota pack, stepped forward, his mouth opening soundlessly. A decent man, loyal if not clever, who'd understood necessity better than most. That understanding didn't make the weight any lighter. Dave never wanted his spirit to haunt anyone. Yet there he was in the mirror, his icy, hungry gaze locking onto Charles as his lamprey-like mouth clamped onto Charles's neck, cold, sharp, feeding on every ounce of guilt. Within moments, Dave vanished from sight, but not from Charles's awareness. One by one, the other specters followed, draining him until he stood alone before the mirror, feeling their presence grow stronger as his own strength waned. They hadn't laid a hand on him, not physically at least. But his thoughts were clouded, his judgment slipping. On the other side of the wall, Anna stirred in her sleep, restless but not awake. He should sever their bond again just to be safe. He doubted the ghosts could reach her, but uncertainty gnawed at him. The thought of hurting her was unbearable, yet the idea of cutting himself off from her again just as impossible. Anna's phone buzzed to life and she groaned, blindly patting the nightstand. "Hello, this is Anna," she mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Charles barely registered the caller's words, too focused on the sound of her voice, proof he hadn't ruined everything. Not yet. Right now, a pause. "Yeah, we can help, just give me the address." She fumbled for something, probably her purse, while Charles turned away from the mirror. He couldn't face the FBI like this, not when he was this unstable. He'd lash out, hurt someone innocent. "Let me handle it," Brother Wolf urged. "If I stay with Anna, no one gets hurt. I'll keep her safe from the FBI, from killers, even from the dead. I won't strike unless forced. Can you promise the same?" The irony wasn't lost on Charles, that the wolf might be the safer choice right now. Without hesitation, he surrendered to the change. Leslie Fisher's voice crackled through the phone, calm but edged with urgency. A young woman had vanished from her apartment, and the responding officer suspected their serial killer. Anna shoved her unease about Charles aside. Whatever was wrong, it could wait. The missing woman couldn't. If this was their killer, they might still reach the girl in time. "How far is the victim's place from our hotel yesterday?" Anna asked, glancing at the clock. 2 a.m. Charles wasn't in bed, but she sensed him nearby in the condo. "About 10 to 15 minutes on foot," Fisher replied. "Her apartment's close to the Common." Then, realizing Anna and Charles weren't locals, she clarified, "Boston Common, the big park near your hotel." Anna could have given Fisher a full tour guide spiel after their day exploring, the size of the Common, the historic graves, even the famous ducks from that children's book. Their place was barely 5 minutes from the hotel if they ran, and a cab was always an option. "So under 15 minutes, Anna confirmed. "Good," Fisher said. "If this is our guy, past patterns suggest she's alive for now. We need your help." "We'll try," Anna said, hanging up and pulling on her clothes. "Charles, a girl's missing." "Is Lizzie Beauclair one of ours? I don't recall her from the Oldie Town pack. Not that I'm aware of." The voice in her head wasn't Charles. She froze mid-step, one leg halfway into her jeans, as Brother Wolf emerged from the bathroom, massive, russet-furred, all teeth and claws. Few werewolves matched his size. Even her own wolf, like Brand's, topped out around 200 pounds. "Well," she said, exhaling as the tension in their bond eased, replaced by Brother Wolf's calm focus. "Guess it's efficient if you're already in wolf form when we head out. Charles is concerned about control," Brother Wolf explained. "Tonight I'll lied." His speech had grown clearer over time, though she suspected he still found words tedious, like humoring a child. As she finished dressing, she considered the rarity of his restraint. Most wolves couldn't surrender to their beast without chaos. But Brother Wolf wasn't like the others, just as Charles, born a werewolf, wasn't. "You've shaped us too," he added. "Fine by me," Anna said. You two know best, just tell me how to help, though I guess this means no taxi. Talking to them as two souls in one body no longer felt strange. Both were part of the man she loved. Anna felt the push and pull of her wolf nature more intensely now, though she suspected their bond still wasn't as seamless as it was for most werewolves. Brother Wolf nudged her playfully, sending her stumbling before covering her face in slobbery licks. Right, no cabs for creatures like them. Charles had never been fond of cars anyway. The massive werewolf backed up, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. Whatever had Charles worked up couldn't be too serious if his wolf wasn't concerned. I'll handle him. The humor faded from Brother Wolf's gaze. Just like your sister Wolf handled things when you needed her against the Chicago pack. Anna hesitated. Her wolf had been her anchor through unspeakable pain, but after seeing the shift in Charles yesterday, she chose to take Brother Wolf's involvement as a good sign. Wiping her face on her shirt, she finished getting ready, shoes tied, face scrubbed, then pulled up the address on her laptop. Lucky us, she said, only 2 miles away. The streets weren't empty at this hour, but no one batted an eye at a woman jogging alongside a massive, leash-clad wolf. Maybe it was pack magic blurring perceptions, making people see just a big dog or nothing at all. Or maybe city instincts kicked in. In places like Chicago, you learn not to stare at things that might stare back. The leash was Brand's idea, more for human comfort than necessity. The flimsy plastic buckle on the store-bought collar wouldn't last a second against a werewolf's strength, but at least it bore the name. Brother Wolf. Brand had argued for something cutesy, but for once, Charles had dug in his heels until his father relented. The building stood wedged between glass giants, its entrance marked by sleek black numbers and a cluster of police cars. Inside, officers milled in the lobby, ignoring them completely. Only the security guard at the desk seemed rattled. On a whim, Anna approached him. "Excuse me, were you working when the young woman disappeared?" She expected him to ask for her id, but he seemed either too rattled or too accustomed to answering random questions. "Lizzie," he muttered, his gaze flickering from her face to the massive wolf at her side and back again, as if ignoring the creature might make it vanish. "Her name's Lizzie. She arrived around 8, but no one saw her leave, not even the cameras." His throat worked as he swallowed, stealing another nervous glance at Brother Wolf. Who else took the elevator after her? Tim Hodge from the 5th floor, then Sally Rowe and her partner Jenny from the 8th. He hesitated, eyes locked on the wolf. "That's the biggest dog I've ever seen." His voice wavered slightly. "And Lizzie was heading to the 12th. "Exactly. What about the stairs? Mostly businesses on the lower floors," he said, still eyeing Brother Wolf warily. His pulse had quickened, some primal instinct screaming that the thing on the leash wasn't just a pet. Despite his unease, he kept talking, though he took a cautious step back. "A few tenants from the 4th and 5th sometimes use them, but most people stick to the elevator." Brother Wolf shifted forward, and Anna shot him a sharp look. "Knock it off," she muttered. If this had been Charles, she'd have assumed he was just messing around, but the wolf was harder to read. Brother Wolf turned his head toward her, ears relaxing in what she recognized as his version of a grin. Not that it meant he hadn't been sizing up the guard as potential prey, just that he also enjoyed getting under her skin. "Over there," the guard said, pointing past the officers. "But I'll need to buzz you in, which means I'll need some id. Does the stairway lock on the way out too?" He shook his head. "Fire hazard, I think." That made it the smarter exit. No chime like the elevator, no attention drawn. If she could dodge the id issue, she'd take Brother Wolf up that way. She hadn't brought any identification, and even if she had, she wouldn't hand it over unless Brand ordered it. "Do you have a card from FBI agents Fisher or Goldstein?" she asked. He scanned the small stack on his desk. "Fisher, yeah. Then buzz us in and call her." "She's expecting me. I just left in a hurry and forgot my id." He gave her a skeptical look. "Seriously," Anna deadpanned. "Woman with a werewolf. Not exactly easy to confuse us with someone else." The guard's eyes widened as he took another, longer look at Brother Wolf, who for once seemed content to just wag his tail slowly, lips sealed. Apparently he'd decided the poor guy had suffered enough. "I expected them to be bigger," the security guard admitted, eyeing Brother Wolf with a mix of curiosity and unease. "And well less put together," Anna smirked. "What, like snarling beasts with foam dripping from their jaws, all fangs and no manners?" The guard cleared his throat, shifting his weight. "I'll just say no comment and stick to protocol. No id or invite, no entry, no exceptions." "Did law enforcement already question you about today's visitors?" Anna asked. He nodded. "Every agency under the sun. Cops, feds, even Lizzie's dad. If they had a badge or a sob story, they got their turn." "Good, then I won't waste your time," Anna said. He gave her a polite nod, picked up the phone and dialed. "Chris at the front desk. Got a woman and a werewolf down here." Leslie Fisher's voice crackled through the receiver, tense and clipped. "Send them up." The line went dead before he could respond. Chris buzzed them through, frowning. Stairs, 12 floors is a hike. Anna shrugged. He's not a fan of elevators. And if someone took Lizzie, they'd avoid cameras. Stairs are the smarter play. She tilted her head toward Brother Wolf. Besides, his nose doesn't lie. The guard's expression shifted, fear giving way to cautious hope. Find her fast, he said quietly. Anna met his gaze. We will. Brother Wolf surged ahead, his nose sorting through the scents clinging to the stairwell, old traces of dogs, cheap cologne, and the sharp tang of cleaning supplies. But one scent stood out, too fresh, too impossible. He froze, ears flattening. What? Anna's voice echoed in his mind. She was here, but not on the ground. His frustration bled through, floating. Charles's doubt prickled at the edges of his thoughts. That can't be right. Anna's hand settled between his ears, warm and steady. In a case with fae and werewolves, impossible is just another clue, she said. We'll figure it out. Her faith soothed him. Tail lifting, he bounded upward, the mystery pulling them both toward the 12th floor. Anna held the door open, and he slipped through, ready for whatever waited beyond. Finding the missing girl's apartment wasn't hard. The place was swarming with cops and bystanders, just like the rest of the building. The FBI agent stood with her arms crossed, expression unreadable, facing a slender man who looked shorter than her despite his height. His chestnut hair had streaks of gray, and Brother Wolf caught the scent of fae, something fresh and watery, like mist rising off a lake at sunrise. The man didn't seem weak exactly, but there was something fragile in the way he held himself. Brother Wolf couldn't pin down his power level, which was unusual. Most couldn't hide from his senses like that. Only Bran could mask himself so completely. We're doing everything possible, the FBI agent said, her voice steady. But we don't know if this connects to our other cases. The killer targets fae, takes them without a trace, even in crowded places. My daughter is only half fae, the man cut in. And until now no one knew. There's no proof your killer has her. She wouldn't just disappear not without calling. She just landed a lead role in a ballet company. We were supposed to celebrate. His voice cracked just for a second before he straightened. If there's no sign of a fight, then she knew whoever took her. She was strong, I made sure of that. We need her contacts. We need to move now before it's too late. Brother Wolf recognized the tone. Someone used to being in charge, not taking orders. Normally, that might have annoyed him, but the sharp tang of fear underneath the man's words kept him in check. If it's our guy, the agent said, still calm despite the tension rolling off her, then forensics won't find anything. And it won't be someone she broke off as one of the younger officers cursed, spotting Anna and Brother Wolf near the stairwell. Leslie Fisher, Anna corrected silently. Names mattered to her. Brother Wolf wanted to prove he understood exactly who they were dealing with, so he sent Anna a vivid mental image. Controlled authority, human, layered with the scent of skin, subtle perfume, and the unmistakable traces of a family life. The FBI agent had a long-term partner, kids still at home, and a couple of cats. He couldn't help showing off a little, picking apart a scent that precisely took serious skill. Anna rapped her knuckles lightly against his skull. Knock it off, she warned, though he could sense her amusement. Here they are, said FBI agent Leslie Fisher. Her gaze flicked over Brother Wolf twice before settling on the leash. Anna gave a reassuring smile. The collar and leash keep everyone comfortable, stops people from doing anything reckless. The Fae, Alistair Beauclair, stiffened when he saw Brother Wolf, his hand twitching toward an absent sword at his hip. Brother Wolf relayed the tension to Anna. This guy saw them as a threat. Anna and Charles Smith, Leslie said smoothly. Meet Alistair Beauclair, a senior partner at Beauclair, Hutton & Solis. He was supposed to meet his daughter Lizzie here at 11 for a late celebration, but she vanished between their 6 o'clock call and his arrival. Leslie's voice stayed calm, but her stance shifted, her fingers drifting closer to her sidearm. Brother Wolf caught the spike in her pulse. She'd noticed the same danger he had. She was buying time, letting the room settle. Smart, not a victim. Sir, Anna said, we're here to assist. This killer has already taken 3 werewolves in Boston. Alistair's gaze slid from Anna to Brother Wolf, who resisted baring his teeth. He'd promised Charles he'd keep Anna safe, and picking a fight with a Fae wasn't part of that plan. You're both werewolves, Alistair stated. Anna nodded. Does Lizzie usually have guests? Alistair shook his head. Between classes and rehearsals, she's busy. If she goes out, it's with friends at a diner or a club. Most of them are dancers, not exactly rolling in cash. She's never been comfortable with this kind of luxury. His jaw tightened. Her mother's remarried, living in Florida with her half-siblings. That simplifies things, Anna said. Who's been in the apartment tonight? Leslie raised a hand. Me, she gestured to Alistair. Him, then she glanced down the hall. Moon, you still here? A cop stepped forward from the group. Right here, he said. If that's the case, it'll make our job easier when we investigate who's been inside. But Charles needs to get everyone's scent first to rule you out. Don't worry, he won't bite, just hold still. Anna released the leash. Brother Wolf padded toward the officer, ears alert and tail swaying slightly, but the man still tensed, his face paling. That was satisfying, not as thrilling as if he'd bolted, but Brother Wolf savored small victories. A quick sniff from a few feet away was all he needed. Once he had the cops scent, he moved to the Fae, who watched him cautiously but didn't protest. Leslie Fisher, however, didn't flinch, only the quickening of her pulse betrayed her nerves. Impressive, he was starting to like her. Anyone else we know who's been in there tonight? Anna asked. Leslie shook her head. No, I sealed the room as soon as I arrived. Mind letting us in? Anna gestured toward the apartment door. Once inside, Brother Wolf got to work. Sorting through scents was second nature by now, but it still demanded focus. He just did it faster these days. He filtered out the stale traces, isolating the fresher ones from the hallway. The woman's scent matched what he'd caught in the stairwell. Beyond her father's lingering presence, the rest of the apartment held no recent traces except for her bedroom. Charles nudged his attention. Check the closets. One was packed with casual wear and party outfits, the other stuffed with workout gear and a few competition dresses. Ballroom, not ballet. Interesting. The first set's a cover, Brother Wolf mused. She masked herself, even her scent. But the second, that's the real her. The clothes reeked of effort, of sweat and determination. His curiosity sharpened. She wasn't just prey, she was a puzzle. Maybe understanding her would lead them closer to her abductor. On the wall, framed dance photos caught his eye. A circle of black and white shots featured Fred and Ginger mid-leap, her smile radiant, his grin sly. Another still from Dirty Dancing froze the leads in a charged moment, their bodies coiled with unspoken tension. Whoever she was, she'd left clues in plain sight. The dance studio walls were covered with photographs of performers Charles didn't recognize, couples twirling in elegant ballroom poses, others lost in the raw energy of tribal movements, and some frozen in the sharp angles of contemporary choreography. But one image commanded attention, a massive poster at the center of the display. It captured a male dancer suspended in midair, his body forming a perfect, elongated, while the slight blur of his feet in the lower corner gave the shot a dynamic energy, making the stillness of the rest of his form even more striking. His left arm stretched toward the upper right, while his right swept back to the opposite corner, his head bowed as if caught in the middle of a daring swing from a ship's rigging. Every muscle was taut, yet there was an effortless serenity in his posture. The photo, unlike the black and white shots around it, was washed in muted sepia tones, his loose cream-colored shirt, taupe tights, and the deep brown backdrop blending into a warm, almost dreamlike composition. Rudolf Nureyev, Charles murmured. Brother Wolf, Anna's voice drifted from the hallway near the bathroom. Come here, I think I caught a scent. He found her standing with her arms crossed, her expression sharp with focus. What do you smell? She asked. He stepped closer, inhaling deeply. Terror. He shut his eyes, blocking out everything else. Blood, hers, and beneath it something darker. A rumble built in his chest. She had fought back, just a single drop, but it was enough. He touched his tongue to it, and the taste exploded. Bitter magic, a half-blood phase signature. The concealment spell shattered under the wolf's senses. We probably should have saved that for the FBI, Anna muttered. My hunt, Brother Wolf insisted. My rules. Charles agreed with her, but the wolf's claim was absolute. He studied the bathroom door. If the attacker had been lying in wait, that's where he would have been. Open it. Anna grabbed the hem of her shirt to avoid fingerprints and turned the knob. At first, nothing. Then a whisper of adrenaline, almost more sensation than scent, and something else. Something that pulled Charles forward, sharper than the wolf's instincts. Spirits. Some houses held them, others didn't. Neither of them knew why. But this one did. Spirits weren't ghosts. They were the awareness of things most people didn't consider alive. Trees, rivers, even buildings could hold traces of consciousness if they'd been around long enough. This condo's spirit was young and hesitant, barely more than a whisper. Charles reached out gently, coaxing it to share what it remembered. Show me who was here. The place smelled of lemon disinfectant and something artificial, not a person, but the lingering sharpness of cleaning products. Then came the impression of bulk, of someone far larger than the missing woman. Brother Wolf caught the faintest whiff of canvas and zippers. A duffel bag, Charles realized, and the spirit practically vibrated with excitement, flooding him with details now that he'd given it focus. Got it, Charles told Anna, satisfaction threading his voice. He stuffed her in a gym bag, carried her right past us down the stairs. That's why the scent trail was so weird. Anna frowned. He didn't leave any trace of himself. Magic, Brother Wolf growled, thick and sticky like tar mixed with old blood. Charles nodded. Not pure fey work, messier, desperate. Anna chewed her lip. Okay, but even with magic, hauling a grown woman 12 floors, that's not just spells, that's either serious muscle or serious shortcuts. Charles smirked, or both. Ever seen a Fey portal? Looks like a rip in reality, smells like burnt sugar and bad decisions. Anna rolled her eyes. Helpful. So who's our Fey expert? Bran, Brother Wolf huffed. Her dad's older than dirt and twice as cranky. Anna blinked. Wait, how do you even know how old he is? Charles tilted his head. Centuries leave a mark. Power has a scent, starts faint like old parchment, then builds to something you can taste. But the tricky ones, they mask it. This guy reeks of cheap cologne over top-shelf whiskey. Anna crossed her arms. So we're dealing with a Fey who's strong enough to kidnap someone but weak enough to need a gym bag. Charles grinned. Or just really into cardio. Anna considered the Fey's ability to mask their true nature. A Fey might appear weaker than they really are, she said, like Bran choosing to hide his power. Brother Wolf let out a quick sneeze of agreement. Charles added, his voice low, we should talk to Lizzie's father about this, but only when it's just us. His mate smirked slightly. Oh, so we're discussing how strong he is, she teased, knowing exactly what Charles meant. Brother Wolf huffed in amusement, but Charles stayed serious, answering as if she'd been literal. No, we need to figure out what kind of Fey fits the profile of this killer. Another sneeze from Brother Wolf signaled his approval of her humor. As they stepped out of the apartment, Leslie, the FBI agent, immediately asked, did you find anything? Anna glanced at the forensic team waiting nearby, wondering if the urgency came from the serial killer angle or something about the missing girl's father. Yeah, Anna confirmed. Whoever took her is Fey, or at least has Fey magic. He hid in her bathroom, waited, and grabbed her when she walked in. Leslie motioned for the forensic team to enter, then flipped open a notepad. Anything else? She asked without looking up. Anna thought it through. He got in without being seen. A full-blooded Fey could have disguised himself as a resident. It was just a theory, but it made sense. Fey glamour was stronger than anything the pack could manage. However he got in, he left with her stuffed in a gym bag and took the stairs. Leslie's head snapped up. 12 flights carrying her, without dragging her, Anna said, tapping the wall where Brother Wolf had noted the height. If the abductor had been holding her at his side, he'd have to be unnaturally tall. She kept that detail to herself. No scent trail either, which threw us off at first. Her gaze drifted to the girl's father, standing rigidly, eyes fixed on the floor. The lack of scent could mean it was someone she knew, but it didn't feel that way. He ambushed her in the hallway. She fought hard. There's a dent in the drywall near the bathroom, but he overpowered her. Charles' voice cut in. He used something, a drug. I caught traces of it in the bathroom. Alistair Beauclair's sharp voice broke the silence. What did the wolf just say? His courtroom voice was smooth as polished marble, calm, measured, and effortlessly compelling. If she hadn't sensed the tension beneath, Anna might have believed his facade when her words struck deeper than he let on. The disappointment was palpable. He'd clearly hoped for a trail to follow. She was drugged, Anna stated, turning to Charles. Any idea what they used? Smelled like ketamine, Charles muttered. But that's not my expertise. She relayed his answer to the others while mentally calculating how to pull Lizzie's father aside for a private word. I wish we could do more, Anna said carefully. We're invested in this too. No one wants another death. If we had details about the Fey who took her, or what exactly the killer or killers were doing. She let the implication hang, watching their reactions. Agent Fisher studied her, while Officer Mooney coughed awkwardly. Beauclair's gaze sharpened with interest. Anna held his stare, her tone steady. We'll find him faster if we know more. She turned back to Fisher, rattling off Charles' number with a Boston area code, Bran's idea to avoid advertising their Montana roots. Fisher's expression flickered with understanding before smoothing over. She caught the deliberate slip but kept quiet. Go home, Fisher finally said. Call if anything comes up. Back in their room, Anna unhooked Charles' collar, setting it aside. If her father's so powerful, why can't he track her himself? She mused. Maybe his magic doesn't work that way, Brother Wolf offered, or something's blocking him. Fey magic isn't all-knowing, it's a tool, like trying to unscrew a bolt with a hammer. Fair enough, Anna conceded, kicking off her shoes. Exhaustion weighed on her. Now, what's really going on with Charles? Silence. Didn't think so, she muttered. Charles, how am I supposed to help if you shut me out? You can't. The words landed like a punch. Was that a lie? It didn't feel true, but not entirely false either. Brother Wolf averted his eyes. He won't let you. Fine, Anna snapped. There, I lied too. It wasn't fine, not even close. We should be human when the Fae arrives, Brother Wolf said at last. Anna bit back a retort. Minutes later, Charles began shifting back, his transformation swift, silent, and utterly frustrating. Being part flathead shaman meant Charles transformed faster than any werewolf Anna had encountered. The shift was always painful, worse when done back-to-back within hours, and Charles hadn't been in great shape to begin with. She sensed his discomfort, though muted. He'd never let her feel the full extent if he could help it. Giving him space was the smart move. Better to step away than risk a real fight, especially with potential visitors arriving soon. Their bond hummed between them, proof he was recovering, even if he'd withdrawn behind Brother Wolf earlier. At 4 in the morning, exhaustion tugged at her. She considered a shower, maybe even brushing her teeth, but the bed, still warm and tousled from earlier, won out. She burrowed under the blankets, pressing her face into Charles's pillow. His footsteps were nearly silent, but she felt him pause beside the bed. A light swat on her backside made her exhale in relief. "Don't get too cozy, sleeping beauty," he teased, his voice rough but familiar. "Our Fae friend won't wait for a decent hour, not when his kid's missing. I sure as hell wouldn't." She waited until the shower hissed to life before emerging. No, Charles wouldn't rest if his child were in danger, if they could even have one. Werewolf pregnancies never lasted. The moon's call was too violent for a developing baby. Once she'd asked Samuel, a doctor, about staying in wolf form the whole time. He'd gone pale. "The longer you're wolf, the less human you become," he'd said, voice tight. "Past a point, there's no coming back." "But I'm an omega," she'd argued. "My wolf's different. We could try." Samuel's expression had turned haunted. "It never ends well. Last time, Charles had to put her down. By the time we found her, she was just an animal. And the baby," he'd cut himself off, jaw clenched. Anna had dropped it, but privately she disagreed. Brother Wolf wasn't mindless. Neither was hers. Still, desperate measures could wait. The werewolves no longer had to conceal their existence from the world. For couples unable to have biological children, there were now options, ones that could work for their kind too. Public opinion about werewolves was still uncertain, making surrogacy a complicated choice for now. But they had time to wait for attitudes to shift. "Shift about what?" Charles asked, stepping out of the steamy bathroom with a towel slung low on his hips, rubbing another through his damp hair. Before Anna could answer, the doorbell cut through the moment. The Fae was supposed to call first. She'd left Charles's number. Of course, he'd chosen to show up unannounced. Still fully dressed, Anna raked her fingers through her hair and moved toward the door, but Charles blocked her path, letting his towel drop. "No," he said flatly. She rolled her eyes but stayed put. "Fine, hurry up." He dressed with deliberate ease, every movement smooth and unhurried. Watching him was one of her guilty pleasures, better than unwrapping gifts on Christmas morning. Most werewolves were fit and attractive, but none of them were Charles. His broad shoulders and dark, flawless skin begged for her touch. The scent of his midnight black hair. "If you keep that up," he murmured, pausing with his shirt halfway on, revealing the sculpted lines of his back as it tapered into his jeans. "Our visitor's going to be waiting a lot longer." Anna grinned and traced a finger down his spine, pressing her face against his shirt. "I missed you," she admitted. His voice softened. "Yeah." Then quieter, "I'm still not fixed." "Broken or whole," she growled. "You're mine, don't forget it again." A quiet laugh escaped him. "Fine, I surrender, just don't come at me with that rolling pin." She yanked his shirt down and gave his shoulder a playful swat. "Then don't give me a reason. That's for insulting my grandma's rolling pin." He turned, his damp hair wild around his face, eyes serious despite his smirk. "I'd never disrespect it. When that rogue wolf came at me, you grabbed that rolling pin to protect me, even though you were terrified. That might be the bravest thing I've ever seen, and the only time anyone's tried to defend me in decades." His fingers brushed her nose as he leaned in. The doorbell buzzed again, long and insistent. Someone was losing patience. Charles stood by the front door, his expression as wary as if he'd spotted a mountain lion stalking too close to camp. Anna sighed, matching his irritation at the interruption. "Love you too," she muttered, though she was just as annoyed. "Guess we should see what Lizzie's dad wants." The doorbell chimed again, sharp and impatient. Charles dragged a hand through his damp hair, smoothing the worst of the mess, then caught his reflection in the hallway mirror and went completely still. "Charles." Anna reached out through their bond, but he shut her out so fast it left her breathless. Not before she caught the overwhelming surge of his intent, protection. Whatever he'd seen, it had rattled him. He didn't spare her a glance before striding toward the door. Left alone, Anna studied the mirror, searching for whatever had unsettled him. The glass was flawless, framed in polished oak, reflecting the room behind her, cream lace curtains drawn against the lingering night, an oil painting of the Rockies beside the bathroom door, nothing out of place. So what had spooked him? By the time she reached the living room, Alistair Beauclair was already inside, flanked by FBI agents Fisher and Goldstein. "Figured we'd cut through the nonsense," Beauclair said, his voice tight. "My daughter's life isn't a bargaining chip, no more secrets." Anna blinked. For a Fae, that was practically a declaration of war. They hoarded information like dragons hoarded gold. Beauclair locked eyes with Charles, tilting his chin up slightly. "I know what you are," he said. "You might actually stand a chance of finding her if we're all honest for once." His gaze flicked to the agents. Hold back anything useful and you'll answer to me. Agent Goldstein didn't flinch, though the shadows under his eyes looked deeper than Anna remembered. We're here because we want her found, he said evenly. No favors required. Anna frowned. How had they even tracked them down? The condo was buried under layers of corporate ownership, a maze leading back to Aspen Creek and the Maroc. Someone had gone to serious trouble to find them. The unexpected arrival felt like a deliberate show of force, a silent declaration that there was no escape. It struck Anna as overly aggressive for the FBI. After all, neither she nor Charles were under suspicion. More likely, this was Beauclair's doing, asserting control by invading their space unannounced, staking his claim as the leader in the search for his daughter. She understood his game, but Charles wouldn't fall for it. If anything, it might push him into a darker, more dangerous mood if he took it personally. Right now, his expression was unreadable, a polished mask that told her he was hiding something big. He'd shut down their bond, shielding her from whatever storm was brewing inside him. Anna wanted to be angry. Anger was easier than fear or hurt, but she knew this was just how dominant wolves operated. Protecting what was his was instinct, and she topped that list. Still, he'd forgotten one crucial detail. He was hers too, and if he was hurting himself to keep her safe, she wouldn't stand for it, just not here, not in front of an audience. Patience was a hunter's greatest weapon. Charles caught her glare and arched a brow in response. She lifted her chin, making it clear her irritation was aimed squarely at him. Without a word, he guided everyone toward the oversized sectional in the living room, then dragged a sturdy dining chair into position, facing the group like a general surveying his troops. The FBI agents perched stiffly on the couch, Goldstein looking exhausted, Fisher studying Charles with detached curiosity, like a scientist observing a rare specimen. Beauclair, meanwhile, lounged back as if the idea of needing to move quickly was beneath him. His posture screamed confidence, while Charles's relaxed slouch and folded arms sent a different message. You're wasting my time. Anna pulled up another chair beside Charles and dropped into it. All right, she cut in before the silent standoff could escalate. Who's starting? Charles didn't hesitate. Does the Fae community know they've had a hunter targeting them since the 80s? Beauclair spread his hands in a theatrical gesture. We're here to exchange information, so I'll begin. Of course we knew. But he only ever went after the weak, half-bloods, loners, those without powerful allies. His tone was icy. No one worth the risk, Charles finished, his voice edged with quiet contempt. Beauclair met Charles's gaze with a look so politely dismissive it might as well have been an outright insult. We aren't some tight-knit family. Most of us are just enemies who pretend to be civil. When one of us dies, unless they were powerful or had connections, the rest don't mourn. They're relieved, first because it wasn't them. Second, because one less player means one less threat. His tone darkened slightly. It unsettles you, Leslie observed. Honor admired competence, and Leslie had a rare talent for reading people, even someone as guarded as Beauclair. The Fae hesitated before answering, then admitted, yes, Agent Fisher. It unsettles me that a murderer was allowed to hunt unchecked for 50 years. Had I known, I would have acted, which is likely why no one told me. A mistake I've since rectified, but dwelling on the past won't help us now. What matters is that a sadistic killer has my daughter. Goldstein leaned forward. Do you know what we're dealing with, Mr. Beauclair? Is it Fae? Yes, Beauclair replied. I know exactly what kind of Fae can slip into a building without leaving a trace, unseen even by werewolves. Anna frowned. That's unusual. Most glamour doesn't mask scent. You can't hide what you don't notice, Beauclair agreed. Most Fae with a werewolf's tracking instincts were too beastly to conceal themselves from humans, so they died out. But a rare few remain, capable of both sensing and erasing their presence. And among them, only one type would be strong enough to carry my daughter out in a bag without raising suspicion. Goldstein's eyes narrowed. A horned lord. That's not just some old insult for a cheated husband, is it? Charles cut in. Antlered, Beauclair nodded. Exactly. Like Herne the Hunter, Charles suggested. Similar, Beauclair confirmed. There were never many of them. The last one in North America died in 1981, hit by a car in Vermont. The driver thought he'd struck a deer, but one of ours saw the truth. We took the body before humans could examine it. Leslie's voice was steady. You think there's another one? Faye didn't hesitate. I do. The evidence points in that direction, Beauclair said. Anna frowned. If the killer is Faye, why wait until after the Faye revealed themselves to start hunting their own? A Fae perpetrator would explain the longevity of the crimes and the ability to overpower a werewolf undetected, but not the timing. I can't speak for the killer's motives, Miss Smith, Beauclair replied, emphasizing the false name with a sharp edge, still playing power games. Sometimes things just happen. Call me Anna, she said, keeping her tone light. Everyone else does. His gaze locked onto hers, tension crackling between them until Charles let out a low, warning growl. Beauclair flinched, breaking eye contact, frustration flashing across his face. The room's oppressive energy eased as the silent battle ended. With a stiff nod to Charles and a hollow smile at Anna, Beauclair's expression turned bleak. In that moment she understood. He wasn't searching for his daughter anymore. He was hunting her killer. Maybe realizing the murderer was Faye had shattered his hope. Coincidence, Beauclair muttered, is a lazy excuse. There's another possibility. What if the killer didn't know what he was until the Fae came forward? He paused, scanning the room as if searching for something unseen. During the Victorian era, he continued, voice deceptively calm despite the bitterness Anna's senses picked up. When steam engines crisscrossed Europe, the Fae faced extinction. Too few in number, too exposed. From 1908 until recently, the Grey Lords enforced a solution: selective breeding with humans, faster reproduction, diluted but survivable bloodlines. Anna had heard whispers of this, but Leslie's stunned reaction confirmed it wasn't common knowledge. Oddly, the agent showed no surprise at the mention of the Grey Lords, just the breeding program. Goldstein's face remained unreadable. Beauclair exhaled slowly. They assumed Fae blood would dominate, but half-breeds. They struggle in ways no one predicted. His voice darkened. And now we're left cleaning up the consequences. A flicker of movement near the doorway caught Anna's eye. Was someone listening? Beauclair didn't seem to notice. Lost in his own grim thoughts, most half-breeds find little acceptance among the pureblood Fae. Too many display unusual traits, birth abnormalities occur at alarming rates. More often than not, the Fae parent abandons these mixed offspring, leaving them to navigate their fractured identities alone, sometimes with tragic consequences. Surprisingly, many of these children show no Fae traits at all, appearing completely human. Charles leaned back in his chair. "Like your girl," he murmured. Beauclair nodded. "Exactly like her. The only trace of me in her is my mother's passion for dance, though my daughter works tirelessly to achieve what came naturally to her grandmother." His gaze dropped briefly before meeting Charles's eyes again. "You've lived long enough to understand why I resisted this decree with everything in me, tricking a human woman into bearing my child. It's despicable, yet that deception gave me someone precious." He inhaled sharply, locking eyes with Charles, not in defiance but to emphasize his conviction. "It's reckless," Beauclair continued, his tone sharpening, the faintest hint of an accent surfacing, reminiscent of Brand's when provoked. "Giving ancient, dangerous beings something to love, a mistake, and I am very old." His glance shifted to the FBI agents. "Possibly older than your father. We haven't exactly compared birth certificates." Leslie stiffened at the notion of a werewolf outliving an immortal Fae, while Goldstein just looked more exhausted, his own kind of reaction. "Don't misunderstand," Anna cut in. "Most werewolves don't last a decade after being changed." 6 years, Charles corrected, his voice hollow. Anna knew her numbers were recent, but his detachment worried her. His attention kept drifting toward the darkened windows, their glass reflecting the room like a dim mirror. Something in those reflections held him, pulling him further away. "Only 40% of half-Fae reach adulthood," Beauclair added. "Easy targets and less shielded. My daughter turns 23 next week." Anna watched Charles, his focus clearly elsewhere. "What style does she dance?" she asked abruptly. "I noticed ballet flats, but also some Latin heels." She hadn't, but Brother Wolf had whispered the details. "Mostly ballet and contemporary," Beauclair answered, his expression softening. "She dabbled in ballroom with a friend, strictly for fun," she insisted. "Ballet's her calling." The pride in his voice was unmistakable, a rare warmth breaking through his grim demeanor. At 6 years old, she twirled through the living room in a fairy princess costume, her glittering wings fluttering behind her. When I teased her about why she wasn't soaring through the air, she paused, her small face serious, and explained that her wings weren't real. Dancing was the closest she could get to flying. And oh, how she loved to fly. But Charles barely reacted. His mind was elsewhere. Anna reached out, her fingers brushing his cheek until he finally turned from the window. "Lizzie Beauclair is barely 23, she said, her voice low but urgent. "She dances like she's floating. And right now she's trapped with a monster who will tear her apart if we don't move fast. You're her only chance." She didn't say the rest out loud, "Get your head in the game," but the sharpness in her tone carried the message. Charles exhaled, his expression unreadable, though at least he wasn't staring blankly outside anymore. "Focus," Anna pressed, stepping back. "We can't undo what's already happened, but we can save her. Beauclair called us first, now it's our turn. What do we have?" She held his gaze until he finally leaned in, giving a tight nod. "The victims, the ones the cops found, they were mutilated," Charles said, turning toward the FBI agents. "The man who took Lizzie, he reeked of black magic, blood magic, that points to witches. Those cuts on the bodies, they mean something. The Fae don't mess with that kind of power. Beauclair barely reacted. It doesn't work for us, he murmured, though his attention stayed fixed on Charles, studying him like a puzzle he couldn't solve. Goldstein cleared his throat. We've got more on that, he said, pulling a thick stack of crime scene photos from his briefcase. Most victims had symbols carved into them. We've chased leads on witchcraft, voodoo, nothing matched. Even the witches who cooperated swore they'd never seen anything like it. Not runes, not spells, nothing from their traditions. Charles flipped through the photos, spreading them across the table. Close-ups of jagged symbols, some smeared with decay, others slashed through like the killer had been furious. Names and dates were scrawled in the corners in white marker. They lied to you, Charles muttered, zeroing in on one image. Who? The witches, Beauclair cut in, snatching up a photo before dropping it like it burned him. His eyes flashed anger or fear, Anna couldn't tell, before he schooled his expression. Which symbols are passed down through bloodlines, he said, his voice eerily calm. I can't read them, but any witch worth their salt should have recognized these. Something about the arrangement or the symbols themselves felt off. In all my years, he muttered, I've witnessed plenty. Blood magic isn't my craft, but I recognize it when I see it. Charles tilted one of the photographs, studying it from another angle before pulling out his phone. He snapped a close-up, tapped the screen a few times, then held it to his ear. Charles, Bran answered. Careful, Charles warned, signaling that they weren't alone. Sent you a photo. Looks like witchcraft. Thoughts? Bran didn't hesitate. I'll call you back. The line went dead. Goldstein rubbed his temples. These were supposed to stay under wraps, he said. Any chance this doesn't end up online? Anna gave him a reassuring nod. We're bringing in an expert. Before anyone could say more, the phone buzzed. Charles hit speaker. Go ahead, he said. Bran's voice crackled through. You need a witch. Some of these symbols look Irish, but others are gibberish or drawn wrong. Photos won't cut it. Magic leaves traces you can't see. Got it, Charles said, ending the call. So, who knows a witch in Boston? Leslie shrugged. I know one, but she's in Miami, Charles exhaled. If we're flying someone in, I've got contacts. Anyone local? He glanced at Beauclair, who shook his head. None who'd help. Anna crossed her arms. If we find someone, can we get them access to the body? Leslie nodded. We'll make it happen. Charles dialed again, then handed the phone to Anna. You talk to him. He'll say yes faster, she smirked, because he's terrified of me. Lifting the phone, she said, Isaac, it's Anna. We need a witch. Once the FBI agents left to arrange the meeting, scheduled for 10 a.m., Beauclair excused himself to track down any descendants of the Horned Lord who died decades ago. The moment the door clicked shut, Anna turned to Charles. What do you see when you look in the mirror? He didn't open his eyes, didn't turn. Some things, he said quietly, get lighter when you say them out loud. Others grow stronger. It's the second kind. She hesitated, then stepped closer. Her fingers brushed his shoulders, feeling the tension coiled beneath his skin. She hesitated before speaking, choosing her words carefully. Keeping quiet about whatever this is hasn't made it any easier, has it? What topics did he avoid? Darkness, she recalled. Is this like that whole Harry Potter situation? He turned to face her, eyebrows raised. A what? You know, she continued. The whole don't say Voldemort's name or you might summon him deal. He took a moment to process that. You're talking about the kids' books. Seriously, we need to fix your movie-watching habits, she said with a half-smile. You'd love them, but yes, the kids' books. He shook his head. Not exactly. Acknowledging certain things gives them power. They're already real to me. If you start noticing them too, they might become real for you, and that wouldn't be good. Then it clicked. Charles had once mentioned that he refused to say his mother's name, afraid it would anchor her spirit here instead of letting her move on. Ghosts, he'd explained, needed to be grieved and then set free. Holding on to them only twisted them into something bitter. Ghosts, she murmured. The word made him stiffen, and he moved toward the window, putting distance between them. Stop, he snapped. She bit back a sharp reply, remembering how he'd shut down their bond out of concern for her. Okay, she said softly, but you do feel better than before we got here, right? He took his time answering. Yeah, not great, but better. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him from behind, breathing in his familiar scent. I'll drop it if you promise me one thing. What? If things start going downhill again, you'll tell me and you'll tell Bran. Deal. Good. She smoothed the back of his shirt, pretending to brush off invisible lint rather than admitting she just needed to touch him. So, sleep or food? We've got 2 hours before the FBI drags us to the morgue. The tiny body beneath the sheet reeked of decay, seawater, and fear that clung stubbornly beneath the other smells. From the size, Anna guessed the child had been no older than 8. Her own past had been shaped by violence, both literal and psychological. 3 years under a monster's rule had made death seem like mercy. Then Charles had come along, the Marok's infamous enforcer, the one even other werewolves feared, and somehow he'd given her safety, a reason to keep living. The irony wasn't lost on her. The morgue stank of death, disinfectant, and the sterile tang of latex. But underneath it all was the scent of a little boy who should have been laughing on a playground, not lying cold and carved open on a steel table. Anna felt the low rumble of Brother Wolf's growl beside her, so quiet she doubted the humans noticed. He'd shifted into his wolf form again. She buried her fingers in the thick fur at his neck, forcing herself to focus on him instead of the small, still figure on the table. Worrying about Charles was better than staring at death. He'd promised to warn her if his condition worsened, but he still hadn't reopened their bond enough for even a whisper of thought between them. The man in fresh scrubs, either just starting his shift or having changed for them, cleared his throat. His family was supposed to collect him today, he said. When I mentioned a werewolf had offered to help find answers we couldn't, they agreed to leave him here until tomorrow. The witch, who looked like she'd stepped out of a vintage sitcom, complete with frizzy red hair and clothes that didn't quite fit, crossed her arms. You didn't tell them I was coming too. Her voice was light, but the edge beneath it was sharp enough to cut. The werewolf is just a bonus. I'm the one who got begged to show up. Anna bit back a grimace. Witches always carried the scent of old suffering, and this one radiated it like cheap perfume. Dr. Fuller, his name tag, was the only reason Anna caught it, frowned. His family is deeply religious. Werewolves were already a hard sell. A witch might have been too much. The witch grinned, her mood flipping like a switch. Fair point, she chirped, as if she hadn't just been seconds from hexing someone. Isaac had warned Anna this witch was unpredictable, not powerful, just erratic. His other witch contact was far more dangerous, quiet, calculating, the kind who hoarded secrets like treasure. This one, Caitlin, last name conveniently missing, would spill everything just to prove she could. Huter, the cantrip agent who'd shown up uninvited, adjusted his tie. Tell the family we appreciate their cooperation. Leslie hadn't looked thrilled when he joined them, and Goldstein had been pulled away to consult with Boston PD. That left their group at 5, a werewolf, a witch, 2 agents, and a body that held too many unanswered questions. The small examination room barely had space for everyone. Dr. Fuller lifted the sheet. Jacob Mott, 8 years old, drowned, water in his lungs. Joggers spotted him near Castle Island at dawn. His parents confirmed his ears weren't pierced, so the killer did that. Only the left had a tag, which we've bagged. Anna barely processed the details. They didn't matter, not with the child's body right there. Charles would remember it all anyway. She didn't want to. The water had left its mark, tiny fish taking their share, though Jacob was long past feeling it. Compared to the rest, the bites were nothing. Death itself didn't shock Anna anymore, but the cruelty of dying, that still hit hard. This boy had suffered. The witch leaned in, her hunger palpable even without supernatural senses. Oh, she cooed, cutting off the doctor's report. What a feast you must have been, sweet thing. She pressed her face against Jacob's chest, and Anna's hands twitched with the urge to yank her away. Instead, she crossed her arms. No point provoking the witch before they got answers. Jacob was beyond caring. Someone's been very naughty, the witch muttered, tracing the carvings on the boy's thigh. She hummed "It's a Small World" under her breath, then glanced at the doctor. There's more on the back, isn't there? He nodded silently. With unsettling ease, she flipped Jacob onto his stomach. Dead weight didn't slow her down. More symbols, more wounds. Anna's throat tightened. All before death, the witch chirped. Every bit of it. They took his pain, his last moments, but oh, they botched it. Amateurs. Her fingers lingered on the boy's skin. I know this work. Bad Sally Riley. Mediocre witch, but she got famous. Books, TV, the whole circus. Then poof, gone, like all rule breakers should be. Agent Fisher's voice was steel wrapped in velvet. Sally Riley did this. She's been dead for decades. Caitlin licked the boy's shoulder, and Huter sucked in a breath. They messed it up, left magic behind instead of consuming it. Priceless, Anna muttered. The witch tilted her head, grinning. Anna raised an eyebrow. You missed the "my precious" part, she said flatly. If you're gonna go full Gollum, at least commit to the bit. The witch narrowed her eyes, flicked her fingers toward Anna, and muttered something under her breath. Before the spell could land, Brother Wolf shouldered Anna out of the way, took the hit like it was nothing, and vaulted over the table. He shoved the witch to the ground with the kind of effortless grace only a predator could manage, never once touching Jacob's body, though Huter and the doctor stumbled back in surprise. Anna circled the table just in time to see Brother Wolf bare his teeth, inches from the witch's face. The woman froze. Charles comes from a witch on one side and a shaman on the other, Anna said, voice steady. You're not winning this one, so how about you tell us what those markings really mean? A deep growl rumbled from Brother Wolf's chest. And maybe do it fast, Anna added, before he decides whether or not to finish what you started. She wasn't sure if he was bluffing or genuinely considering ripping the witch's throat out, but she'd take the intimidation either way. The others in the room pressed closer together, putting as much distance and furniture between themselves and Brother Wolf as possible. Caitlin, the witch, swallowed hard. "The symbols amplify power," she said, voice strained. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she blinked rapidly. Anna tilted her head. "Pro tip, stop making eye contact if you don't want to look like lunch." The witch jerked her gaze away and Brother Wolf let out another warning snarl. "Probably," Anna amended. Leslie cut in. "So these markings boost a witch's magic?" "Yes," Caitlin gasped. Brother Wolf snapped his jaws just shy of her nose and she flinched hard before forcing herself still. "Werewolves," Anna said casually, "have a nose for lies. So choose your next words carefully. Answer the question, do the symbols enhance a witch's power?" Caitlin's breath came fast. "Yes, any magic user's power. Fae, witches, sorcerers, whatever. You can store it, use it later for spells or rituals." "Store it in what?" Anna pressed. "Something solid, metal, crystal, something portable." Caitlin hesitated, then added in a rush, "But that's not what this was for. This spell was meant to feed a fae." Huter frowned. "So a witch marked this kid?" Caitlin let out a sharp laugh, even though Brother Wolf's presence sent chills down her spine. She answered Huter as if he'd actually asked something instead of just stating the obvious. "Trust me, she's no witch, just wishes she were." Leslie arched an eyebrow, her tone dripping with skepticism. "Explain." She sounded like someone who dealt with fake witches pinned under werewolves on a daily basis. "Half these symbols are botched and a few are pure gibberish," Caitlin shot back, her voice thick with disdain. "Sally vanished back in the 80s. Maybe someone messed up copying her work. A real witch would have sensed the mistakes and fixed them on the spot. This amateur hour." She spoke like Jacob's suffering was just an afterthought. The real crime was the sloppy magic. Anna cut in. "Tell us about Sally Riley. If she's dead, why does she matter now?" The witch clenched her jaw. "We don't discuss her with outsiders." Brother Wolf bared his teeth a little more, and Caitlin gulped. Anna leaned in, voice low. "Just so you know, we've got other witches who'll talk if you won't." Caitlin exhaled sharply. "Fine. Sally figured out how to let regular people use our spells for the right price. She'd teach them the symbols, give them a charm to fake the magic. Like hitting play on a recording instead of playing the violin yourself," she'd say. "She's been dead for years, and most of her clients lost the charms or screwed up the symbols. This one," she gestured dismissively, "could have been intentional, but Sally had a rep for delivering. More likely, someone thought they remembered it right." A nasty grin twisted Caitlin's lips. "Magic doesn't like being used by the wrong hands. It fights back. Give it a few decades, and someone's going to carve these wrong and end up dead." Then her eyes flicked to Charles, and she froze. "I'm not lying," she insisted, voice edging toward panic. Brother Wolf's muscles tensed, and Anna decided it was time to intervene before Caitlin pushed him too far, though part of her was glad to see him engaged again. "She's helping Charles," Anna said, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Let her up before you give her a heart attack." The werewolf growled at her. "Seriously," she chided, tapping his snout. "Enough, you're not a cat, no toying with your food." It wasn't the words but the steady contact that soothed him. Brother Wolf stepped back, watching as Caitlin scrambled to her feet, disheveled. "Better?" Anna asked, then moved on without waiting for an answer. Caitlin smoothed her hair with unsteady fingers. "Powerful enough witches to pull this off are always female. You just claimed the person who marked the boy wasn't a witch," he countered. "Did I?" A low growl rumbled from Brother Wolf. Anna shot Caitlin a warning glance. "I wouldn't test him right now. He's not exactly thrilled with you." Brother Wolf flicked an amused look at Anna before shifting back to intimidation mode. The witch scoffed, reaching toward Jacob's body again, only to freeze when Brother Wolf edged closer, his gaze locked on her hand. She withdrew with a huff. "Honestly, anyone could have drawn these and made them work. Assuming it's a woman is just habit. Though given the rape, odds are it's a man, right?" Huter cut in, his voice sharp with curiosity. "So it still worked, even with messed up symbols." Anna had nearly forgotten the others in the room, too focused on the tension between Caitlin and Brother Wolf. Caitlin's tone was icy. "Not as effectively as it should have, but yes. Which symbols were wrong? How would you have fixed them?" Huter pressed, leaning in too eagerly. Caitlin's glare could have frozen hell. She nailed the whole suburban mom pretending not to lose it vibe better than Anna had ever seen. "I'm not here to give the FBI a crash course in witchcraft." Leslie stepped forward. "Special Agent Fisher, FBI. This is Agent Huter from Cantrip." "Cantrip," Caitlin repeated, rolling her eyes. She dug a business card from her purse and shoved it at Huter. "Call if you have questions, though don't expect answers. I'm not some disposable consultant who vanishes after helping you, and trust me, I'll bill you plenty for wasting my time." Brother Wolf sneezed, but Anna kept a straight face as Caitlin moved toward the body again. "Anything else we should know?" Anna asked. Caitlin studied the table. The assault wasn't part of the ritual, not sure if that helps. Leslie added, the killer keeps them alive for about a week, sometimes more, sometimes less. Does that matter? Caitlin's frown deepened. That's probably why the magic worked despite the sloppy symbols. He carved them in and let them simmer like a slow cooker. Low heat, but given enough time, it'll still cook, she shrugged. Maybe the assault was just boredom. If we're done, I've got a meeting in 30. Leslie handed her a card. Call if anything else comes to mind. Sure, Caitlin said flatly. Then she turned to Anna, a smirk playing on her lips. I'll be sure to tell Isaac how your wolf threatened me. He won't be happy. Anna held the door open, unfazed. Tell him dinner at the Irish Wolfhounds on me to smooth things over. Caitlin's smirk faltered at Anna's calm response. The leader of the oldie town pack owes me big time. You'll regret this. Anna glanced at the clock. You're about to miss your appointment if you don't move. The witch shot her a glare, spun around, and stormed out. The moment she was gone, Dr. Fuller quickly repositioned the boy's body on the table, draping a sheet over him with care. He struggled to keep his voice steady. There's a reason witches aren't exactly our favorite people, Anna murmured once she was sure Caitlin was far enough away. I get it's unsettling, but Jacob's killer has another target right now, probably still alive. And that witch might have given us a lead to find Lizzie Beauclair. She thinks the witches murdered Sally Riley. Anna met Brother Wolf's gaze. Their bond was still frozen solid, but his voice echoed in her mind. You disagree, she said. Charles's eyes flickered before he shut them, shaking his head like he'd just stepped out of a cold shower. I think she handed a spell to a killer who wanted her silenced. Plenty of others would have wanted her dead too. Anna, Leslie cut in. What's he telling you? Nothing we can act on yet, Anna replied. But it'd be worth checking if Sally Riley vanished during one of the years bodies went missing. Leslie frowned. We don't even know if she disappeared. Huter leaned in, eyes bright. Witches and fae tangled up in the same case, now that's something. Anna suppressed a grimace. His enthusiasm felt out of place next to a child's body. I doubt Fuller's letting another witch near his morgue anytime soon, Huter said around a mouthful of barely cooked steak. Leslie poked at her salad, avoiding his plate. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen, she muttered. Anna took a bite of her cheeseburger, one of 6 she'd ordered, and smirked. The witch or Huter's dinner, both, Leslie admitted, but at least the witch gave us new info. After leaving the morgue, Leslie had updated Goldstein, who'd sounded practically giddy. Huter had suggested this diner open air, no fuss about Brother Wolf. The waiter's eyebrows had nearly hit the ceiling when Anna placed her massive order. He objected, when Leslie set down a plate with 4 burgers for Brother Wolf, but his protests died when she flashed her badge and simply said, werewolf. The restaurant quickly swapped their server, and the new waitress asked if Brother Wolf needed water, or maybe something stronger. Anna could already tell that waitress was about to get a generous tip, judging by her pleased expression. Leslie smirked. That was hilarious how you messed with that witch. I didn't even realize she was just bluffing until you called her out. Anna took a bite of her burger, stalling. Brother Wolf's steady gaze reminded her why she was here. She wasn't bluffing, Anna finally said. Isaac told us she wasn't strong enough to hide her reaction to the death magic on the boy. I just wanted her focused on me so she wouldn't do something stupid, like get herself shot. Shot, Huter raised an eyebrow. Anna shrugged. Guns aren't exactly subtle. You might want to rethink that back holster. It's too slow. Try a shoulder rig or practice more. The burger was perfectly charred, the bun buttery. She grabbed a few fries before diving into the second one. Leslie nodded. Cantrip agents don't get the same firearms training we do at Quantico. A flicker of irritation crossed Huter's face before he smoothed it over. Yeah, there's talk about updating that. Most of my experience is with rifles, family tradition. We've got a cabin in upstate New York, and every year it's deer season. He shuddered. But that witch, super unsettling, Leslie agreed. Wish she'd been faking. Did either of you recognize the name she gave us? Sally Riley? Anna shook her head. No, but Charles might have. I'll check with him later. Leslie hesitated, then stuffed a forkful of salad into her mouth instead of speaking. Huter pulled out his phone. According to Wikipedia, Sally Riley wrote My Little Gray Storybook in 1967, a parody of those old-school readers. It was an underground hit. Then A Witch's Primer came out, made the New York Times list. She was this glamorous, rebellious witch who turned into a minor celebrity, more memoir than spellbook, really. She appeared on several talk shows, including The Mike Douglas Show, where she bent spoons back into shape without touching them, just a day after the famous psychic Uri Geller had been on. Witches don't fix spoons, Anna muttered before she could stop herself. Real witchcraft dealt with living things, blood, flesh, that kind of stuff. Huter tilted his phone toward her. It's all over Wikipedia. Never heard of her, Leslie admitted. I know about Uri and his spoon tricks. What happened to her? That witch seemed convinced she's dead, and Charles thinks she might have been one of our killer's victims. What's the internet say? Not much, Huter said, still scrolling. Give me a sec. Anna leaned back. My dad always talks about the 60s and 70s like they were the golden age of weird, free love, Wicca, people believing in anything. Huter nodded without looking up. Only the Victorians came close. Seances, Ouija boards, mind-reading games. Then it got too mainstream, lost its edge, and turned into a joke. People moved on. So maybe Sally Riley just faded away when the world stopped caring, Leslie suggested. But does this help us find our missing girl? Huter ignored her. Rumor says she wrote a third book, Elementary Magic, only printed a few copies. I'll check the archives when we get back, might dig up something on what really happened to her. That witch was certain she's dead, Anna said. She hadn't been lying. Huter scoffed. I wouldn't trust that woman to tell me the sky was blue. But she gave us Sally Riley, Anna pointed out. Which is more than the FBI's other consultants managed, Leslie added. Anna stacked the empty plates, Brother Wolf's included, and wiped her hands. Maybe we should visit where Jacob's body was found. He was the last victim before Lizzie, right? Right, Leslie confirmed. Was he fae or werewolf? His parents were Baptist. Doesn't exactly scream supernatural. Anna hesitated. She hadn't considered that. Why had the killer gone back to humans? Fae, Huter cut in. His father's in Cantrip's database as full-blooded. Jacob's listed as half. I checked after we talked. Their records are way better than the official ones. Are they? Anna took a sip of water to hide her reaction. If Jacob Mott had any supernatural traits, she'd be shocked. He didn't carry that telltale fae scent, not even the faintest trace. Half-breeds usually reeked of it. So why was he labeled as fae in Cantrip's records? Maybe the killer was hunting through that same database. But if a fae had taken Lizzie, wouldn't they have sensed Jacob wasn't one of them? She wasn't sure how fae detection worked, but she had a hunch they could sniff each other out. Charles suddenly locked onto Huter with sharp focus. Telling him apart from Brother Wolf wasn't about subtle clues. It was pure instinct, like a mother knowing her twins apart. Huter blinked at Anna like he'd just remembered she existed. Whoops, he said, flashing a sheepish grin. Mind pretending you didn't hear that? Leslie crossed her arms. Afraid someone might dig into your little database with a FOIA request. One perk of working with Cantrip, or any tiny government agency, is nobody bothers to file for your records. You'd be surprised, Huter whined. FOIA junkies are relentless. We stick the newbies on request duty, even the senator's kids like me. Smirked, though it lacked any real arrogance. But they couldn't keep me buried in paperwork forever. Tracking rogue werewolves, way more exciting. His gaze shifted to Anna. Anna Latham, Chicago's lost musical genius. Dropped out of Northwestern, broke your professor's heart. He told me you were supposed to be the next big thing. Then you vanished. Only your dad had a clue, and he wasn't exactly chatty. Anna shrugged. He's a lawyer. You'd need a subpoena and a bribe to get more than 2 words out of him. Wouldn't even cough up your husband's name, Huter grumbled. And the IRS stonewalled me completely. Isn't that their job? Anna shot back. We came to help, not to end up as entries in your files, though I figured you'd dig up my past. She almost felt bad ruining his moment. Huter thrived on outsmarting people, and she could have let him bask in it, but his smugness was too much. So, he pressed, where are you staying in Boston? Anna arched a brow. Why do you care? Leslie pushed the last bite of her salad around the plate, fully aware of where she and Charles were staying. Look, neither of us is about to snap and turn into homicidal maniacs, she said dryly. Huter drummed his fingers against the tabletop, his expression unreadable. Service runs in my blood, he replied. It's more than a job, it's duty. This country deserves protection, especially from threats like yours. His tone never wavered, not even as he delivered the thinly veiled insult. Anna barely caught Leslie's sharp inhale. Beside her, Brother Wolf tensed, his presence a silent warning. She forced herself to stay composed. Funny, Anna said, keeping her voice light. I'd think actual criminals would be higher on your list than me. The retort lacked bite, but her focus was elsewhere, on the silver-loaded gun Huter had nearly drawn back at the morgue. Had he hesitated because of Brother Wolf's intervention, or had he simply been too slow? The thought of what could have happened sent a chill through her. Her fingers brushed Charles's arm, grounding herself in his warmth. Huter, Leslie snapped. That was out of line. He offered a tight-lipped smile, tossing cash onto the table. Duty calls, enjoy your dead-end investigation. Once he was gone, Leslie exhaled sharply. Trippers, she muttered. Anna frowned. Trippers. That's what we call Cantrip agents, Leslie explained, swirling the ice in her glass. Just when you think they've got their act together, they pull something like that. She studied Anna for a moment. Look, I won't pretend everyone in law enforcement is cool with werewolves or the fae, but most of us know how to keep it professional, especially when we're hunting a serial killer. They grabbed a cab to Castle Island, leaving Leslie's car behind. Summer crowds meant parking would be a nightmare, and Leslie wasn't in the mood to waste time circling lots. Anna had worried about Brother Wolf in the taxi, but the driver, a burly guy with a fondness for oversized dogs, just chuckled and said his own mutt was part Great Dane, part prehistoric beast. When Anna mentioned she'd never visited Boston, he launched into a full history of the harbor island that stopped being a true island decades ago. He spun eerie stories, one about a fugitive whose ghost supposedly still roamed the docks, another claiming Poe's military stint at Fort Independence inspired the cask of Amontillado. "That's wild," Anna said as they stepped onto the sidewalk, slipping him a few bucks. He chuckled and slapped her palm. "You're catching on fast, soon you'll pass for a local." "Don't kid yourself," Leslie cut in with a smirk. "Real Bostonians trace their roots back to the Tea Party. The rest of us, permanent tourists." Salt wind whipped off the water as they followed the paved path along the harbor. Despite the sunny afternoon, the crowd was thin, just joggers, couples strolling, and a handful of tourists snapping photos of the fort's imposing granite walls. Jacob didn't stay hidden long, Leslie noted, kicking a pebble. "Not many spots to stash a body here, especially in summer, though the breeze does make the heat bearable." "You think they dumped him from a boat?" Anna asked. "Only logical explanation. Too many eyes on shore, and the medical examiner confirmed he'd been in the water a while." Leslie shrugged. "By now, any evidence is probably fish food." Anna sighed. "Feels like we're chasing ghosts." Around them, the harbor hummed with life, kids shrieking near the water, distant plane engines, a yappy Pekingese straining at its leash to snarl at Brother Wolf. "He's harmless, really," the flustered owner insisted, tugging the tiny defender away. Anna bit back a laugh. "Peter and the wolf, huh?" Leslie raised an eyebrow. "Dogs always react like that." "At first," Anna admitted. 10 pounds of pure courage. They usually come around though. Cats never. Hiss and bolt every time." She shot Leslie a grin. "Kinda like cantrip agents." Leslie rolled her eyes. "Huter's just one guy with a grudge. It's unfair to judge all of cantrip by one guy," Leslie remarked. Anna shook her head. "Really? Who signs up for an agency like that except people who jump at shadows, people who need paychecks?" Leslie countered with a dry laugh. "Cantrip scoops up plenty of Quantico grads who don't mesh with the FBI. The hours are better than Homeland Security, the pay beats most police departments, and the risk is lower because all they do is gather intel." "For now," Anna said lightly. "My dad always says unchecked government is like a snowball rolling downhill. It only gets bigger." She took a few steps forward, her boots scuffing the pavement. Huter was ready to pull the trigger in that morgue. If Charles had hesitated even a second, that bullet would have flown, and if you hadn't been there, he would have taken the shot. "At first, I thought he was aiming for the witch, but now I'm not so sure. Cantrip's standard issue. Silver rounds." Leslie sighed. "Mine too, guilty as charged." Anna smirked. "At least you didn't reach for yours." "I should've. No idea why I didn't." "Because Charles handled it," Anna pointed out. "Got that witch off the kid before she could drain him dry." "Drain him." "Siphon the leftover magic from the killers, like a supernatural vacuum cleaner," Leslie grimaced. "Sounds disgusting and borderline illegal." Anna chuckled. "Good thing we're not witches." Leslie gazed out at the harbor, the breeze tugging at her jacket. After a moment, she grinned. "Guess I just wanted someone to put her in her place. Your Charles beat me to it." Ahead stood a weathered obelisk, its sharp tip cutting into the sky, smaller than DC's monument, but just as stark against the Boston skyline. Nearby, a handful of anglers cast lines off the docks, their silhouettes framed by the afternoon light. Anna's tone darkened. "Still, Huter, you know his stance on werewolves, right? He's pushing that bill to classify us as endangered." Leslie frowned. "Endangered, which means no more citizenship," Anna said flatly. "Not exactly your problem, but it's ours. And he's got another bright idea, ARFID chips like we're runaway dogs." Leslie's eyebrows shot up. "They can't do that. Not yet, but give it time." Anna shot a glance at Brother Wolf, mischief glinting in her eyes. "Imagine someone trying to slap a tracking collar on Charles. That'd be worth selling tickets to." He gave her a withering look. She held up her free hand. "Hey, I wouldn't do it, but I'd pay good money to watch someone else try." Leslie studied her, then came to a stop. "You know, when I first met you two, I thought you were a terrible match." "You're not though, right?" Leslie asked. "Nope," Anna replied. "I'm the only one who can tell when he's joking around." Leslie chuckled. "If you say so." Anna scanned the area. "Is this the spot where they found Jacob?" "Right over here." A weathered pipe fence, its greenish rusted surface showing years of saltwater exposure, separated the sidewalk from the shoreline. Beyond it, a narrow strip of rocky beach dotted with sea grass sloped into the water, where a row of old wooden pilings stood like a barrier against the waves. Leslie gestured toward a patch of dirt tucked between the pilings and the wharf, just sheltered enough from the wind. Anna crouched lower than necessary as she unclipped Charles's leash. taking a deep breath of his familiar fur to steady herself. He waited patiently until she straightened up before hopping the fence and landing gracefully on the rocks below. Anna stayed put. Leslie gave her a curious look. Can he pick up scents better as a wolf than you can as a human? Definitely. But it's not just that, he's just better at this than I am. Anna didn't mind admitting it. Charles had taught her plenty, but he's got way more experience. Scents don't come with labels, no villain here or lady walking her poodle. And good luck figuring out if that sticky sweet smell is spilled soda or a melted ice cream cone. Charles can sort through it all and even guess how old the trail is. Brother Wolf trotted to the patch Leslie had pointed out, nose to the ground as he worked his way back. Just then a jogger slowed to a stop beside them, bouncing lightly in place. Your dog should be leashed, he said, polite but firm. Rules are rules. Big dogs can spook kids around here. Werewolf, Anna said flatly, just to see his reaction. The jogger froze, mouth hanging open. No way, he muttered. You're messing with me, Leslie nodded. It's a werewolf and it's red, aren't they usually gray or black? Werewolves come in all colors, Anna explained. The jogger bent into a stretch, catching his breath. Damn, that's incredible. Hey, isn't that where they found that missing kid? Saw the police tape a few days back. You guys cops? FBI, Leslie said, eyeing him. You run here often. On my days off, he admitted. Firefighter. Missed all the commotion, though. Stuff wash up here a lot. Constantly. New junk every tide, but we keep it pretty clean. That kid's the only body I've heard of, but I've only been running this route a couple years. He stared at Charles, who was blissfully ignoring them. FBI, huh, so he's sniffing for evidence. He is, Anna corrected, tired of it. The jogger didn't miss a beat. He worked for the FBI? Nope, strictly volunteer, Anna said. Badass, he grinned. Wait till I tell the crew I met a werewolf. Mind if I grab a quick picture? The jogger asked, adjusting his earbuds. Go for it, Anna said. He pulled his phone from his armband, steadied himself, and snapped a shot. Nice, my buddies won't believe this. He squinted at the screen. They'll just think it's some giant husky or something. Charles, Anna called. How about a smile? Charles turned unimpressed. Publicity stunt, she suggested. His golden eyes locked onto the jogger before he bared his teeth in a grin no domestic dog could ever match. The guy's throat bobbed. Werewolf, he breathed, then snapped another photo like it was instinct. Thanks, dude, a wolf, that'll shut them up. He backpedaled down the trail, throwing Anna and Leslie a thumbs up. Good luck out there, hope you nail the guy. We're counting on it, Leslie said. He kept glancing back until he finally picked up speed and vanished toward the mainland. PR campaign, Leslie teased. Can't hurt, Anna said, distracted. Her gaze lingered on the jogger's path, where Goldstein now stood, lifting a hand in greeting. Leslie texted him our location, she explained. Anna sighed. Charles isn't picking up anything. Might V dragged you out here for nothing. Occupational hazard, Leslie said as Goldstein strolled over. Any leads? Nothing, Anna admitted. Then Charles trotted back and shifted. Right there, in the open. No warning. Goldstein didn't flinch. What's the protocol here, Mrs. Smith? Stay still, don't interfere, Anna said. It's painful enough without added contact. She scanned the area, no gawkers, luck, or Charles's doing, and don't meet his eyes, she added. A wet crack made Leslie grimace. Yeah, Anna muttered. That's why you give fresh shifters space. Pain turns even saints into grouches. Does this mean he found something? Leslie asked. Either that, Anna said, or he's auditioning for Boston's next viral freakout. Goldstein tilted his head, honestly. Less messy than the movies. No goo, no slime. Gross, Anna said, though if you're unlucky it gets messy. Leslie paled and looked away. Kidding, mostly, Goldstein shrugged. Still, explains why no one's volunteered for a live demo. Anna snorted. The whole shifting naked part doesn't help either. Even for her, it was hard to watch, not the gore, the empathy. You didn't need fangs to feel that ache in your own bones. Witnessing the transformation was unsettling, seeing what should stay hidden beneath skin suddenly exposed. This isn't exactly primetime material, Anna remarked. We want humans to see us as people, not monsters. This not helping. Goldstein yawned as Charles's shift neared completion, his body reshaping faster than expected. I thought it took longer, he muttered. Leslie stayed composed, though her grip on the table tightened. For most it does, Anna explained. Alphas are quicker, and Charles, he's in a league of his own, comes from having magic in his bloodline both sides. She left out the part about him being the only born werewolf. Goldstein smirked. For a creature of secrecy, you're awfully chatty. Fear comes from the unknown, Anna shot back. My job is to make the FBI see us as allies. Hard to do if you're terrified of us. Leslie folded her arms. Your husband's terrifying either way. Anna didn't argue. He has to be, but he's on your side. Charles stood, fully human again, dressed in jeans, boots, and a plain gray shirt. He rolled his shoulders, shaking off the last of the change's stiffness before locking eyes with Anna. "Call Isaac, we need a boat and his other witch." His voice was rough, like gravel underfoot. Then he turned to Leslie. "Get your me to pull hair or skin from Jacob's body." She hesitated. "I'll need a reason." Charles arched a brow. "Tell him whatever you want." "A water spirit tipped me off. Jacob was taken from an island and dumped in the harbor. She guided his body here to keep dark magic from poisoning her waters. If there's enough residue left on him, a real witch could track where he died." Leslie blinked. "Water spirits, shaman thing, not werewolf," Anna clarified. "I don't see them either." Goldstein rubbed his temple. "I know the me from my Boston days. I'll handle it. And the boat." Charles shook his head. "No witch worth their salt will step foot on an FBI vessel. It has to be Isaac's crew." Anna pulled out her phone. "I'll call Isaac, then Beauclair." A beat passed before she added, "And pray this doesn't backfire. If there's any hope of locating his daughter, he deserves to know," Anna said firmly. Charles frowned. "You know, witches and fae don't exactly play nice together." Anna shrugged. "If Beauclair's girl is tangled up with a witch, he'll be handing her roses and begging for favors. Let's be honest, if we cross paths with this so-called horned lord, having a powerful fae in our corner wouldn't hurt. The way he's casually tossing out secrets. Either he's completely unhinged or so dangerous he doesn't care who knows." Charles studied her for a moment before nodding. "Your call." Anna turned to Leslie. "But let's keep Cantrip out of this. We've got werewolves, witches, and fae. Adding a trigger-happy human who can't tell friend from foe won't help." Leslie snorted. "Huter's the worst. No way I'm spending hours trapped on a boat with that guy." Exactly. Charles hated the ocean, hated boats even more. The bulky life vest made him feel like he was wrapped in plastic, and the Dashiana, a 30-foot fishing rig, barely seemed seaworthy. It was cramped enough with their group. Him, Anna, the FBI agents, Malcolm, the boat owner, Isaac, who'd insisted on tagging along, Beauclair, and Isaac's perpetually late witch. If they actually found Lizzie, they'd probably have to strap her to the deck or toss her a life ring. The only silver lining, at least a werewolf was at the helm. No way would the witch have agreed to this if it were a government vessel. Anna slipped up beside him at the bow, where he stood alone. The rest of the crew was huddled near the console, debating navigation, while fiddling with the electronics. Everyone else had wisely waited on the dock for the witch's arrival. He'd sensed Anna coming, the subtle shift of the boat, the warmth of her presence. It was easier in wolf form. Brother Wolf had no doubts. He knew they could keep her safe. But Charles wasn't so sure. The weight of the ghosts clinging to him gnawed at his edges. Sooner or later, Anna would look into his eyes and see the darkness festering inside. He wished he could stay as the wolf. Guilt didn't haunt Brother Wolf. But talking to Anna without opening their bond was impossible, and he couldn't risk the ghosts using that connection to reach her. There were tales of spirits like that, ones who destroyed everything their host loved. Anna's hand settled on his shoulder. Steady as an anchor, Charles kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, unable to meet Anna's eyes while the darkness inside him twisted like a living thing. The sunset painted the water in bold strokes of deep blue and molten gold, the light fading fast. "We won't make it out of the harbor before nightfall," he murmured. Anna exhaled softly beside him. "I know the timing's off," she said, her voice steady. "But seeing you wrapped up in your own head again, I realized you've overlooked something important. Should have mentioned it hours ago." That got his attention. He turned to find her staring into the distance, her shoulder pressed lightly against his, warm and familiar. "What's that?" "You belong to me." Her fingers tightened over his on the boat's railing, firm but not harsh. Her words were quiet, meant only for him. "Your demons don't get to claim you, Charles. Deal with them before I have to." The command in her voice was unmistakable, sharp as a blade. Brother Wolf rumbled approval. He loved when she staked her claim. So did Charles. "Go ahead, laugh it off," she said, though her body leaned into his, relaxed. "Just don't forget it. Maybe you don't have to carry every burden by yourself." "I'll remember," he said deadpan, though the image of Anna wielding her grandmother's rolling pin against his ghosts nearly cracked his composure. "Good," she said, satisfaction lacing her tone. "No more brooding." She wasn't wrong. The boat shifted as Isaac and Malcolm moved suddenly, tension humming in the air. "Took you long enough," Isaac called out, genuine warmth in his voice. Charles glanced toward the dock where a woman approached, tall, striking, with sharp features and an easy confidence. Isaac met her halfway, pulling her into a kiss that lingered just a little too long. Anna huffed. "So he's cozying up to the witch he swore was too shady to trust with Jacob's remains." Charles chuckled, tugging her closer and resting his chin on her head. "Bold move," he mused, "but he's ignoring the cardinal rule, which is, never play with fire no matter how tempting the flame." She scoffed. "You don't know her." "I know witches," he countered. "Every last one's got a screw loose." "What about Moira?" Mora, the blind witch on the Emerald City Pack's payroll, was the exception. Anna had bonded with her years ago. Fine, Charles conceded. Except the ones who can't see the chaos they cause. Isaac guided the woman Hallie Smith onto the boat, introducing her to the agents. She wasn't conventionally pretty, but there was something magnetic about her, from her confident stride to the way Isaac's gaze followed her every move. The night had just gotten a lot more interesting. Charles recoiled slightly as Hallie approached, her presence thick with the scent of dark magic, decay, old blood, and restless spirits clinging to her like a second skin. He couldn't fathom how Isaac tolerated it. Unlike Mora, Anna's white witch friend who carried the earthy aroma of herbs and healing, Hallie's aura was unsettling. She studied Charles with unnerving focus, as if peeling back his thoughts, though he knew she couldn't. "Well," she murmured, her voice rough like gravel, "the infamous Charles Smith, funny how we share a name." Isaac cleared his throat and Hallie's lips curled. "Oh, it's true," Isaac confirmed. "Convenient, isn't it?" Anna added dryly. "Makes people doubt you even when you're telling the truth." Hallie's gaze sharpened. "But not you," she said, and Charles tensed, the instinct to shield Anna flaring in his chest. "Your kind can sniff out lies, can't you?" Anna shrugged. "Only if you're bad at it." Her tone was light, but the truth lingered beneath. A young wolf like Anna might miss a well-crafted lie, but Charles, he could practically taste deception. "If you believe your own lies," she continued, "or if lying doesn't rattle you, we're just as easy to fool as anyone. Honestly, we're worse. Some of us get cocky, assuming we're never wrong." Hallie smirked, accepting a life jacket from Isaac before casually handing him her waterproof satchel like he was her personal attendant. The dismissive gesture grated on Charles. Isaac wasn't hers to command. She adjusted the vest over her thick wool sweater. "Planning to lie to us," Leslie Fisher interjected, intrigued. Anna shot Leslie a look, then glanced at Charles for reassurance. He gave her a subtle nod and she relaxed. Hallie's grin widened. "Haven't decided yet. Isaac mentioned you had something of Jacob's for me." Goldstein settled beside Leslie, fishing a sealed plastic bag from his vest pocket, a patch of skin and a few dark strands inside. Hallie took it eagerly, her eyes gleaming. "Perfect," she purred. "But let's wait until we're further out. The magic won't last long and I'd rather not waste it." She glanced at Charles. Isaac promised compensation, 10 grand. Charles suppressed a grimace. Mora and Tom would have done it for half, but time wasn't on their side. 10,000, he confirmed. Leslie whistled. "No wonder we avoid witches," Hallie preened. "You get what you pay for. Ready to go." Anna pointed to the motor. "We're not sailing," she said. "We're speeding." The horizon stretched empty, no sails in sight. Charles stood at the bow, his sharp eyes tracking every movement as Malcolm expertly guided the Daciana through the maze of boats and debris. The man navigated like a seasoned smuggler, whistling a badly off-key version of the Mary Ellen Carter, a ballad about salvaging a sunken ship. Bran would have loved it. Charles's father had always been fond of spontaneous sing-alongs, especially when it came to Stan Rogers tunes. Though given their current company, the Witch of the Westmoreland might have been a better fit. The ocean's relentless sway churned Charles's stomach, reminding him why he hated boats. Anna, on the other hand, knelt at the very front, face turned into the wind, serene as if she belonged there. Brother Wolf ached to press close, to worship her, if only bending over wouldn't send his last meal overboard. "Gets me every time too," Isaac said, appearing beside him. He braced against the console, pitching his voice just loud enough to be heard over the engine. "Once I puke, I'm fine." Then louder he added, "But damn if I'll let strangers see the alpha of the oldie town pack lose his lunch. They might spot chunks of that pushy salesman I had for dinner." Charles grimaced. "Appetizing." Isaac laughed, slapping his shoulder. "You're all right. Malcolm's taking us to a stretch near the islands, plenty of abandoned warehouses along the shore. Fisheries went bust, left the place empty, perfect for hiding or hurting people without witnesses." He tilted his head. "You really see spirits, talk to them." "Spirits," Charles corrected. "Not Indian. Just because most people ignore them doesn't make them folklore." Isaac snorted. "Did you just call me a white-eye? Feels like something out of an old west." His grin faded. "My grandfather saw ghosts. Used to tell us kids stories in his rocking chair about the killer who haunted his childhood home, made his life hell before he could even read." "Ghosts aren't spirits," Charles said. Inside, the ones bound to him snarled, "Tell him. Make us real with your words." He swallowed hard, blaming the boat's motion. "Spirits, their nature's voice. Never human. I don't deal with ghosts." Liar. The accusation burned in his skull. One of them laughed right in his ear. "Not like your grandfather, but I've known a few who could. It's not exactly a common talent." Isaac flashed a grin, his teeth catching the pale glow of the nearly full moon overhead. "My granddad, that man was hard as nails. Probably came out of the womb ready to stare down ghosts the rest of us couldn't even see." He stretched, rolling his shoulders. "Guess I take after him." tough and reckless, Charles thought, exhaling slowly. So you're tangled up with the witch. Isaac's smile didn't waver. Sure am, she even brings me pancakes in the morning. Charles liked the kid's confidence, but he had to say it. Black witches don't make loyal partners. I get it, Isaac said, shaking out his arms. I'm a werewolf, delicate isn't in my nature, but even I've got limits. No way I'd stick around with someone who hurts animals for spells, even if she keeps it out of sight. This is just fun while it lasts, and she knows that. Anna didn't turn around, but her voice carried clearly. Women hear what men say, doesn't mean they agree. Witches don't play games, Isaac, and they don't let go of what they want. You're strong, powerful, she won't just walk away. Trying to steal my wolf, Hallie's voice cut in, smooth as silk. She'd moved without a sound, balancing effortlessly on the rocking boat, her satchel still slung over her shoulder. She held up the plastic bag like it was something precious, not a gruesome souvenir. Anna shifted, bracing one hand on the railing as she turned to face the witch, her smile warm but sharp. Just giving fair warning. Tigers are rare, and they'll rip your throat out without blinking. Hallie's irritation flickered, then faded under Anna's charm. Charles had to admire his mate's skill. She could handle anyone, even him. Isaac, though, had gone stiff, like he'd just been sucker-punched. Tigers should watch their step around wolves, Charles said, drawing Hallie's attention away. She narrowed her eyes, her posture shifting into something coiled and dangerous, more viper than big cat. You're poking your nose where it doesn't belong, she hissed, but she'd pushed too far. Brother Wolf let his gaze lock onto hers, letting her see the truth. They dealt with witches far worse than her, and they wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Hallie flinched, stepping back just as a wave rocked the boat, nearly sending her stumbling. Charles fixed her with an icy glare, his words sharp as winter wind. Do what you want, indulge whatever petty whims you please, but don't forget Isaac belongs to my family. He matters to us in ways you never will. Harm him, and I'll make sure you regret it. Hallie recoiled, baring her teeth like a cornered alley cat before ducking behind the boat's control panel, out of his reach. Isaac's golden eyes locked onto Charles, then he tilted his head, baring his neck in silent submission. Charles closed the distance in a heartbeat, teeth grazing skin before stepping back. From the stern, Beauclair observed them with unsettling stillness, and Brother Wolf bristled, itching to remind the Fae who held real power here. The moon pulsed, the voices in his skull wailed, but Charles forced himself to retreat, gripping the railing until his knuckles whitened. You just picked a fight, Isaac murmured, snapping Brother Wolf's focus back. Beauclair finally looked away, the tension dissipating like smoke. She's a black witch, Charles said, voice low. We were never allies. Right now we share a goal, that's all. If you think she's here for anything but power, you're fooling yourself. Isaac's throat worked as he turned toward the water. White witches don't last. Hallie's sister learned that the hard way, refused to turn dark, and got devoured for it. Charles exhaled through his nose. Survival's the only game she plays. Admire her cunning if you want, but don't forget, she'll sacrifice anything, anyone to stay on top. The boat's engine sputtered into silence, the night swallowing the last of its hum. Malcolm gestured to the elevated fishing platform. This'll work. Hallie hoisted her satchel and climbed, relishing the way the makeshift stage forced every eye upward. She unrolled a woven mat, no clumsy chalk circles here, just intricate sigils stitched into fabric, waterproof and ready. With ritual precision, she arranged jars and tarnished silver candlesticks, their ebony candles glinting under the moonlight. The last touch was a single tall taper at the center, its flame hungry as her ambition. The witch murmured light in a casual tone, and the candles flickered to life despite the salty ocean breeze. The flames burned steady while wind tugged at loose strands of Charles' braid. He knew it wasn't her voice that sparked the magic, just a flourish. The scent of smoke confirmed his suspicion, human blood mixed into the wax. Every witch had their own style, shaped by lineage, mentors, and personal flair. This one swayed and hummed like a seasoned performer, her melodic murmurs weaving through the air. Her magic settled over the boat like a heavy mist, and Charles had to admit Isaac was right, she was formidable. For a fleeting moment, he regretted not summoning Mora instead. Hallie didn't frighten him, but being trapped on a tiny boat with a witch who might turn on them, as Anna had bluntly reminded him, set his nerves on edge. He hated feeling powerless. We could always toss her overboard, Brother Wolf suggested, equally uneasy, or skip the theatrics and end it now. Hallie emptied a plastic bag into a small ivory toad-shaped pot, its bulging cartoon eyes staring blankly. She uncorked a vial with her teeth and dumped in cheap brandy, the kind you'd find at a gas station. Cradling the pot over the central candle, she resumed her chant. Then, with a dramatic flourish, she withdrew her hands. The pot hovered, motionless. Tilting her face toward the moonlight, she let it wash over her pale skin, her trembling hands hovering near the pot. It was all showmanship, a smokescreen for the real work. Charles almost turned away when movement snagged his attention. A shadow, denser than fog, oozed from the toad's mouth. It pooled on the deck, thickening into an inky mass between Hallie and the candles. He scanned the others, no reactions. Only Beauclair, slowly standing, seemed to notice. The shadow pulsed, alive and unseen by the rest. The music reached its crescendo, the witch's movements fluid and hypnotic, until she froze mid-step, her voice slicing through the night. Darkness. Instantly, every light on the boat flickered out. Malcolm cursed, scrambling for the control panel, flipping switches uselessly. He lunged for the ladder, probably ready to storm up and demand answers, but Charles moved faster. He shoved past Isaac, who was still fixated on the witch, and grabbed Malcolm by the shoulder, yanking him back down before he could do something reckless. "You don't interrupt a witch unless you've got a death wish," Charles muttered. Malcolm twisted free with a snarl, but the sound died in his throat when he realized who had stopped him. Then a faint glow pulsed from the fishing platform. Both men turned as the light twisted into the shape of a child, 8 years old maybe. The stench of black magic hit Charles like a wave, worse than the seasickness churning in his gut. He staggered back, only to feel Anna's icy fingers close around his. She wasn't trembling from fear, no, his Anna was furious. "Tell me this was necessary," she said, her voice razor-sharp. Charles didn't hesitate. No, the witch didn't need a ghost for a compass. This was just theatrics, cruelty wrapped in magic. "Tell me she doesn't get to keep him." "She won't," Charles promised. He might not be able to banish his own ghosts, but this one, Jacob Mott, wouldn't stay trapped. The witch's voice slithered through the air, sweet and commanding. "Jacob, I invoke thee. Jacob, I conjure thee. Jacob, I name thee. Do thou my will." The boy's silhouette glowed silver, his posture stiff with resistance. But when he lifted his head, his eyes burned red, empty, lifeless. "Where did they kill you, Jacob Mott?" the witch pressed. "Where did they spill your blood?" The ghost turned, arm outstretched, pointing southeast. Malcolm swore again. "I can't navigate in the dark, it's illegal, and I'm not getting arrested over some blood-soaked witchcraft. My magic requires darkness," the witch hissed. Beauclair stood, brushing his fingers against the railing. The lights flared back to life. "Your magic is darkness," the Fae countered, his voice like steel. The witch's glare could have melted glass. "The rest is just showmanship," the witch muttered, brushing off his comment. She placed her hands on the boy's shoulders, her touch lingering in a way that felt anything but comforting. "Thanks," Isaac said to the Fae, his voice steady. Malcolm, jaw clenched from standing so close to the dark magic tainting the air, adjusted the wheel of the Daciana. Once the boat aligned with the direction the boy pointed, Isaac gave a nod. "That's it," he said, and the vessel steadied. Malcolm quickly checked his charts before raising his voice over the engine's roar. "Looks like we're heading toward Long, George's, or Gallup's Island." Isaac turned to the group. "Malcolm's been running charters for 35 years, knows these waters better than anyone. Could be any of them," Malcolm mused. "George's is packed during the day, not ideal for hiding prisoners." Leslie leaned in. "What about Long Island? You can drive there, right?" "Yeah," Malcolm said, rubbing his chin. "Long's got the public health facilities, but plenty of abandoned spots too. Old hospital tunnels, empty buildings, Fort Strong crumbling into the sea. The old Alpha used to organize hunts out there. Gallup's is another option. Rabbits overrunning the place, old military ruins full of asbestos. No one's been out there in years." "Our guy knows the area too well," Anna observed. Goldstein, who had moved closer to examine the eerie glow of their ghostly guide, nodded. "Always does hunts like a local, not a visitor." He frowned at the boy. "Is that really a ghost?" All eyes turned to Charles. The witch smirked, but he ignored her. "Not his soul," he said firmly. "That's gone, she couldn't touch that." He believed it, even as the whispers of his own ghosts taunted him. "You ruined us," they hissed. "You took everything." He pushed them aside. "A ghost is just fragments, echoes left behind." Leslie Fisher's grip tightened on her gun as she studied the figure in front of them. "That's not really the boy, is it?" Her voice was ice. If Charles had said yes, Hallie wouldn't have stood a chance. "No," he replied. "More like a jacket he outgrew and left behind." The eerie red glow in the boy's eyes had to be the witch's doing. Leslie's sharp glare could have made her own kids flinch, but after a tense moment, she just nodded and moved to the stern, choosing a seat beside Beauclair rather than the ones facing backward. Smart move, nobody wanted their back to a witch. Malcolm squinted into the dark. "We're not headed to Long Island or George's Bank, either Gallup's Island or somewhere along the shore." The witch tilted her face up, inhaling the salt air like it was perfume. "Oh, it's not the coast," she purred. "Can't you feel it? It's magnificent. Amateurs leaving such a feast untouched." Her grin was chilling, sweet, almost girlish, but it widened at the thought of Jacob Mott's death and all the others before him. Hallie leaned toward Charles. "Shame so many witches fear the ocean," she mused. "We'd have found this place sooner. They've been using it for more than just this season." Charles remembered the hunter's last 2 strikes in Boston. Malcolm adjusted the wheel. If it were spring, gallops would be harder to reach, but some docks are still intact. I'll take us in. Charles locked eyes with the witch. We know where we're going. Let the boy go, she smirked. I thought he was just memories, a worn-out jacket tossed aside when Jacob died. In one fluid motion, Charles vaulted onto the railing, balancing effortlessly as the boat rocked beneath him. Brother Wolf surged forward, power crackling in his voice. Let him go. The command hit her like a shockwave. She released the ghost before she could stop herself. Fury twisted her face as magic coiled around her fingers. Don't, Charles warned, stepping down beside her. You won't like how this ends. He snatched up the little frog-shaped pot. Dark magic slithered toward his skin but recoiled from Brother Wolf's presence. The ties to Jacob were gone, good riddance. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the pot overboard, spinning it midair so its contents scattered into the waves. The witch shrieked, hurling a spell that splashed harmlessly off him. Charles just shook his head. Try harder next time. You honestly believe some slapdash enchantment could take me down after all these years? It wasn't deception, just a pointed question. If she misinterpreted it, that wasn't on him. Half his notoriety thrived on whispered legends, though luck and layered defenses played their part. Being a werewolf offered natural armor, but true safety came from convincing others magical assaults were futile. With effortless grace, Charles vaulted the railing onto the deck below, settling onto a bench near the prow. Anna immediately curled into his lap, her lips brushing his stubbled jaw. The spirit's hunger pulsed through him. Closer, they hissed. Let us taste her warmth. Brother Wolf's possessive growl cut through their whispers, his arms locking around Anna as she nestled against him, both of them bathed in the moon's silver hymn. The moment the boat nudged the dock, Charles sprang forward, rope in hand. The planks felt solid beneath his boots as he secured the line to a gleaming cleat. Park Service keeps it maintained for their patrols, Malcolm explained before anyone could ask. Charles shot a glance at the agents. Stay close. Malcolm, you're on bodyguard duty. Leslie opened her mouth to protest, but Goldstein intervened. They've got night vision, we don't. If this is a crime scene, we're the weak links. Her hand drifted to her holstered Glock, performing a quick ammo check. Flashlights will wreck our night sight, Charles warned, but don't trip over your pride. Witches and fae have their tricks, Beauclair gave a curt nod. So pace yourselves, Leslie frowned. Then why'd Malcolm insist on lights to navigate earlier? Because I don't gamble with broken equipment, the captain retorted. Her hex fried my nav systems. These waters'll swallow you whole if you miss the channels. Hallie's laugh sliced through the tension. Are we sightseeing or hunting? Isaac nudged her forward, her alabaster skin glowing like a beacon as they vanished into the trees. The FBI team moved cautiously through the dense foliage, with Malcolm keeping close behind the witch they were tracking. Charles and Anna brought up the rear, scanning their surroundings as they advanced. Unlike the manicured grounds of Castle Island, Gallup's Island had surrendered to nature, vines snaking across broken pavement, wild bushes choking what had once been orderly pathways. The air smelled of damp earth and salt, thick with the hum of insects. They trudged uphill, following the witch's lead. From the boat, Charles had noted the island's shape, long and narrow, barely 40 acres. If the witch was telling the truth about sensing the dark energy, they'd find Jacob's death site soon enough. Anna gestured toward the crumbling remains of a house, its foundation barely visible beneath overgrown rose bushes gone feral. Charles spotted poison ivy creeping along the path and a pair of bold rabbits watching them with idle curiosity. Not exactly thrilling prey for a hunt. The whole place reeked of black magic. Without the witch, he'd have wasted hours combing the island blindly. Amateurs left traces like this, sloppy, dangerous. The residual power here was worse than toxic waste. People would catch colds and never recover. A simple scratch could turn fatal. The despair clinging to the air could drive someone to suicide. And worse, it was a beacon for things lurking in the ocean, things that might crawl ashore if the call was strong enough. Caitlin had named the killer's signature, Sally Riley. Charles had never met her, but Bran had gone to one of her public stunts years ago and returned grim. Back then, Charles had dug into her past, interviewing her father, old friends, fellow witches. Sally wasn't some fraud. She was skilled, dangerous. She cut ties with her family, then stoked fear, maybe hoping to spark another witch hunt while shielding herself with wealth. For a while, she'd pushed witchcraft into the spotlight, then pivoted to selling her talents to the rich. Bran had wanted her stopped, and then suddenly she'd gone quiet. Too quiet. She vanished completely in the early 90s, and he'd assumed she'd simply retired, until Caitlin, the witch, insisted Sally Riley was dead. Knowing Sally, she might played them for fools, crafting a sloppy spell with deliberate mistakes while charging them a fortune, laughing at their ignorance. But had they turned on her, the timing fit. If they'd paid for dark magic to feed on their victims, they wouldn't have left a witness alive. Serial killers who evaded capture this long weren't careless. Charles rested his hand on Anna's back, her sweater and jacket thin barriers against his touch. Brother Wolf snarled inside him, demanding they leave this cursed island far behind, away from hunters who left no trace. But Charles knew better. Wrapping Anna in safety would suffocate the woman who'd once defended him with a rolling pin, the fearless spirit he loved. Then why keep your ghosts from her? Brother Wolf pressed. Because I'm afraid, Charles admitted, a truth he'd never voice aloud. After centuries, Anna had taught him real courage, not indifference, but the terror of losing something precious. Losing her. Beauclair's warning echoed in his bones. Creatures like them shouldn't love. For Anna, he'd burn the world down. Anna sensed Charles behind her, his silence steady despite the unnatural tension coiling in the air. The other's footsteps crunched ahead, but the wrongness prickled her skin like eyes in the shadows. Something intelligent lurked here, something that knew how to hide. She bit back the urge to reach for Charles. Would he even let her now? Earlier, he'd nearly flinched when she'd sat close. Maybe Bran was right. Maybe she was the problem. The thought twisted in her chest, sharp as the island's poisoned breeze. Charles had lived through decades, his life a tapestry of battles and wisdom. Next to him, Anna felt like an inexperienced girl. His wolf had claimed her without hesitation, without even asking Charles what he thought. Maybe he would have picked someone more seasoned, someone striking and sharp-witted who, Anna. Charles stepped in front of her, halting her steps. His fingers brushed the dampness on her cheeks. What's wrong? His voice was steady, but his body tensed. Call on your wolf. I'm not enough, she choked out. You deserve someone who can stand beside you, not someone who gets sent away because she can't handle the darkness you face. If I weren't an Omega, if I were strong like Sage, maybe then I could be what you need. His grip tightened slightly. There is no one stronger, he said, his voice rough. This isn't about you, it's the black magic poisoning everything. Call your wolf. You don't want me, she whispered, the words tasting bitter. She knew it was true. He'd say the right things because he was kind, but the truth was in the way he shielded her from the worst of it, shutting her out like she was too fragile to bear it. I love you, he insisted, but she knew better. He was ancient, cunning, he could spin lies so convincing even she might believe them. Before she could pull away, he had her pinned against a tree, his body pressing into hers, chasing away the cold that had settled in her bones. He didn't move, didn't speak, just waited, watching her with the patience of a predator. When she finally met his gaze, his voice dropped to a growl. You're not leaving me. It was a command, and she hated commands. Being an Omega meant she didn't have to obey anyone, but it also meant she'd never be the kind of mate a dominant wolf like him truly needed. You need someone who can fight beside you, she argued, her voice cracking. Someone who doesn't need protecting. Someone who can handle the things you won't even tell me. Tears burned, but she refused to let them fall. Crying was useless, a vulnerability she couldn't afford. She twisted in his grip, desperate for space. Let me go. His arms didn't budge. No, I need. His lips crashed into hers, fierce and demanding, igniting a fire that spread through her body as his warmth enveloped her. Me, Charles growled, his voice rough like gravel dragged from the depths of the earth, his eyes burning gold. You need me. His mouth claimed hers again, his hands tracing a path from her jaw down to her shoulders, fingers pressing into her skin. His hips rocked forward, the heat between them undeniable, and she gasped as his body pinned her in place. A low laugh rumbled in his chest, dark and possessive, and she bared her teeth in response, wolf challenging wolf. There you are, he murmured, breath hot against her lips. You gonna let me do all the work, too many words. She silenced him by hooking a leg around his waist, adjusting until the angle was just right, then sinking her teeth into the curve of his collarbone. He hissed, his grip tightening, but she didn't linger, just long enough to remind him who was in control. Her tongue flicked over the mark, soothing the sting as the wound knit itself shut beneath her touch. Then she struck again, this time grazing the sensitive tendon in his neck, and his sharp inhale had nothing to do with pain. She rocked against him, the friction maddening through the denim, breathing in the intoxicating scent of him, wilderness and musk, salt and something darkly sweet. Anna, he choked out, fingers tangling in her hair. Isaac Malcolm, hell, even that damn Fae can probably hear us. She answered with another bite, just enough pressure to make her point. She wasn't stopping. His groan was half protest, half surrender, and then she was shoving him backward onto the damp earth, fingers working the button of his jeans. The moment she had him in her hands, the urgency eased, just a little, because he was just as desperate as she was. His skin was smooth, warm, yielding beneath her touch, and she took her time, savoring the taste of salt in him. Every hitch of his breath, every twitch of his body, usually so controlled, sent a thrill through her. She claimed him, slow and deliberate, until his fingers caught her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I'm yours, he rasped. Then in one swift motion he flipped her beneath him, stripping away the last barriers between them. "And you," he murmured, sliding home, "are mine." Anna shut her eyes, savoring the lingering heat between them. The way his touch left her breathless. His grip tightened on her waist, and she let instinct take over. No more thoughts, just motion. Afterward, she lay sprawled across Charles, her chest rising and falling as the world slowly came back into focus. A flush crept up her neck as reality sank in. "Tell me we didn't just do that," she whispered, mortified, with everyone nearby, while some unseen threat could have been watching. Her voice hitched on the last word. Beneath her, Charles chuckled, the vibration sending her bouncing slightly. He looked utterly content, like a cat stretched out in a sunbeam. "I was just trying to wake up your wolf," he said, his grin fading. "To shake off that magic messing with your head." His fingers traced her spine. "Making you question me." She buried her face against his shoulder, but there was no escaping the truth. A laugh bubbled up despite herself. "Well, no hiding now. Might as well own it." Pushing upright, she inhaled deeply, pine, salt, sweat, and him. No trace of the earlier unease. "It's gone," she said. Charles frowned, testing the air himself. "From here at least, not the whole island." His gaze met hers, amused. "We should probably get presentable. They're waiting." Anna scrambled into her clothes while Charles tossed her his shirt to wipe off the worst of the dirt. He was already buttoned up by the time she wrestled her second shoe on. She caught him pressing the fabric against an old oak, murmuring words she rarely heard, his mother's language, bittersweet on his tongue. The earth swallowed the shirt hole. "Didn't want to risk leaving it," he explained, dusting his hands. "Not with a witch in our group." Isaac's voice cut through the trees. "You two finished yet?" Charles gave her a sideways glance and called back. "Guess that's why they call you the 5-minute miracle." Anna blinked, her mouth falling open in disbelief. "Did you seriously just say that?" She hesitated, then smirked. "Oh, Samuel is definitely hearing about this." Charles just grinned, pressed a soft kiss to her lips, and murmured, "He won't believe a word of it." Then he laced his fingers through hers and tugged her forward, following the others. As they picked their way over cracked pavement and tangled undergrowth, Anna couldn't shake the memory of what had just happened. It was her fault. Charles had only been trying to snap her out of the black magic's grip. She winced at how far she'd let herself spiral. Words hadn't worked, so he'd kissed her, and sure enough, her wolf had surged up, shaking off the dark influence. But then she had taken it further, ignoring his warning about their audience. Stupid, reckless, especially when danger could be lurking anywhere. "Anna," Charles cut in, "quit beating yourself up." "That was so irresponsible," she muttered, avoiding his gaze. "My bad, we could have been ambushed. Might as well have live-streamed it for the whole world." She groaned, "And now we have to go explain ourselves to everyone who heard us." He stopped short, his grip tightening just enough to startle her. Charles was never rough without reason. "If you really think it was just reckless and your fault," he said, voice low, "then you missed the point." His mouth crashed into hers, fierce and possessive, his body pressing close. He smelled like safety, like home. She knew she should pull away. They didn't have time for this. But she craved him, not just the heat between them, but the quiet comfort of his touch, the certainty that she belonged there. She kissed him back just as fiercely, breathless when he finally broke away. "Tonight," he said, voice rough, "we talk. I figured something out. That my wolf has zero shame," she grumbled, still clinging to him. He huffed a laugh, barely a sound, but she knew amusement when she heard it. She'd practically tackled him mid-hunt with an audience full of werewolves and Beauclair, who had better things to do than eavesdrop on them. And now, all she wanted was to pick up where they'd left off. "No avoiding it," she sighed. "Time to go own up." Charles squeezed her hand. "Shame doesn't get you anywhere." There was a brief, almost awkward silence as he glanced at her, then quickly looked away. "Brother Wolf enjoyed marking you as his in front of the others. No confusion about who you belong to. As for me." He hesitated, then admitted, "I don't like that it embarrassed you, but I can't say I disagree with him." Anna blinked in disbelief. If anyone valued privacy more than her husband, she'd yet to meet them. Before she could respond, Charles flashed a sharp grin and raised his voice. "Isaac, go ahead, we'll catch up." "Sure thing, boss," Isaac called back. Charles turned to Anna, his tone quieter but firm. "We'll follow close. If trouble starts, we'll be right there, but if we wait until they're distracted, they won't pay us much attention." He didn't need to add that no one would dare challenge him. "Thanks," Anna murmured, unsure what else to say. His hand settled on her shoulder as they walked, his touch lingering in a way it hadn't for months. He kept contact the whole way, her arm, her back, her waist, as if reassuring himself she was still there. Charles had tried to reach her through their bond, to summon her wolf and break the dark magic, but something had gone wrong. Brother Wolf had spiraled into panic, convinced Charles had broken their connection. Then Anna had threatened to leave, and suddenly Charles was just as terrified. If she hadn't let them reclaim her, things could have turned messy, like facing down a grizzly with no backup. because neither he nor Brother Wolf was willing to let her walk away. The realization had been oddly freeing. He was selfish, he decided, and for the first time in ages, the thought didn't weigh him down. He nudged her gently around a dip in the trail, his hand resting on her hip. She'd probably seen it, but he liked these small moments, proof he could still protect her. He'd pay any price to keep her safe, any price except losing her. When they got back, he'd tell her about the ghosts, the ones threatening everything he loved unless he found a way to free them. It was a gamble, but keeping secrets had already hurt their bond. That was a risk he couldn't take again. Together, they'd fix what he'd broken, or he'd call his father. This trip had given him something unexpected: clarity. The relentless weight of duty had consumed him since the werewolves went public. Honor, responsibility, survival. He'd lost sight of what mattered. But now, faced with a choice, he knew he wouldn't sacrifice Anna for his father or for any of them. If love meant walking away from his role as the pack's enforcer, so be it. His father wouldn't be happy, but Charles was done living for anyone else's expectations. Isaac refused to let Anna slip away, even if protecting her meant facing the entire human race. The resolve settled over him with an unexpected calm, though he couldn't ignore the selfishness lurking beneath it. "Over here," Isaac shouted. Charles broke into a jog, Anna keeping pace beside him, exactly where she was meant to be. The meeting spot had once been a small property with a modest structure, maybe 10 by 15 feet, now reduced to crumbling granite foundation blocks. The rusted eye-bolt embedded in the stone might have been original, but the gleaming chain and cuffs were unmistakably recent. Beauclair stood motionless in the center, murmuring under his breath. Charles suspected magic at work, but the lingering stench of blood rituals made it impossible to discern. Nearby, Malcolm shadowed the FBI agents as they swept flashlights across the ground. "We need daylight and a full forensic team," Goldstein muttered, frustration sharp in his tone. "Walking around in the dark is just contaminating evidence." Leslie shot a wary glance at Malcolm before sidling closer to Goldstein. "Good luck convincing Beauclair to leave without his kid," she muttered. Charles studied Malcolm, then barked, "Malcolm." The bearded werewolf jerked his head up. "You were supposed to keep an eye on them." Isaac, who'd been whispering with his witch, turned at the sound of his name. "Malcolm," he asked, too softly. The other wolf exhaled and took a deliberate step back, his posture shifting from predatory to protective. The humans might not have noticed the change consciously, but their instincts did. Leslie's shoulders loosened, and she stopped tapping her thigh nervously. Isaac left the witch crouched by the chains, her fingers tracing crimson sigils in the air. "Hallie says this place was used for ritual killings, dozens over years," he told Charles. "She'll bring her team to cleanse it after the cops finish. Right now, she's containing what she can. The last thing we need is a bunch of trigger-happy humans stumbling through dark magic residue." Charles nodded. "One less problem. Any sign of Lizzie?" "Not here. No living souls except us and a few rabbits. No tracks leading in or out, either, just our scents." "Maybe shifting to wolf form would give me an edge," he muttered. "We'll all transform to search for the girl, except Malcolm if he can manage it," Charles said. "I can manage just fine," Malcolm grumbled, clearly annoyed at being sidelined. Charles softened his tone. "We need you ready to get us back to the mainland fast once we find Lizzie. She'll need medical help immediately. This isn't just about standing guard." Beauclair abruptly stopped his spellwork, his voice sharp. "You really think she's here?" "Do you have proof? Can you sense her?" Charles gestured toward the stone. "This is where they've disposed of their victims. You think they'd keep them anywhere else but this isolated, quarantined island while they're still alive?" The Fae's expression turned desperate. "Then how do we find her? If she were here, my magic would detect her. But it's been silent from the start." His voice dropped, raw with fear. "I thought that meant she was gone." The witch barely glanced up from her work on the granite. "Fae magic isn't foolproof. Irish and German witches have spent centuries crafting spells to counter it. Caitlin mentioned this guy learned his runes from an Irish witch. I know a few tricks myself, some stronger than others." Beauclair's face tightened with fragile hope. "Yes," he murmured. "Yes, there are ways." Isaac and Anna began stripping down to shift. Charles instinctively stepped between them, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Brother Wolf was restless tonight, protective. He didn't bother removing his jeans before starting the change. His muscles already ached from shifting too much today. This transformation was slower, more painful, leaving a deep throb in his bones. He'd pay for it later, but for now he pushed through. By the time he shook off the lingering cramps, Isaac had finished shifting, a golden-furred wolf that reminded Charles of Lay. Anna was still mid-change. Leaving the others to recover, Charles prowled the clearing's edge, nose to the ground. Nothing. Not even the usual sense of small prey. Beauclair shadowed him, fingers brushing the hilt of a long knife Charles didn't recall seeing earlier. Then Anna's sharp yips cut through the silence. He took his time circling her spot, sniffing again, still nothing. She whined, impatient, and he tried once more. Frustration simmering beneath his fur the second time Charles raised his head, Anna let out an excited yip and began tracking something invisible to his senses. His frustration mounted. Not only could he not detect whatever she had found, but if their bond hadn't been strained, she could have simply told him. With Isaac and Beauclair trailing behind, he followed her, his irritation slowing his realization. Then it hit him. There was no scent at all, just a void, as if something had erased all traces of its passing. His mate was sharp. He pressed his nose to hers in silent acknowledgement, and she grinned, tongue lolling between her teeth. "Hold on," the witch interrupted. Charles paused, turning toward her. "Isaac mentioned you won't be able to see or hear the fae you're hunting." Charles shot Isaac a glare. That information had been shared in confidence, not for casual disclosure. The Alpha should have known better. "Easy," the witch said, raising a hand. "Isaac only told me because I'm risking my neck being here, and I don't gossip. This fae's been feeding on the dead's essence, something I figured out myself after talking to Caitlin about their magic. Sympathetic magic, like calls to like. I can give one of you the power to sense it, but only one." When Isaac moved forward, Charles flattened his ears in warning. If there was danger, he'd face it. He approached the witch, bracing for some elaborate ritual. Instead, she leaned down and blew sharply into his face. The sensation was instant agony, like being swarmed by hornets or skidding across gravel at high speed. Worse was the thick, greasy residue coating his fur, reeking of decay. Brother Wolf recoiled, ears pinned, while Isaac let out a concerned whine. Inside him, the trapped spirits wailed and cackled, until Anna pressed against him, her Omega presence washing over him like cool water, steadying his mind. The witch stepped back, brushing off her hands. "Sorry, didn't realize it'd hit you that hard. It'll last till dawn, so stay alert, you might only get one warning." Still uneasy but in control, Charles dipped his head in thanks. The filth clung to him, making him crave a plunge into icy waves to scrub it away. But for now, he had a hunt to finish. Hallie had given him instructions, not because she was bossy, but because Isaac never bothered to teach her the right way. If her spell worked like she claimed, it might give them an edge against the fae. That alone made him willing to overlook a lot. Standing there, the witch seemed fearless, yet painfully human, breakable in ways he understood too well. She hadn't chosen to be a witch any more than he'd chosen the wolf inside him. Both of them were marked by what they were. Isaac wasn't wrong. Most white witches didn't survive long, hunted down by their darker kin. But Hallie had done what she could, and he wouldn't forget that. The wolves and the fae left the others in the clearing, trusting Malcolm and the witch to keep them safe. Charles hung back, letting the others lead. The spell had dulled his senses, making tracking harder than usual. They moved slow, noses to the ground, searching for nothing instead of something, which was trickier than it sounded. Isaac caught on quick, his nose sharper than Anna's, but even he took a wrong turn once before she corrected him. Eventually they found it, a door rough and uneven, set into the hillside like an afterthought. Charles sprinted up to check the cement roof, barely big enough to crawl through. Backup exit maybe, but the door was the better option. When he circled back, he studied the hinges, new, but the door itself looked second-hand. A steel bolt lock held it shut, not as deadly to fae as iron, but still enough to slow them down. Beauclair had the same idea. He crouched in the brush, muttering over a chunk of rock until it pulsed with sickly green light. Then he hurled it. The impact wasn't just loud, it was explosive, shattering the stone into dust and leaving the door dented, the lock in pieces. The knob, aluminum and harmless, turned easily in his grip. Inside, the darkness was absolute, deeper than the small roof suggested. The space echoed, vast and hollow. Someone had dug deep. Fresh air meant another way in or out, but Charles wasn't taking chances. His nose might be compromised, and he wasn't about to walk blind into a trap. Beauclair solved that problem with a flick of his wrist, tossing a glowing orb into the blackness. Light flared, revealing what waited for them. The glowing orb halted just above the dirt floor, casting eerie light across what appeared to be the remains of an old military basement, common on Boston's harbor islands, where abandoned forts and barracks dotted the landscape. "Who's there?" came a faint, drunken whisper from the empty space ahead. The voice was so quiet, only supernatural hearing could have caught it. Beauclair stiffened instantly. "Lizzie." He roared, scanning the barren room, his light flickering over broken pipes and crumbled stone. No doors, no furniture, just decay. "Papa," the reply was weak, trembling. Isaac, prowling the shadows, gave a low cough near a collapsed pile of timber and rusted metal. What Charles had mistaken for debris was actually a crumbling staircase, its railing long gone. Without hesitation, Beauclair plunged down the steps, his light bobbing ahead. Smart move, Charles thought dryly, charging into a dark pit like some overeager hero. but he couldn't blame the man. If it were his own family, he'd have done the same. The lower room stretched out, half the size of the one above, its doorway sagging where a support beam had given way. Beauclair hesitated at the base of the stairs. Lizzie had gone silent. Then, slower now, he advanced. Charles hung back, eyes narrowing. A flicker of gold sparks danced near the ceiling, shifting like fireflies. "Pay attention," the witch's warning echoed. The pattern wasn't random. It traced something massive, something pressed against the corner. The ceiling was 10 feet high, and whatever lurked there filled a third of the space. No details, just presence. 2 legs or 4, Charles gritted his teeth. Some intel would have been nice. Charles tensed, calculating the size of their unseen opponent. If it could brush the ceiling, it had to be massive, almost the size of a bull moose. Anna froze beside him, senses sharp. He nudged her shoulder with his muzzle, steering her toward Beauclair, who was already moving ahead. She hesitated, confused, but when he flicked his ears toward the Fae, she took off after him. Better to let Beauclair handle this. Anna wasn't ready for a fight against something she couldn't even see. Isaac lingered at the base of the stairs, picking up on the tension. Charles kept his focus on the shimmering disturbance in the air, tracking the faint sparks that betrayed the creature's movements. As Anna and Beauclair slipped past, the thing shifted, its upper body twisting in a dizzying swirl of energy. It must be finally noticed the 2 werewolves staring right at it. The invisible beast lowered its head, shaking it like an annoyed moose, clearly sizing them up. Charles edged forward, positioning himself between Isaac and the threat. Isaac didn't need words. He dropped into a crouch and slid sideways, putting distance between them. 2 targets, 2 angles of attack. Then came the crash from the hallway, followed by ragged sobs. The Fae whipped its head toward the sound, just as Anna reappeared in the doorway. It lunged, but Charles was faster. He went for the legs, aiming where tendons should be. His teeth sank deep, and he twisted mid-strike, ripping sideways like a wolf bringing down prey. The creature shrieked, a sound like a stallion's scream tangled with an elk's bugle, and the air in the basement surged like a storm rolling in off the ocean. Charles held on, claws raking upward, searching for something vital. The fight had just gotten real. A brutal impact slammed into Charles's shoulder like a sledgehammer. Isaac lunged into the fight, aiming higher than Charles had, maybe trying to topple the creature. The Fae beast staggered under Charles's grip, but stayed upright as Isaac's teeth found purchase. The sharp jerk of Isaac's head meant he'd torn into muscle, not bone. He clung like a wildcat, front claws digging deep while his hind legs raked viciously. Charles braced his back legs against the concrete, shifting his weight, searching for a weak spot. The thick bone in his jaws wouldn't break, and he needed this thing down before it reached Anna. Then the Horned Lord roared, ripped Isaac free, and hurled him across the room into the wall. The sheer force sent a clear message. This thing had hands, and it was stronger than any werewolf. With Isaac out of the way, it turned on Charles, landing 2 clumsy blows before lifting the leg he clung to. Another strike to his shoulder jarred his grip loose. Before he could react, the creature kicked him backward, slamming him into the wall. The impact drove the air from his lungs, leaving him stunned on the ground. Suddenly, a dark blur shot over him, Anna, moving like a storm. No fancy moves, just pure speed. She darted in and out, slashing whenever she got close, keeping the creature off balance. Charles forced himself up, vision swimming, and lunged again. Instinct took over, brother wolves' drive to protect their mate. This time, luck was on his side. His fangs sank into something softer, claws locking deep. Then Beauclair was there, cold and terrifyingly beautiful, taller than Charles remembered. He fought with a blade in one hand and magic in the other, striking with lethal precision. Whatever spell he cast made the Horned Lord shudder violently beneath Charles's grip. The fight shifted, no longer about winning, just escaping. The creature let out an ear-splitting scream and threw itself to the ground, rolling like it was burning. Charles held on through 2 violent twists before losing his grip on the third. Beauclair, unarmed and vulnerable, collapsed onto the ground after the initial struggle. As the attackers retreated, the creature bolted for the staircase, and for the first time, Charles saw it clearly. The invisibility masking it had faded, revealing massive antlers that shimmered with an eerie, pale glow. At first glance, they resembled a caribou's, but the shifting light revealed something far older, a spectral stag, its silver fur brightening as it staggered forward. Its legs were slender, almost fragile, yet it moved with an unsettling grace. The black stains on its coat vanished before his eyes, absorbed into its ghostly hide. This wasn't just any deer, it towered over even the largest moose, a phantom of the wild. Brother Wolf snarled, urging him to hunt it down. The beast was wounded, but it was healing fast, too fast. Chasing it alone, especially with a dislocated shoulder, would be suicide. The thing had already overpowered 3 werewolves and a Fey warrior. Was it the creature's own strength or some borrowed magic? Either way, Charles wasn't risking it. Anna needed him. Brother Wolf growled in frustration, but even he had to admit the truth. This fight wasn't over, but it wasn't theirs to finish tonight. Stag faltered at the top of the stairs, its injured leg buckling before it vanished into the dark. Charles turned his attention to the others. Isaac was groggy but alive, propped up like a dazed statue. Beauclair struggled to his knees, his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, and Anna, she was beside Lizzie, murmuring soft, wordless comfort. The girl was a wreck. The photos in her room had shown a radiant athlete, but now her skin was marred with wounds, sigils, and a creeping black mist of dark magic. Her knee was shattered deliberately. Had she fought back harder than they'd expected? The thought sent a cold ripple of anger through him. They'd pay for this. Her feet were torn and raw, like she'd fought her way free and sprinted barefoot across jagged rocks. Escape would have been impossible unless she could summon the merfolk, and Charles knew that wasn't happening. Those creatures were either coldly indifferent or outright hostile, even to their own. Lizzie couldn't walk. Someone had to carry her, and as Charles scanned the group, he realized it fell to him. Her father's wrist was shattered. Anna was still too inexperienced to shift back so soon after transforming, and Isaac was barely coherent. He and Anna had been turned around the same time, just a couple years back. So Charles gritted his teeth and forced one more shift. The pain was brutal. He'd forgotten how much worse it was when something was already wrong. Age meant his body would heal almost anything, unless it was silver, but the process was like scrubbing a wound with salt water. Effective, agonizing. He didn't scream, didn't even whimper, not with Lizzie clinging to Anna like a scared kid hugging a teddy bear. Sweat slicked his skin before his body had fully reshaped, and when it was over, he knelt on the grimy concrete, dressed in a sweat-drenched red tee and jeans. The old-school buttonfly almost made him laugh, despite everything. Standing took effort, his hands trembling. At least his shoulder had been just dislocated, now it was only sore. A week of sleep wouldn't be enough after this, but first they had to move. The Horned Lord wouldn't stay gone forever. Leaving Lizzie with Anna, he crouched in front of Isaac. "Hey, you with me?" the wolf panted, dazed. Charles' voice sharpened, alpha to subordinate. "I'm checking you for injuries. You won't like it. Growl if you need to. Bite me and we'll have problems." Isaac snarled through the exam, but the worst of the damage had already healed, just bruises and a pounding headache left. Protein was protein, but Charles hoped Malcolm's bait stash had more than squid and worms. Beauclair had dragged himself over to Lizzie by then, swaying but upright. Time to move. He settled onto the rocky ground just a few feet from her, his fingers brushing lightly through her tangled hair. She recoiled at his touch, so he began singing softly in Welsh, a lilting melody about white lilies by the shore and a lost love. His voice wasn't the grand, commanding tone Charles might have expected from a high-ranking fae, especially one who'd fought so fiercely earlier. Instead, it was warm and steady, though strained with emotion. The song choice struck Charles as odd, simple, almost sentimental, not the kind of layered ballad he usually preferred. As Charles moved closer, Beauclair didn't pause his singing, but the shift in the air was unmistakable. It was like standing too close to a coiled snake, sensing the tension before the strike. "Beside the sea, huh," Charles murmured, watching the fae's posture tighten. Beauclair's gaze snapped up, confirming Charles' suspicion. He was ready to fight for his daughter, injuries be damned. Bruised and battered, he still held a razor-sharp blade in his good hand, his knuckles white around the hilt. Charles countered with a few lines of the same song, and something in Beauclair's stance eased just a fraction. "We're on the same side," Charles reminded him. "Let's get everyone to the boat. Isaac's which might be able to help your daughter before that dark magic takes hold. And your wrist, it's a mess." Beauclair exhaled sharply, the knife vanishing as if it had never been there. Magic or sleight of hand? Charles wondered. The fae nodded, then winced. "Right," he muttered, voice rough. "We need to move before the Horned Lord returns. I can't carry her like this." "I can," Charles offered, though he knew pushing too hard might backfire. Beauclair wasn't a wolf to be dominated. He was a wounded predator, unpredictable. "Her knee's bad," Beauclair admitted. "It'll hurt no matter what we do, but the island's small, we won't be out here long." A tired smirk flickered across Beauclair's face. "First, we have to make it up those stairs." Charles almost agreed when Brother Wolf's instincts cut in. "The white stag's already gone," he said. Beauclair went still. "You saw it as a stag. When we fought, it wasn't in that form," Charles replied. He'd had time to piece it together. The creature had shifted, slipped away. And that made it all the more dangerous. Charles recognized the shape he'd touched, something vaguely human, but with legs like a moose's powerful hindquarters. But then it bolted up the stairs and shifted into a stag, right as its invisibility faded. Beauclair shook his head. "It didn't fade. He chose to drop the glamour. Why didn't you go after him?" Charles gestured at the wreckage around them. I wasn't exactly in fighting shape. Even with backup, that thing might have been too much for us if it hadn't run, and I wasn't about to leave you bleeding out here." Anna let out a sharp laugh. She knew him too well, knew exactly who he'd never abandon. Beauclair dipped his head with a faint smile. "I should have expected Bran's son wouldn't be fooled by magic, not even the white stag's lure. If you'd chased it, you'd have kept running until your legs gave out or your heart gave in." Charles met his gaze. "Appreciate the heads up," Beauclair chuckled. "No one stands a chance against the white stag, Charles. Knowing what he is makes the hunt even deadlier. 2 weeks ago, I could have walked right past him, but now, after what he's done. If I saw him tonight, I'd chase him to the end of the world, or until one of us stopped breathing." Charles arched a brow. Thought the Fae were immortal, at least the ones who call themselves power incarnate. Before Beauclair could reply, a shuffling noise came from above. "Isaac," Malcolm's voice echoed down. "Down here," Charles called, though Brother Wolf bristled at the intrusion. They were supposed to stay put. The rescue party, Malcolm, the witch, and the FBI agents barreled in like a small army, bringing more commotion than 4 people should have been capable of. Goldstein and Leslie Fisher took charge, and Charles, exhausted and aching, didn't argue. Leslie shrugged off her knee-length raincoat, helping Beauclair drape it around his daughter. Meanwhile, the witch rummaged through her bag, muttering curses under her breath. Finally, she pulled out a ziploc of salt. "Off," she ordered, yanking the coat and Beauclair's shirt away from Lizzie. She dusted the girl head to toe in salt, harsh, but it worked. The dark magic dissolved, though the salt seared Lizzie's open wounds. She whimpered, too drugged to protest much. The sharp scent of ketamine and something bitter clung to her. Hallie shrugged. Could have tossed her in the ocean, but the cold wouldn't help. Leave the salt on, half an hour should do it. Longer won't hurt, might even keep infection at bay. They rewrapped Lizzie, and Charles lifted her, her body stiffening in protest even through the haze of whatever they'd pumped into her veins. Lizzie had only been in their clutches for a little over 24 hours, but the trauma of what they'd done to her left deep scars. The last thing she wanted was to be near any men right now. But Anna was stuck in her wolf form, and while Leslie was strong, she couldn't carry Lizzie all the way back to the boat alone. Charles began humming a familiar tune, the same one Lizzie's father used to sing. Beauclair and Malcolm added their voices, the melody wrapping around them like a lifeline. Goldstein tore a strip from his shirt to fashion a makeshift splint for Beauclair's wrist, then braced the Fae's weight against his shoulder as they climbed, taking on the role of his unexpected caretaker. Beauclair gave Charles a faint, knowing glance but didn't protest the help, maybe leaning into it a little more than necessary. Isaac winced with every step, his breath ragged, but he pushed forward, Malcolm keeping pace beside him. Charles watched them carefully. Wounded alphas could make even loyal wolves unpredictable. Normally, his presence kept things in check, but caution never hurt. Malcolm, though, seemed genuinely worried about his leader. Anna moved in wide arcs around the group, ears pricked for danger, while Leslie kept her gun drawn at the rear. Hallie led the way, indifferent to the rest of them. They were a ragged bunch, bruised, exhausted, but alive. And somehow, despite everything, their voices rose together in that old Welsh song, Our Lan Why More. It might have been strange, singing about flowers and eggs by the sea after a fight like that, but the melody carried them forward. Only Charles and Beauclair understood the words, but the others didn't need to. Back on the boat, Charles stretched out, ignoring the dull throb in his muscles. Anna shifted restlessly, unable to find a comfortable spot. The seats were too small, the ledges too slippery. With a resigned huff, she finally settled at his feet. Beauclair had insisted no one question his daughter until a doctor checked her over. Goldstein and Isaac stayed behind to handle the authorities, while Malcolm admitted he'd come after them when he heard a boat leaving the island. Charles figured the Horned Lord was long gone, but it was good Isaac stayed behind. Just in case, Charles had a hunch Isaac postponed the boat trip despite feeling well enough to shift back to human form. Hallie stayed behind to shield the forensic team from lingering magic as they combed the island. The return trip felt hollow compared to the crowded ride earlier. Leslie left Beauclair in the stern and settled beside Charles, perching stiffly on the seat's edge. "She's in bad shape," she said. "An ambulance will meet us at the Daciana's dock." Wrapped in a boat blanket, her hair tangled from the wind, the FBI agent looked exhausted, no trace of her usual polished demeanor. Like Charles and Anna, she'd been awake for over a day, and fatigue etched lines into her face. He found it interesting she chose to sit by him when the boat had plenty of empty seats. "Not scared of me?" he asked. Leslie shut her eyes, too tired for fear. "Besides, my husband's a former LSU linebacker, 6'5", 242 pounds of pure muscle, teaches second grade now." She cracked a tired smile. "Jude adores the kids more than he ever loved football, though he still coaches high school ball. Charles raised his brows. You didn't come over to chat about him. No, she admitted, gaze flickering away. How old are you? Older than I look, much older, she nodded. I've heard things. The FBI's wolf contacts say you're like a detective for your kind. You solve their messes. He stayed silent, unsure if confirming would be more dishonest than denying. And you know this world better than we do, she continued. We saved Lizzie because you brought in a witch, one who was terrified enough of you to cooperate. Fair point. He waited. Leslie's voice hardened. Lizzie said there were 3 of them, 2 young men and an old one. The kid called him uncle. The old man carved her up, the others. They took turns first, said he liked them broken. Charles had hoped they'd reached her in time. Deep down, he'd known better. Charles frowned. I thought Beauclair shut down any interrogation of her. He'd caught Lizzie's rambling confession, but Leslie didn't need to know the full extent of his sharp hearing. She volunteered everything, said she wants them locked up so they can't hurt anyone else. Tough cookie, that one. Passed out mid-sentence, and I'd bet her old man had a hand in that. Can Faye knock people out like that? Leslie raised an eyebrow as Charles measured his words. Faye magic isn't my specialty. She gave a slow nod. You're real good at dodging the truth, you know that, she exhaled sharply. You're a seasoned investigator and you've faced these things. What's your take? Only dealt with one so far, Charles admitted. Still, she had a right to ask, and he wanted these monsters stopped. This Faye, he's the rookie of the bunch, even if he's the only one packing magic. That's how they're taking on werewolves and other Fae. Leslie leaned forward. What makes you say that? He's not built for the hunt, Charles said. More like a stag, powerful, sure, but not a natural predator. Brother Wolf knew the difference. The Fae they'd fought, pure prey. Maybe Hearn the hunter blurred the line, but this one fled. He wasn't the mastermind, just a weapon for the real killers. You think he's being used? Leslie pressed. Charles let out a dry laugh. Don't mistake him for some victim. He's no saint, just not the stalking type. Might kill if cornered, but he won't chase you down. Still dangerous, though. You know moose take out more folks in Canada than grizzlies. Difference is moose don't plan it. Leslie rubbed her temple. Fine, so we've got a moose, not a bear. What else? Charles replayed the fight in his head, the horned Fae swinging wildly, overwhelmed by multiple attackers. This guy's not clever. If he's got a regular job, and I'd bet he does, he paused, thinking like an alpha managing a pack. You don't let something that dangerous get ideas above its station. You keep him hungry, remind him he's replaceable. Leslie made a skeptical noise and Charles shrugged. Might be different if these killers were broke, but rich folks, they've got ways to keep their pets in line. They're loaded. All this travel, all these years. Poor people wouldn't last. Money smooths the way, even for murder. Sally Riley didn't come cheap. Leslie nodded. Our profilers pegged the big game hunter as wealthy years back. You were saying about the job. Right. The guy isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, which means hiding his true nature won't be easy. True nature as in, supernatural, Leslie asked. Charles gave a slow nod. Exactly, so he'd be working some low-key job, maybe bagging groceries, stocking shelves, or fixing things. Strong, though, could be hauling crates at the docks if that's still a thing around here. Would he stand out? You asking if he's terrifying like your ex? Charles shook his head, trusting Brother Wolf's instincts. Nah, more like people would pity him. Otherwise, he'd be locked up. Fear makes folks either bolt or fight back. If someone ever attacked him, they wouldn't walk away, but if he went around openly killing, he'd be behind bars or worse. Leslie exhaled. All right, we'll see what the profilers think. The condo wasn't home, but it was close enough. Charles grabbed steaks from the fridge, slicing them into chunks. One portion went to Anna on the floor, the other he chewed through standing up. Human teeth weren't ideal for raw meat, but the discomfort faded as the energy hit his system. Watching Anna eat never got old, not after finding her half-starved and desperate all those years ago. Brother Wolf still got twitchy if she skipped meals. When she shifted back to human, the transformation left him agitated. He paced, flipped channels mindlessly until Anna snatched the remote and shut it off. Bed, she ordered. Unless you want a zombie wife. He meant to talk about the ghosts, about everything, but exhaustion won out. With mock seriousness, he said, werewolves can't turn into zombies. 10 more minutes, she groaned in a deadpan undead voice, and I'm gnawing on your skull. He tugged her into his lap. Worth the risk, she huffed, though her scent betrayed her contentment. So what you needed an audience this whole time, should have just invited the pack over. He laughed, she always made him laugh. Guess we'll find out. Much later, Anna sprawled beside him with a dramatic groan. Briarins, sleep, he rumbled, dragging her closer. You had your chance, she mumbled through a yawn. Now I have to eat your brain. Clearly, he deadpanned, rolling onto his back. Should have worn you out more. Anna stretched out on top of him, her skin warm against his, the scent of her wrapping around him like a promise he never thought he'd have. Wouldn't want you pulling a muscle, she teased, tracing a finger down his chest. Just relax and let me handle things. His lips found the curve of her shoulder, teeth grazing lightly. Relaxing isn't exactly what's on my mind right now. She sank down onto him, and words dissolved into sensation. Her eyes, sharp, wolf-bright, locked onto his as pleasure rolled through her a second time. Breathless, she leaned in, nipping at his jaw. Guess you don't need any coaching after all. Move, Charles growled. She laughed, the sound rich and wild, but she obeyed. Later, sunlight spilled across the sheets as he watched her sleep. Peace settled over him, something rare and precious, even with the moon's pull humming in his blood. Anna had changed everything. She stirred, blinking up at him. Been thinking about the killers, she murmured, still half dreaming. 3 people, that's a pack. He waited, knowing that mind of hers never stopped working. She bolted upright, eyes alight. The Fae, he's the foot soldier, following orders. The old man, he's the alpha, but the other one, she chewed her lip. Is he the loyal second, or just biding his time to take over? Charles arched a brow. We're not FBI profilers, you know. She bounced, grinning. Doesn't matter, Lizzie's safe. Now we just crack the rest. A case that stumped people for decades, he said dryly. Yeah, but they didn't have us. The TV in the corner, her latest obsession, usually played crime dramas. He had to admit, watching her piece things together was its own kind of thrill. Motive, she announced, like she'd struck gold. Serial killers don't work like regular murderers, he reminded her. It's the hunt that drives them. They can't stop, she frowned. But he's marking them. What's that mean? Charles exhaled. That he doesn't see them as people. Animals I've taken down. Exactly. He's marking his kills with that tag, she frowned. Don't serial killers usually insert themselves into investigations? They love watching law enforcement flounder, or even better, manipulating the case from the shadows. Charles nodded. Some do, from what I've read, she smirked. And the FBI knows way more about that than we ever will, he admitted. At this point, we've done all we can unless another victim turns up. Anna's expression darkened. Wish we'd done more damage to the Horned Lord. Did you see how fast he recovered? By the time he reached the stairs, he was nearly back to full strength. The cops won't stand a chance against him. We'll stick around, Charles said. Leslie and Goldstein seem competent. They'll reach out if they need us. She tilted her head. What's Brother Wolf's take on all this? That these hunters lost their prize. Now they're starving and twice as deadly. On the bright side, he added, I say we should eat since we skipped breakfast and lunch is slipping away. Brother Wolf wholeheartedly agrees. You're always pushing food on me, she said, rolling her eyes as she climbed out of bed. Nah, that's all Brother Wolf, Charles teased, heading for the kitchen. I'll handle the cooking. He planned to bring up his ghosts over breakfast. Last night, exhaustion had won and then distractions took over. But something Anna said earlier nagged at him. Charles. She prompted when he zoned out. Sorry, he muttered. Just thinking. Want the last of the bacon, or should I save it? 4 pieces remained. He grabbed 2, devoured them, then held the others up to her lips. Protein, you need it. She groaned but ate them anyway. I've got research to do, he said, already moving. Mind cleaning up? You cook, I clean, she agreed. He hauled his laptop to the spare room where a cramped desk waited. The connection was sluggish, the screen too small for his usual multitasking. His fingers hammered the keys as if speed could force the ancient Wi-Fi to cooperate. He started with Goldstein's case file, then dove deeper. These killers' unsubs with money and influence wouldn't stay quiet forever. Anna was right, they'd insert themselves eventually. At some point, she appeared with pizza he didn't recall her ordering. Later, she nudged his shoulder. We're invited to Lizzie's welcome-back party. You, me, and Isaac. Waiting on 2 calls, he said absently, eyes glued to the screen. Now would be the perfect time to smooth things over with the Boston PD, something the Oldie Town pack really needs. Isaac mentioned they've had a rough year dealing with them. He pushed his chair back from the desk, studying his mate. She looked restless, her brown eyes flickering with the faint blue glow of her wolf. The night had settled in, and she'd been stuck inside for hours with nothing but bad TV. With the full moon approaching, keeping her cooped up any longer just wasn't right. This might be a dead end, but I'm close to cracking it, he admitted. Would you be okay with Isaac stepping in as your escort? Brother Wolf bristled at the idea, but Charles didn't want to suffocate her. This could take 5 minutes or all night, and Isaac could handle himself. Last night had proved that. Outmatched in size and blind to their enemy, he'd still fought with sharp instincts. I don't need a babysitter, Anna said, seeing right through the word escort. Not that Charles had expected to fool her. We're heading into a building packed with cops, feds, and werewolves. How much safer could it get? And isn't an alpha supposed to be above bodyguard duty? Just humor me, Charles said. She sighed dramatically, then spoiled it with a mischievous grin. I already told Isaac to pick me up. Oh, and that you'd make him swear an oath on my safety. If you already knew what I was going to say, why bother interrupting me? He growled, but there was no real heat behind it. Anna just laughed. I'll go get changed. Let me know when you leave, he said, already diving back into his work. By the time he resurfaced, she was gone. He lets you out alone. Isaac, no longer tense without Charles around, was more relaxed than Anna expected and a little too bold. I've got you with me. Plus, hello, werewolf, she said, tapping her chest. Not exactly a damsel in distress. That's not the story I heard, Isaac countered. I asked about you. Omega. My second said we should be rolling out the red carpet, showering you with gifts, trying to lure you away from your pack. When I pointed out that mean Charles tagging along and probably taking my spot, he said having an Omega would be worth putting up with even him. Anna snorted. Old wolves always think they've got it all figured out. And then they wonder why I stop asking for advice, Isaac agreed. So go on, do it. Anna frowned as a raindrop landed on her nose. The sky had been threatening all evening, the air thick with the promise of a storm. Do what? That voodoo that you do, Isaac said, spinning to walk backward just so she could see his exaggerated eye roll. What, you've seriously never heard of Adam Ant? She asked, raising an eyebrow. With a dry chuckle, she half sang, a thrill a day keeps the chill away, before adding, definitely not his best work. So what, you want me to blast you with my so-called cosmic Omega mojo? Isaac matched her pace, falling into step beside her. Pretty much, though when I said it, it sounded way cooler. You made it sound like a cheesy kids show gimmick. Raindrops began to dot the pavement, quickly thickening into a steady drizzle. Anna shook her head. Honestly, my powers are more like anti-powers. If this were a comic, I'd be the token girl on the team, useless, always needing saving. Like Sue Storm, invisible girl, invisible in every way. The Fantastic Four should have been the Fantastic Three and that one girl who exists just to scream and get kidnapped. Isaac smirked, the usual alpha intensity in his expression easing. Even Jessica Alba couldn't make Sue Storm less of a damsel. Anna groaned in agreement. At least it wasn't as bad as Catwoman, and that movie had so much potential. So are you gonna do the thing or what? Isaac pressed. She waved her hands dramatically, mimicking a stage magician, even though she'd already hit him with her influence while he was quoting lyrics. She pulled a ridiculous face, making exaggerated, sputtering noises before dropping into a dead serious tone. Consider yourself whammed. They walked in comfortable silence for a block before Isaac frowned. I don't feel any different. What do you feel? She countered. 3 steps later, he froze. His voice dropped to a whisper. I haven't been drunk since I turned. What the hell did you just do? You're not drunk, Anna assured him. Your body and mind are fine. He clenched his fists, then spun around to walk backward, facing her. Anna kept close, watching for obstacles. She half expected him to trip over a fire hydrant or a stray dog. Did he always walk like this? How had he never ended up in the news under headlines like Alpha Wolf meets Sidewalk, Sidewalk wins? It's just me, Isaac murmured, his voice thick with disbelief. He tapped his temple. One night before the full moon and I don't feel the pull. No urge to hunt, no need to bite. He turned away abruptly, shoulders tense, like the wolf isn't even there. Anna shook her head. No, he's still there, just calm. You could shift right now if you wanted. Isaac exhaled sharply. No wonder my beta was practically drooling over you. His tone shifted slightly. You ever worry about being taken? I heard Charles had to pull you out of a bad situation. His eyes flickered yellow. That overprotective instinct alphas always got around her. She gave a slow nod. Charles was the one who pulled me out. My first pack turned me and never let me go. One of their elders had lost it, and her mate thought I could stabilize her. After Charles handled them, he showed me how to stand on my own. He'd rebuilt her self-worth piece by piece. But no matter how skilled she became at defending herself, Anna understood the real shield against packs hunting an Omega. If anyone tries to take me, Charles will track them to the ends of the earth. How many wolves do you know who'd risk that? The Marok's personal nightmare. Isaac let out a dry laugh. Not a chance. He hesitated, then added, especially if they've witnessed him in action. Hallie mentioned he couldn't even see that fae, just sense its presence. But Charles fought like he had perfect vision, like he could pinpoint its every move. I've never seen anything, werewolf, vampire, nothing move that fast. His gift, Anna murmured, his curse. Maybe if he hadn't been so lethal, his father would have sent someone else to keep the packs in line. But that wasn't a conversation for here. Time to shift gears. So, where's this shindig happening? She'd been picturing some hole-in-the-wall diner, sticky menus, vinyl booths with duct tape repairs, coffee strong enough to strip paint. The kind of place where the fries were always crispy and the waitresses called you hun. When Goldstein reached out, I suggested the Irish Wolfhound, Isaac said. Our pack owns it. Private back room, no interruptions. Anna sighed. I was kinda hoping for a greasy spoon. Isaac grinned. Trust me, the food's better at the Wolfhound, and we won't have cops looking for an excuse to start something. His smile faded. Like I said, some in law enforcement wouldn't mind stirring up trouble if they caught us off guard. This way, it's just the team, and right now, they're too busy being thrilled Lizzie's safe to care about the messy details. Seems odd to throw a party when the real threats are still out there, Anna pointed out. Isaac nodded. Reminds me of my high school football days. My junior year, the team just clicked. Other years, they were solid, but that season, unstoppable. No one scored on them until the final game, and when the other team managed a field goal in the last quarter, the crowd went wild. You'd think they'd won the championship instead of getting crushed by 30 points. Sometimes the small victories matter most. Anna tilted her head. So we didn't win this round. Isaac's grin returned, sharp and knowing. Not yet. We didn't exactly win, but we didn't lose either. You weren't actually on that team, were you? There was something off in his tone, the way he distanced himself, calling them they instead of we. Nah, I was the scrawny kid the running back liked to toss into lockers for kicks when the coach wasn't looking. Sometimes, when I'm feeling petty, I imagine running into Jody Weaver again, see if he could still shove me around now. Anna laughed, then hesitated. She didn't follow football, but her dad and brother lived for it. Wait, Jody Weaver, that's a name I recognize. He's like a big deal, right? Isaac nodded. Made it big, got rich, stayed a jerk, just goes to show karma's a myth. Speaking of unfair, Anna said, any updates on Lizzie? I called Leslie earlier, but all she knew was that she's stable and already in surgery for her knee. Isaac shook his head. You're ahead of me. I left Beauclair a voicemail, invited him over tonight. Out he'll leave the hospital, though. Find anything useful on the island. She already knew forensics had come up empty from her earlier talk with Leslie, but maybe Isaac or his witch had picked up on something unofficial. Nothing, Isaac said. Like they knew werewolves would search the place. The whole prison area reeked of ammonia. They found enough personal stuff to confirm Jacob Otten and a few others had been held there. If they'd expected us, they'd have moved Lizzie, Anna said. Exactly, Isaac agreed. Probably just prepping for worst-case scenarios. They've been hunting us. Last thing they want is us figuring out who they are. It made sense. And if it didn't, they'd get answers when they caught the bastards. The rain was coming down hard by the time they reached the pub. Boston had Irish bars the way Chicago had pizza joints, plenty of them, most serving decent food. Just inside the door stood a life-sized wooden Irish wolfhound, nearly as tall as Charles but way leaner. A sign around its neck read, "Welcome, friend." Isaac nodded at the hostess, guiding Anna with a light hand on her back toward a staircase with rough-hewn steps. Upstairs, past the restrooms, a door labeled private party led to a crowded room, 4 long tables, a mix of chairs and benches, faces she mostly didn't know. Celtic music hummed from overhead speakers, pitchers of beer and water scattered across the tables. A waitress slipped in through a back door, balancing a tray of glasses. Anna pressed her fingers to her lips and let out a sharp whistle. Even with her hands covering her ears, the sound cut through the room like a knife. The werewolves winced, Malcolm and 3 others she didn't recognize, while the rest of the crowd barely flinched. Silence settled over the room. "All right, folks, beer and water are on the house until 9, the waitress announced, waving toward the pitchers on the table. "Isaac here's covering anything fancier." Cheers erupted before she could finish. Isaac gave a theatrical bow, motioning for her to go on. "After 9, you're on your own. Kitchen's open, bangers and mash are the house favorite, but the stew's killer tonight and the fish and chips, legendary." With a quick grin, she slipped out the back door to scattered applause, replaced by a trio of servers taking orders. Anna scanned the room, 30 people, tops. 7 werewolves meant 23 cops. That seemed excessive until she spotted Leslie. The FBI agent was wedged beside a mountain of a man who looked like he'd spent his high school years stuffing jocks into lockers. His hand rested possessively on Leslie's neck. Husband, no doubt. If everyone brought a +1, the numbers added up. Then she noticed Patrick Morris from Cantrip chatting with Goldstein. Not just cops, then. She made a mental note to steer clear. No need to risk another Huter. Leslie caught her eye and beckoned her over. The next 2 hours were a blur of introductions and interrogation. "Why me?" Anna muttered during a lull, nodding at the other werewolves. "There are 6 of them," Leslie shrugged. "You're less intimidating, and leaving soon, no long-term consequences if someone puts their foot in their mouth." So Anna repeated the script. Werewolves could control their shifts, though tempers ran hot. Full moons were mandatory, but most could change at will. Silver, sure, also decapitation. Basic stuff. Really, Brand believed it was crucial for people to understand that werewolves weren't indestructible. Most of the werewolves Anna knew were devout Christians. None of them had any interest in devil worship. Once, she'd even rattled off a few Bible verses just to prove she could. The whole Satanist assumption would have annoyed her more if she hadn't known there were far worse things out there that couldn't quote scripture, not that she planned to mention that. As she passed a table, a young guy called out, "Your husband's a werewolf, right?" "Yep," Anna replied. He smirked, taking a swig of his beer. So do you guys ever, do it as wolves? Is it different? Better. His grin widened, clearly proud of himself. But Anna had grown up surrounded by men, her dad, her brother, and his endless parade of friends who treated her like a little sister. She didn't even blink. Ever tried it with your mom? She asked, deadpan. Or was the rat more your thing? The guy's mouth fell open. His friend smacked the back of his head. And that's why you're single, Chuck. One look at a pretty woman and every ounce of common sense just evaporates. He turned to Anna. He's sorry. Well, he will be in a few hours when the booze wears off. He's actually a decent cop when he's not being an idiot. Chuck, meanwhile, was still stuck on one detail. Wait, how'd you know about the rat? His voice was full of wonder, like a kid who'd just seen a magic trick. His buddies burst out laughing. Anna couldn't help but smile. He sounded so genuinely baffled. I can smell him, she said, which only led to another round of questions. The night wasn't exactly relaxing. Anna felt like she was constantly dodging landmines, but it beat sitting alone while Charles tinkered with gadgets. Some parts were even enjoyable, like meeting Leslie's quick-witted husband, who jokingly offered to toss Chuck in the nearest dumpster. The food was great, 2 crispy fish and chips, rich stew. Eventually, the werewolf curiosity died down and Anna found a quiet corner to unwind. Chuck's friend approached her again, looking sheepish. He's not usually this bad. Rough day, last call before coming here was a domestic. Some guy beat his girlfriend, then went after her kid. His voice tightened. Sometimes the job gets to you. Chuck hadn't seen his young son in years, not since his ex-wife packed up and moved across the country to California. The separation weighed on him more than he let on. I have rough days too, Anna said, offering a sympathetic smile. I get it, don't beat yourself up. Chuck's friend gave a quiet nod before drifting away. Anna leaned back, closing her eyes for a moment. Between Charles keeping her up and the dry air, exhaustion clung to her. Scrape of a chair made her open her eyes again. Beauclair had settled across from her, casually filling a glass with beer. Isaac mentioned you might show up, she said. Honestly, we didn't think you would. Lizzie's out of surgery, he replied, swirling the beer like it was something far more expensive. Her mother and stepfather are with her now. She won't wake until morning. He took a slow sip. Her mother blames me for what happened, and since I agree with her, arguing felt pointless, so here I am. Anna shook her head. Don't take responsibility for someone else's cruelty. We all make our own choices. She caught herself, realizing she sounded like she was quoting someone. Sorry, spend enough time around Bran and you start handing out wisdom like it's free samples. How's Lizzie really doing? Her knees destroyed. His gaze drifted past her to an old framed print of an Irish castle on the wall. They might get her walking again, but dancing, that's over. She's alive, though, Anna said softly. Beauclair's grip tightened on his glass. The scars they left, surgeons might fade them eventually, but every time she looks in the mirror, she'll see what they did to her. He exhaled. She knows she'll never dance again. That broke her worse than the pain. Maybe not, Leslie cut in, sliding onto the bench beside Anna. She dropped her purse on the table with a thud. Years ago, someone gave me something I never had the guts to use. What if it didn't work? What if I messed it up? She rummaged through her bag, pulling out a plain white card and handing it to Beauclair. No name, just the word gift printed in bold letters. He ran his thumb over it, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Where'd you get this? Leslie shifted, uncomfortable. It's real, isn't it? Oh, it's real, he confirmed, still studying the card. She took a shaky breath. Back when I was a kid, there were things, monsters. They took my dog, my sense of safety. An old woman stepped in, knew enough about the Fae to strike a deal. She hesitated. Can this help your daughter? Beauclair handed it back. No, but the offer means something. His voice softened. Whoever gave this to you meant well, just be careful with it. Leslie slipped the card into her pocket and wiped her eyes carefully, avoiding her mascara. I don't get why this hits me so hard. It's ridiculous. I only spoke to him for a few minutes, but somehow I know I'll remember him forever. Beauclair sighed, swirling his drink. Tresech was one of a kind. A warrior, a poet, the life of every gathering. There won't be another like him. That magic he left you, it was meant as a kindness, but now it's untethered. Use it wisely. Keep it small, something worthy of his memory. Stray too far and it'll turn on you. Anna leaned forward. Do your people have healers? Real ones, not just those who dabble. Few and far between, Beauclair admitted, his voice tight. And most aren't exactly reliable. My daughter will walk, but she'll never dance again. Mortals throw themselves into the world and come out scarred. Anna met his gaze. She's alive, she fought. That counts for something. Beauclair's grip tightened around his glass. Some survive, others just don't, he exhaled sharply. Why am I even telling you this? Anna shrugged. Happens a lot, maybe because I've been there, beaten down, sure I wouldn't make it. Lizzie's lost something, but she's not the type to give up, not forever. He studied her, skeptical. She smirked. What you think trauma only breaks people? I knew a girl in college, brilliant, practiced for hours but couldn't crack first chair. She nearly ended it over third violin. Some people crumble at the first real blow. The rest of us, we learn to take the hit and keep moving. Beauclair's frown deepened. You make it sound simple. Never said it was, Anna shot back. But it's the only way forward. He turned his head, avoiding her gaze. Maybe you should go see her and pass that along. Anna hesitated. She wasn't a therapist, and she hated dredging up her past for people she barely knew, though tonight had been an exception. Charles had pulled her out of the darkness and shown her how to stand on her own. Lizzie would have to do the same, but Anna had no idea how to point her in the right direction. I'll try, she said, forcing the words out. The evening had drained her, too many eyes, too many memories she'd buried. If you don't mind, I need a minute. She slipped away from Leslie and the Fae, stepping into the quiet hallway. The distance from the noise and the crowd was a relief. A quick stop in the restroom, then she could grab her food and leave. But when she pushed open the door, Agent Huter was waiting, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. The restaurant had emptied, must have closed at 10. Just the two of them now, the muffled sounds of the party the only company. Guess you're the star of the show, he said, his tone off, almost mocking. Anna tensed. Hardly. Excuse me, he blocked her path. Not this time. Then hands, darkness. Anna came to with a bitter, chemical taste coating her tongue, thick in her throat. The stench of it clung to her nose, drowning out everything else. A pounding headache battled with the nausea churning in her gut, both competing with the raw burn of silver against her skin. The cuffs were heavy, the chains medieval, like something out of a twisted nightmare. She blinked, trying to piece together how she'd ended up in a cage, suspended in an empty, pitch-black room. Huter, the way he'd looked at her. And then, really, chloroform. After all the legends, the centuries-old bloodlines, the magic, they went with chloroform. She almost laughed. Pushing up onto her hands and knees, the chains yanked tight, stopping her short. The silver seared, the nausea surged, but she clung to the pain better than panic. Lizzie, they'd taken her, and within hours. Anna retched, the remnants of Isaac's famous shepherd's pie splattering the floor. Some meals weren't meant for second serving. She struggled to free herself from the cage, but strands of hair still clung to her face. Her bound hands made it impossible to keep them out of her mouth, and the mess splattered across the floor only deepened her frustration. A creeping doubt settled in. Was she truly alone? The Fae guarding Lizzie's prison had been invisible before, undetectable by sight or scent. Fear clawed at her, but she shoved it aside. Panic wouldn't help. Charles should have noticed her absence by now, yet when she reached for their bond, it remained shut tight. Why hadn't he sensed she was gone? Isaac would have alerted him immediately, unless Huter had spun some lie about her returning to the condo alone. But Isaac could sniff out deception. Huter knew that. He'd have to stay clear to avoid tipping off the werewolves. So why the silence? Outside the cavernous room, voices grew louder. Anna pressed herself low, steadying her breath, straining to listen. Their conversation carried easily through the walls. Nice catch this time. I've got a thing for the pretty ones. Thought you were playing hero these days, bulldog. Huter's tone dripped with sarcasm. Pays better than mopping floors, the other man shot back. Never got rewarded for scrubbing tile, but saving that girl from her pimp, different story. This one's a looker, isn't she? Not like the one who slipped through your fingers, Huter countered. Not my fault, the man's voice cracked, his words uneven. That wolf, he was gonna tear me apart. You never warned me they'd have a monster like that. I've taken down plenty of werewolves before. Why's this one different? The witch did something, Huter muttered. Magic let him see you, probably juiced him up too. And the girl we grabbed, that's his wife. A shaky pause. He's gonna lose it when he finds out. He's gotta find us first, Huter said smoothly. One last job this year, then we disappear. I get first dibs, the other man insisted. Anna was certain now, Huter wasn't the Fae. Beauclair would have sensed it. That left the unstable stranger, his voice too young to match Lizzie's description of the older captor. If he was the Fae, then no unseen watcher lurked in the shadows. That wolf messed me up, he growled. Now I mess her up. She'll learn who's in charge. A cold realization hit her. This wasn't just about escape anymore. It was about survival. Anna cut him off before he could finish, tuning out the stream of curses and violent threats. She'd mastered the art of shutting out the noise years ago, back when she'd first been changed and had no one, no Charles, to shield her from the madness of the rogue wolves in Chicago. The absence of his presence gnawed at her. He wouldn't make it in time, and that knowledge would wreck him. She yanked at the chains, but they were built to hold werewolves, and she wasn't strong enough to break them. Blowing on her stinging palms, she remembered Isaac's words, how his wolf Otten had been waiting for an opening that never came. She couldn't afford to wait. She had to create her own. Once a victim, she refused to be one again, but fear coiled in her gut. These men had slaughtered werewolves and fae, some far more skilled at survival than she was. The sharp stench of her own terror cut through the lingering chloroform, and she seized that fear, the pounding in her skull, the burn of silver in her veins, and channeled it all into the change. these weren't werewolves. They were humans and fae, and attacking her in wolf form, that was a whole different game. The transformation always hurt, but she'd learned to weaponize the pain, to push through the unsettling stretch of bones and the grind of reshaping muscle. This time was worse. The silver collar choked her throat, crushing and healing in a vicious cycle until, finally, the lock snapped, metal shards clattering to the floor. Gasping for air, she fought to keep focus, twisting her half-changed arms just right to slip free of the cuffs. Blood slicked her wrists as she wrenched loose, ignoring the ankle restraints. The wolf would shake those off. Outside, the voices droned on. Oblivious, the others were either too distracted to pay attention, assumed her noises were normal, or simply lacked the heightened senses to detect her through the walls like she could hear them. Anna collapsed, drained, then realized time was slipping by with no progress. Staying stuck mid-transformation was risky, though the strongest wolves could manage it briefly. She fought to push through, but her limbs trembled, weak from hunger, and they'd drugged her. Most werewolves burned through chemicals too fast for them to take effect. But whatever they'd pumped into her, GHB, Rohypnol, or some specialized tranquilizer, had been strong enough to slow her shift. The terror of being trapped by predators had overridden it at first, but now her body was stuck, muscles locked in agony. Fluids clear, pink, then crimson, dripped onto the cage floor. Desperate, she reached for Charles, but found only the moon's pull. Tomorrow's full moon would force her song upon the world, but tonight its waxing strength surged through her, answering her daughter's silent plea. With a shuddering gasp, Anna forced her body back into motion, chains screeching as bones cracked and flesh tore itself anew. Charles was lost in the hunt. Brother Wolf thrived on the chase, whether through data or blood. Their prey's digital trail trembled just beyond reach, so the first knock barely registered. The second time, Brother Wolf snarled a warning. Even buried in his work, his instincts screamed. The sharp FBI agents, the grieving fae, the local alpha, they should have been guarding Anna, but she wasn't with them. He reached for their bond and found silence. His own ghosts had cut him off. Rage and fear warred as he yanked the door open, golden eyes blazing. Where is she? Isaac had one job. The urge to throttle the alpha faded. This was on Charles. Brother Wolf howled to tear the city apart until she was found, but cold logic held him back. Blood would spill soon enough. Isaac's face was grim. She vanished, went to the restroom, and never came back. You two are bonded, aren't you? Any idea where she is? Charles clenched his jaw and reached for the connection he'd shut down to keep Anna safe. Still nothing. He pushed harder, straining until the pain rivaled shifting for the first time. A low growl escaped him as he tried once more, only to feel the specters in his mind surge forward, their twisted laughter ringing in his skull. Stumbling toward the bedroom mirror, he barely recognized the monstrous reflection staring back. The ghosts had merged into something grotesque, a writhing mass of mouths and hands, tangling the threads of his bond like a macabre puppet show. We'll take her from you no matter what, they taunted, their voices sharp as knives. Your fault we're gone. Your fault she'll be next. The laughter built, a chorus of madness, until blood trickled from his nose and his eyes burned crimson. Did you follow her trail? He asked Isaac, his voice rough, barely human. He forced the fury down, locking it away with a promise later there'd be vengeance. For now he needed ice in his veins, cold, precise, until he found Anna. Then he'd tear them apart piece by piece. Yeah, Isaac said, keeping his distance near the couch. Tracked her to the restroom and back. Then she veered off like she changed her mind about returning to the party. The waitress said she'd just ordered more food, but after 2 steps, her scent vanished. Same as Otten's, Charles exhaled slowly. Isaac was decent for a young wolf, but he was no match for a tracker like him. The digital trail he'd pieced together wasn't confirmed yet, but he knew. The only question was whether he could afford to be wrong. If he was, Anna would pay the price, and the ones responsible, they had resources, connections, almost as deep as Brand's. Leslie's whisper cut through his thoughts. Why's he bleeding? And his eyes, they weren't like that before. No idea, Isaac muttered. But listen, if he snaps, you don't stand a chance. Stay back, keep your weapons ready. If he moves toward you, shoot to kill. Trust me, he'd prefer that over hurting you. Charles clenched his fists, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. If he's reached the point where he's targeting innocent people, he won't be any use to Anna. The male FBI agent stiffened. Innocent people. His name didn't matter. Brother Wolf barely registered him. All that mattered was Anna. Gone, taken. Charles ignored the agent's indignation. He might have bought the man's exhausted demeanor, but Brother Wolf saw the predator beneath. Goldstein, the name surfaced when needed, was no threat, just another hunter in a suit. Humans are bystanders here, Charles said, his tone deceptively calm. You should listen to Isaac, though I doubt I've lost control enough to turn on allies. Isaac, I can track her, but not through our bond tonight. His throat tightened as Brother Wolf surged forward, claws scraping beneath his skin. Anna was gone, in the hands of those who'd hurt the dancer. His Anna, who'd already endured too much. He'd promised to protect her. Failed. Leslie's voice cut through the tension. He can't sense her. Isaac kept his alpha presence restrained, his voice measured. I warned you the bond isn't foolproof. It's personal. Brother Wolf respected Isaac, but right now, dominance challenges would end badly. Blood would spill. Right now, that sounded far too tempting. The dancer's fey father crossed his arms. You also said if this failed, we'd have a bigger problem. A wolf with a missing mate is the most dangerous thing in this city. Are we in trouble? Yes, Charles needed to act, but fury blurred his focus. He had to check his computer, confirm. Leslie stepped forward. I won't let them take Anna too. If Charles can't find her, what about my wish? You said it's risky, but I lost one pup. Now we're hunting for another. Charles turned sharply. What wish? Beauclair's eyes gleamed, almost amused. Clever, he murmured. Very clever. Leslie kept her gaze lowered. A fae gave me a gift as a child. Compensation for failing to save my dog. I've never used it, but your expert warned me to be careful. She met Beauclair's stare. Seems like a fair trade now. The fae nodded slowly. Indeed it does. Leslie hesitated, then nodded. That sounds about right. She rummaged through her purse, pulling out a sleek leather wallet that carried a scent so potent it made Charles's nose twitch. Fae magic, thick and heady, swirling with possibilities. Her fingers trembled slightly as she extracted a crisp white card. I'm not entirely sure how this works. Intent shapes magic, Charles said, ignoring the way Beauclair's gaze sharpened at his words. Focus on what you want, then destroy the card to bind it. Beauclair's lips thinned. Since when does the Marok's son lecture fae on their own craft? Goldstein's expression went carefully blank at the title, curiosity flickering behind his eyes. Charles didn't care. Anna was gone, and Brother Wolf hungered for violence, for something or someone to tear into until the rage dulled. Beauclair would do nicely. The fae took an instinctive step back, and Isaac moved between them, hands raised. Easy, Charles, we're on the same side here. Leslie's voice cut through the tension. I wish, she swallowed, meeting Charles's eyes. One lost soul for another. Honor is yours, just as Toby was mine. So I wish that as I lost my companion, you find yours. She ripped the card in two, and the magic surged not with a flash, but a whisper slipping beneath the surface. Before Charles could process it, his phone shrieked to life, some generic ringtone blaring. Brother Wolf snarled, yanking it from their pocket and crushing it in one swift motion. The room went dead silent. The illusion of control, it seemed, had just shattered. How long? Charles asked, voice dangerously quiet. Beauclair exhaled. If it works at all, that wasn't my magic. Tresetch's tricks were always quieter, the kind that crept up on you. Another phone rang. Charles's growl rumbled deep in his chest. Isaac fumbled with his, then froze. 406, that's Montana, right? He answered before Charles could respond. Bran's voice, calm and measured, filled the space. I have a feeling my son is in trouble. And I've learned not to ignore those feelings, especially when neither he nor Anna are picking up. Isaac shot Charles a wary look. Yeah, he's here. Anna's been taken by the same killers we've been tracking. The FBI agents working the case are with us, and Beauclair's here too, the fae whose daughter we saved yesterday. Charles almost smiled. At least someone could still give a clear report. Why isn't Charles going after Anna? Brother Wolf let out a low rumble in response. Bran cut in sharply. That's not constructive, Charles. He can't reach her. A heavy silence settled over the room before Bran spoke again, his voice softer. Charles, is this connected to what was troubling you before Boston? Charles clenched his jaw, too far gone in his wolf side to form words. He paced to the opposite wall, frustration boiling under his skin. If he hadn't taken those lives in Minnesota, maybe he could have stopped Anna from getting hurt. Isaac cleared his throat. Before Boston. He hesitated, then his expression hardened. Yeah, I know what happened there. This could get ugly. He turned to the others. Might be safer if you all step out for a bit. No offense, but you're a little too fragile for what's coming. Goldstein crossed his arms. So you've got secrets you don't want us hearing. Just say that. We'll wait outside. Isaac shrugged. I don't lie to law enforcement. Things might get rough, and I'd rather you weren't caught in the crossfire. He didn't even glance at Beauclair, but the fae stood anyway. I'll join them. He'll handle this better without me watching. The door clicked shut, followed by the sound of the deadbolt sliding into place. Isaac exhaled. All right, he said, addressing Bran. Just us now, Well and Beauclair, who can probably hear every whisper, but I trust him. Bran's voice was clipped. Beauclair's reliable, and he owes us if you've saved his daughter. Of course, knew him. Isaac rubbed his temple. So am I right in guessing that whatever mess went down in Minnesota is screwing with Charles' bond to Anna? Bran didn't answer immediately. Charles, is that it? Charles hated this. Talking in front of Isaac felt like standing exposed under a spotlight. But if his father could fix this, he'd endure anything. They severed the connection, he admitted, voice rough. Who did? Bran pressed. Charles met Isaac's gaze, his own burning with something dark, the ones I shouldn't have killed. Their ghosts won't let me forget. Isaac's grip tightened on his phone, but Charles didn't look away. And now they're keeping me from her. Most people would crack under the pressure, blaming trauma or mental illness. But my grandfather passed down his shamanic gifts, and now the spirits of those I've failed won't leave me alone. Isaac studied him, calm but unwavering. Charles had braced for anger, for accusations. After all, he was the Marok's enforcer. But the quiet understanding in Isaac's eyes reminded him that this alpha had his own connection to the unseen. So they're really here, Isaac said. Charles exhaled, feeling Brother Wolf ease back from the edge of aggression. The wolf respected Isaac as long as he didn't overstep. Tell him why, Bran cut in, his voice carrying that strange, distant tone he got when something beyond logic guided him. Charles's magic came from both sides of his bloodline, but Bran still flinched when the unseen whispered to him, probably because his own mother made the Wicked Witch look like a harmless bedtime story. Because I won't let them move on, Charles admitted. They're stuck with me and it's my fault. Isaac frowned. Guilty about what? Everyone knows what happened in Minnesota. Alphas gossip worse than teenagers. 3 idiots tore apart some predator, left the mess for humans to find, and of course it was a kid who stumbled onto it. From what I heard, the same kid the creep was targeting. Those morons were lucky they didn't get caught mid-meal. Charles hadn't known about the child. Bran had sent him to confirm the crime and carry out justice if needed. Brother Wolf had ripped the truth from them, dominance had its uses, and then done what was necessary. Poor kid, Bran murmured. No one mentioned that part. Someone would make sure the boy got help, disguised as outreach from a victims group. Charles used to handle those details himself. Isaac dragged him back to the present. You regret killing them, I get that, but why were they begging? Because that's the worst, or was it Robert? That slimeball was spreading excuses like confetti. Yeah, the guy was scum, but you don't leave a buffet for the neighbors to find. If it were up to me, I'd have taken out their alpha too for letting things spiral so far out of hand that regular people stumbled onto the mess they left behind. Charles exhaled slowly. If this had happened before we stepped in, I might be spared them. You really think so? Isaac scoffed. If they'd been part of my pack, they'd have been dead the second I found out. Doesn't matter if it was yesterday or a decade ago. The conviction in his voice was undeniable. It wasn't about whether the guy deserved it, Isaac continued. If they wanted justice, they wouldn't have torn into him like a meal, and if they hadn't been running as a pack, maybe they wouldn't have gone that far. But they were reckless, stupid, and completely out of line. You can't have werewolves like that running loose, not now, not ever, and that's on their alpha. I've been a werewolf half as long as Robert, and even I know better than to send a pack hunting if I don't want a bloodbath. But he couldn't own up to it, oh no. They were the good guys, so he refused to take responsibility. Meanwhile, Bran had to send you in to clean up his mess. But he gave you all the right words, made it sound noble, but still left you feeling like the villain, didn't he? Isaac caught himself, glancing at the phone before lowering his voice. Because deep down, he knows it's his fault, but he can't admit it. And now, with the kind of attention we're getting in Minnesota, we can't afford slip-ups like this. Every word rang true. Maybe Charles had been too caught up in Robert's excuses to see it clearly. He rubbed his temple. Anna would have spotted it too, but I don't bring her on these jobs anymore. Isaac leaned forward. Makes sense though, right? If you weren't already drowning in the weight of it, you'd have seen it yourself. Bran's voice cut in, heavy with regret. And if I weren't so busy justifying necessity over justice, I would have realized sooner. Just because something had to be done doesn't mean it wasn't the right call. One of them had only been a werewolf for 2 years, Charles muttered. Isaac didn't flinch. Bad luck for them. They picked the wrong time to lose control, the wrong pack to run with, and the wrong choices to make. You were just the one who had to deliver the consequences. Bran's tone turned decisive. The Minnesota pack needs new leadership. About time, Isaac agreed. Then Bran's voice sharpened. Charles, where's Anna? Without thinking, Charles gestured southwest. 10 miles that way. He couldn't sense her beyond that, couldn't reach her mind, but the pull was unmistakable. Go, Bran ordered. Find her and finish this. Try not to kill them if possible. Remind your wolf that prison is far worse than a quick death. Taking them down with as little bloodshed as we can manage would be ideal. Charles nodded, though his father had already ended the call. You good? Isaac asked. Charles dipped his head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement between alphas. Better, not healed, not even close to okay, but none of that mattered now Anna was within reach. I can sense her. What's about 10 miles that way? Islington, Dedham, Westwood, maybe Milton. I know the roads, not straight-line distances. We'll need a map to pin it down, and how sure are you about the 10 miles? Close enough, Charles said. He considered just jumping in a car and chasing the pull of their bond, but navigating fences and highways would slow him down. Better to pinpoint her exact location first. He hadn't been idle today. Let the others back in and meet me at my laptop. He needed the minute it would take Isaac to gather the group. His hands trembled, and pride kept him from letting anyone see. She was alive. That would hold him together for now. He dropped into a chair, his screen displaying the results of his earlier work. The others filed in behind him, but he didn't turn. Eye contact could wait until Anna was safe. Anna loves crime shows, he said, adjusting the screen to check his progress. This morning, she pointed out how serial killers sometimes insert themselves into investigations. I brushed it off, figured you'd have caught something like that after all this time. We checked, Goldstein cut in, found nothing. His script had bypassed the firewalls. Having contacts on the inside never hurt. Talking while hacking might throw off anyone tracking him, especially since none of the feds had IRS experience. The backdoor he'd used was all data, no flash. I started thinking maybe the original killer wasn't that type. But the new guy, the shadow in the background, different story. So I pulled records from the last decade, cross-referenced every name tied to the case. 2 people popped up more than 3 times. Rest assured I'm not your killer, Goldstein said deadpan. Never thought you were, Charles replied. You're practically radiating desperation to nail this guy. So I dug into the other one first. Goldstein's breath hitched. You've got to be kidding me. Goldstein had worked several of these cases and would recognize the names of everyone involved. Charles kept going. For 6 out of the last 10 years, someone was always around, giving press interviews, volunteering at the crisis hotline, or assigned as a liaison. Once, I even spotted his face in a newspaper photo at a crime scene. 9 times out of 10, his job conveniently placed him in the right city at the right time. The 1 year he wasn't, he was supposedly on vacation, right when the killings happened. So I dug deeper. Pulled some strings, accessed a few records, even talked to a couple of cops and an old preacher. Who is it? Beauclair leaned in, voice sharp with anticipation. Charles tapped a key, and half his screen filled with the image of Cantrip's golden boy while he scrolled through files on the other side. Turns out, the senator had a thing about raising his son to be a real man, Texas tough. When little Les Huter got caught playing with his mom's lipstick at 6 years old, his dad shipped him off to live with Uncle Travis, a Vietnam vet, hardcore hunter, and proud Vermont resident. Travis owns property in nearly every city where the big game hunter struck, and in the few places he doesn't, his family or one of his companies does. The guy's got a reputation for being, let's say, unfiltered. The Huters keep him out of the public eye for a reason. Huter. Goldstein's voice carried a quiet edge, like he was barely holding back fury. A senator's kid. This is gonna be a political circus. Leslie sighed. My boss is gonna thrill at this. Charles couldn't tell if she meant it. Honestly, she probably didn't know either. Here's the kicker. Travis and the senator had a younger sister, Helena. Back in '81, when she was 16, she got pregnant, said it was rape. Moved in with Travis, then took her own life a few years later, leaving him to raise her half-blood son. A retired teacher told me the boy was off, not slow, not autistic, just strange and violent. Benedict Huter scraped by doing odd jobs, janitorial work, maintenance gigs, never staying in one place for long. The IRS records confirmed it, the final piece Charles needed to wrap everything up neatly. He logged out of the database, then dipped into the darknet, that shadowy corner of the web where hackers and conspiracy theorists lurked. A quick search pulled up Travis Huter's property records, lifted from an earlier IRS dive. You realize that's not exactly public info, right? Leslie muttered. Goldstein leaned in, feigning innocence. Eyes closed, folks. We wouldn't know illegal hacking if it bit us. He grinned. Travis Huter's practically a real estate mogul. Charles filtered for Massachusetts. Not that one, Isaac cut in. Too urban, think rural, 10 miles southwest. He paused. There, Dedham had an ex who boarded horses out that way. Fits the distance. Charles memorized the Dedham address but kept scanning just to be sure. The records looped back. Dedham it was. If not, they'd track the bond. Either way, Huter's time was up. A quick cross-check on a darknet property site revealed a sprawling 2-story farmhouse on 4 acres, bought 5 years back for nearly $1 million. Charles printed the schematics and land survey, tucking them into his jacket. Isaac jerked his chin toward the door. My crew's got a van ready. Let's move. Charles had been so fixated on Anna he'd forgotten they'd need wheels. Better if he wasn't behind the wheel anyway. Anna's bones ached from the shift, her muscles twitching uncontrollably. Weak wrong like sickness or drugs had sunk into her fur. In the next room, the man who wasn't Les Huter, Benedict, was still spewing graphic threats, egged on by Huter's taunts. Either her transformation had been unnaturally fast or he'd been ranting for 20 minutes. She guessed the latter. Huter's laughter slithered under the door. "You hear that, sweetheart? He's got plans for you." Anna bared her teeth. Let them think she was cowering. Remember that girl in Texas? Huter said, his voice low and deliberate. The one with the butterfly ink. Anna forced herself to stand, muscles stiff from sitting too long. She shook out her limbs, trying to shake off the fear along with the numbness. She wouldn't let them see her flinch. Instead, she focused on the room, her night vision sharp, even in human form. The cage dangled a couple of feet above a polished wooden floor, out of place in what had clearly been a barn once. The scent of hay and horses still lingered beneath the cleaner, newer smells of varnish and sweat. Across the room, a bench held scattered dance shoes and a coin belt, the kind belly dancers wore. A door labeled office stood in the corner, and one long wall was nothing but mirrors, reflecting her own wide-eyed stare back at her. A brass bar ran along the mirrored surface, definitely a dance studio. Of all the places to be locked up, this was almost laughable. No dark dungeon, no damp basement. Just a repurposed barn with too many mirrors. She used to have nightmares about being trapped on stage, forced to play some impossible tune to escape. At least here the fear was real, not some twisted performance anxiety. She straightened her spine, lifting her chin. The mirror on a cop at her, ears pricked, looking less like prey. Not quite intimidating. Charles could pull that off effortlessly, but not helpless either. She was a werewolf, not a victim. Her mind raced. Why a dance studio? Did Lizzie have a connection here? Had she taken lessons? Or was this just another random location from Cantrip's shaky database of supernatural residents? If there was a link, maybe Charles could find it. But even if he knew she was missing, even if he was searching, how long would it take? Days, weeks. The thought made her shoulders slump again. The mirror didn't lie. She looked exactly as trapped as she felt the sharp crack of a hand striking flesh cut through the room, silencing the crude talk of torture and assault. "You know my rules." The elderly man's voice carried quiet authority, trembling slightly but firm. It reminded Anna of Bran in one of his rare, controlled rages. "Keep using that gutter talk and you'll slip up in public. Then say goodbye to your cushy job and hello to the soup kitchen, because I won't support a lazy bum. No kin of mine leeches off the system." A murmured "yes, sir" came from the corner. "That filth belongs to street trash," the old man continued. "Your father might have been worthless, but your mother had dignity. Honor her memory by acting like it." His tone shifted, turning icy as he pivoted. "And you, Les, think I don't see you egging him on? You're not half as clever as you pretend. Washed out of the bureau, couldn't hack basic training, yet here you are undermining everything we've built. You forget who runs this operation. You forget what's at stake. One misstep and Benedict's cover blows. You want that. You think you could fight these monsters without him." Huter's apology was flat, resentment simmering beneath. "Sorry, Uncle Travis." "Grow up," Travis snapped, oblivious to the venom. "What's our purpose here? Protecting America." Huter's reply was crisp, almost regimented, and utterly sincere. "Doing what weak politicians won't, eliminating threats to our people." Anna's stomach twisted. Just yesterday, over sandwiches, she'd almost admired his conviction. Now, Bran's warning echoed. Fanatics only care about their crusade. Cross them and they'll mow you down. She'd assumed he meant himself, but Bran, for all his intensity, loved deeply. Huter, his breathless excitement as he recounted hanging a child by her hair, revealed the truth. This wasn't idealism. It was hunger. He convinced himself that protecting America from monsters justified his actions, but in truth, he craved power and the suffering of others. Murder and cruelty were his real motives. National security was just a convenient lie. "Uncle Travis, can I take her first?" Benedict asked, his voice eager. "I prefer the girls, and her husband hurt me. Let me have her." The older man nodded approvingly. "That's more like it. Manners matter, boy. We'll check on her before making any decisions. Plenty of time for fun before the end. No need to rush." His tone was disturbingly casual, as if discussing a weekend hunting trip rather than torture. The door creaked open, light flooding the cage as the men stepped inside. Here they are, the whole twisted crew, she thought, studying her captors. Les Huter still had that deceptively wholesome look, like a guy who'd help carry groceries for a neighbor. Benedict, though, was something else. Towering over Charles by a good 6 inches and built like a linebacker, he carried the stench of something feral. His eyes unsettled her in a way even Bran's dominance never had. It wasn't about power, it was the raw insanity lurking behind them. His face might have been different, but that expression, pure Justin, the deranged werewolf who turned her and left scars no Omega should bear. Charles had ended Justin years ago, yet his ghost still haunted her nightmares. Shifting her focus, she took in the third man, Uncle Travis. He was what Huter would become if he lived long enough, though she hoped fate had other plans. Age hadn't weakened him, it had honed him. Where Huter still had a boyish softness, Travis was all hardened edges, line, weathered, and radiating control. His piercing blue eyes hadn't dimmed, and his sharp features spoke of a man who'd once been striking and now commanded fear. The way the others deferred to him left no doubt. He was the alpha. Not just by strength, but because they believed he was the only thing standing between them and chaos. And if that belief was tinged with madness, well, she'd recognize that better than most the subtle shifts in the older man's posture when he wasn't watching his underlings told Anna everything. Huter was biding his time, waiting for the first crack in authority to make his move. His tone had betrayed it too. The fact that the old man hadn't noticed only confirmed her suspicion. His grip was slipping, and soon this wouldn't be his territory anymore. "Let's get a better look at you, sweetheart," the old man murmured, stepping closer to the cage, unfazed by her wolf form. His gaze lingered on her dark fur and piercing blue eyes. Never seen a wolf with eyes like that before. She forced herself to hold her ground. Up close, the scent of pipe tobacco clung to him, a smell that usually reminded her of Charles, those rare nights when he'd disappear into the woods, carrying the weight of rituals passed down from his grandfather. Sometimes he'd invite her along, other times he'd go alone, returning with the faintest trace of smoke and whispered songs in his mother's language. She never pressed him about the small stones he'd place outside their cabin or the strips of cloth tied to branches during certain seasons. He'd explained once that some traditions weren't meant to be shared, and she respected that. But now the familiar scent on this stranger twisted into something bitter, tainting the comfort it once held. "Uncle Travis, she's a wolf," Benedict whined, his voice grating like a petulant teenager denied an extra hour out. Anna had long since decided there was something deeply off about him, more than just the obvious cruelty. Was it sociopathy, psychopathy? Either way, his next words made her skin crawl. "I can handle old men, even kids if I have to, but a wolf, that's just disgusting." "Quiet," the old man snapped. "They don't stay wolves forever. The full moon's tomorrow, she'll shift back when it's over." He was wrong. She could stay in this form as long as she wanted, as long as she didn't mind losing herself to the wild. But his confidence suggested Cantrip's files were as unreliable about werewolves as they were about the Fae. "I'm not waiting until tomorrow," Huter cut in. Benedict scoffed. "You're not even a werewolf. The moon doesn't control you." "I don't care about the moon," Huter said, his grin sharp. "I just want to see that arrogant bastard unravel when he realizes we have his wife and he can't do a damn thing about it." "You're not going anywhere near him," Uncle Travis growled, his irritation flaring. "Get cocky, and he'll scent it on you, maybe even her." His focus stayed locked on Anna, so he missed the flash of resentment in Huter's eyes. Anna might not have Charles's perfect recall, but she knew enough. Huter was pushing 30, far too old to be scolded like a child. Then again, werewolves understood hierarchy. Maybe he just hated being reminded of his place. They had no choice but to obey or die. Maybe Huter faced the same brutal ultimatum. Perhaps his uncle understood him better than she ever could, and the fear of death kept him compliant. "Look at you all quiet in there," Uncle Travis said, his tone shifting seamlessly from Huter to Anna without so much as a glance in her direction. "Scared, princess. You should be. Your kind's trying to rewrite the rules, but I see right through the act. Predators always give themselves away, just like the rest of them, the queers, the beaners, the wops, all trying to drag this country into the gutter." Gook's Vietnamese, right? At least her history class had been good for something. Spics she knew, but Dagos. That one was new. Her education in slurs was clearly lacking. What would bigots even call werewolves? Wargs had a nice ring to it, but she doubted these creeps had ever cracked open the Lord of the Rings. "But don't worry," Uncle Travis added, flashing a grin that probably charmed plenty of women right into bad decisions. "We're here to put a stop to it. And hey, might as well enjoy ourselves while we're at it, right, boys?" The hulking man beside him nodded eagerly. "Yeah, fun." There was something unsettling about the way his slow, simple speech clashed with the hunger rolling off him. She'd worked with special needs kids before. Most were kind unless their parents ruined them. But Benedict, he wasn't just spoiled. He was something darker, something that made her skin crawl just being near him. Was he always like this, or had Uncle Travis warped him into this grinning monster? Huter smirked. "She's just standing there, too scared to move, or maybe she thinks she can take us." "No growling, no fighting," Uncle Travis mused. "Might mean she's already broken. Hell, maybe we don't even wait for the moon to fade. Last one wasn't half as small as her, and he barely put up a fight." He leaned closer to the bars, feigning casualness, but she could smell the adrenaline on him. He wanted her to snap. "We took our time with him. By the end, he was just a whimpering mess. Had to put him down like a rabid dog." Anna clenched her jaw. Otten wasn't trained by Charles. "Let them get cocky. Let them slip on. Let her ears droop, and shifted her stance until the reflection in the mirror showed a black wolf who looked broken, terrified and abandoned, convinced her mate would never find her. The memory of what happened to Autumn had shaken her, but she forced herself to remember this was just an act. She wasn't helpless. She would survive this. Uncle Travis scoffed. Pathetic, they all break in the end. Benedict shrugged, his voice dripping with false sincerity. Pathetic doesn't bother me, as long as they're pretty and human. I don't mess with animals, that's just wrong. But Anna caught the hesitation in his movements, the way he kept his distance. His scent gave him away, nervous, uneasy. Charles had left his mark, and now Benedict wasn't eager to get too close. Travis ignored him, his cold gaze locked on Anna like she was a problem to solve. We're not waiting. Get the muzzle and the stick. We'll knock her out and chain her up again. No one questioned who he was talking to. Benedict hurried off while Huter stayed frozen, useless as always. Bang stick. The term rang in her head. She'd seen one on a National Geographic special, a weapon used underwater to shoot sharks. She'd been cheering for the sharks. Benedict returned with a long pole, duct tape securing what looked like a syringe to the end. Not a real bang stick, but close enough to make her tense. She backed up, muscles coiled. No way was she letting them drug her again. Werewolves could fight off sedatives, but enough of anything could drop her long enough for them to do real damage. Isaac couldn't believe how calm everyone was. The so-called Lord of the Elves should have been sweating bullets, trapped in a car with Charles while his mate was in the hands of killers. The FBI agents, fine, they didn't know better. But the Fae, supposedly ancient, supposedly wise, yet here he was, acting like this was just another Tuesday. Isaac had seen Beauclair in action last night, fighting an invisible monster with nothing but a knife. Crazy or brave, maybe both. But even he hadn't come close to the damage Charles had dealt. And now Charles was a ticking bomb. And when he went off, bodies were gonna drop. She had mentioned there might have been a faint glimmer, just enough for Charles to sense something in the room, especially in low light, but not enough to make out details. Magic fades quickly when wasted, and Jacob's death had only left a brief spark behind. Yet Charles had moved with terrifying precision, as if he could see everything. Isaac had barely registered the impact when the other wolf lunged, clinging to the beast even as it thrashed. His own head had been spinning, leaving only flashes of the fight, but those flashes were enough. Isaac wasn't new to brawls, before or after his change. Years of karate, started after one too many locker tossings, had sharpened him into a solid alpha. But facing Charles, he might as well surrender before the first punch. No wonder the Marok sent him to handle the messy jobs. Who'd dare challenge that? Horatio, stage name, thanks to his Shakespeare obsession, had taken one look at Charles's expression and practically thrown the van keys at Isaac. Pick it up tomorrow, he'd offered, relief clear in his voice when Isaac agreed. Smart guy. Maybe too smart to stick around. Now Charles sat in the back, fingers flying over Isaac's phone, his focus locked on their destination. Beauclair kept his distance, which said enough. Agent Fisher got the front seat, courtesy or strategy, who knew? Either way, the tension rolling off Charles had Isaac's nerves on edge. Horatio would have been white-knuckling the wheel by now. They probably didn't need backup. Hell, they probably didn't need anyone, but Charles the clock had just passed 1 a.m., and the empty streets gave Isaac the perfect excuse to push the speed limit. Not enough to attract flashing lights in the rearview, but fast enough to keep the restless werewolf behind him from losing patience. The old van didn't have GPS, so Leslie Fisher pulled up directions on her phone, guiding them toward I-93, the longer but quicker route. Pull over, Charles growled, his tone leaving no room for debate. Isaac obeyed, easing onto the shoulder. Charles stepped out, slapped the van's side, and said, "Head to the address. I'll take the shortcut, I'll get there first." It hit Isaac then. Charles was mid-shift. Most werewolves couldn't string two words together during the change, but Charles, he sounded almost normal. The guy was in a league of his own. With a final glance, Charles shut the door and vanished into the night, his movements a fluid, unnatural hybrid of man and beast. Isaac shook his head, merging back onto the highway. "How much longer?" he asked. 15, maybe 20 minutes, Leslie replied. "You really think you'll beat us?" Isaac smirked. He didn't know these roads well, but he knew werewolves, especially pissed-off ones. "Yeah," he said, nudging the speedometer up another notch. "He will." Charles wasn't thrilled about ditching the van, but Brother Wolf had zero patience left. Anna needed them, and 4 legs were faster than 4 wheels. He finished the shift on the move, weaving through backyards, vaulting fences, and dodging a startled golfer's cart. His phone suggested shortcut through woods and over a few too many obstacles. Wasn't perfect, but he made it work. Then he felt it, Anna's fear, sharp and urgent. His pace became a blur. A Subaru screeched to a halt, tires smoking, the driver stammering. What the hell was that? But Charles was already gone. By the time he reached the house, her pain had faded. Relief washed over him. Clever girl, she'd forced a shift. His mate was always one step ahead. The werewolf was far stronger than any human, so Anna had transformed into her wolf form. She wasn't in immediate danger, no pain, no desperate need for rescue, which gave Charles a moment to catch his breath. Brother Wolf snarled inside him, eager to track down whoever had taken her and tear them apart. Charles agreed with the sentiment, but logic won out. Charging in exhausted wouldn't help anyone. He crouched beneath a cluster of lilac bushes near a faded sign that read Westwood Dance Studio. Since 2006. He'd move when he was ready, not gasping like he'd just run a marathon. Brother Wolf grumbled but relented. Sometimes the human half had better judgment. Sometimes. Overhead, the moon hummed softly. Tomorrow night, her full glow would be impossible to ignore. Tonight, she was just a silent witness as Charles pushed to his feet, ready to hunt those who dared touch his mate. Benedict lunged at Anna with the stick, his movements quick and deceptive, like a fencer's feint. Charles had practiced similar techniques with Asul, using Chinese spears, twirling, darting strikes meant to confuse. Against a human, it might have worked, but Anna wasn't human. She dodged, then clamped her jaws around the shaft just behind the needle tip. If a human had been holding it, she could have yanked it free. If she'd been a natural wolf, she wouldn't have had the strength. But she was neither, small for a werewolf, yet far stronger than any wild wolf her size. The wood snapped and the syringe clattered to the floor. Now she had a weapon. Let them try to take it from her while she wore her fur, and if they forced her back into human form, even better. She bared her teeth in a wolfish grin, tongue lolling. "Try me." Benedict stumbled back, the scent of fear sharp in the air. Anna growled low just to rub it in. Uncle Travis stormed over and struck Benedict hard across the face. "Enough, she's a monster, but we've dealt with worse. You're a Huter, act like it. We don't tremble before filth." Benedict opened his mouth to argue, then froze. His head lifted, nostrils flaring. "He's coming." "Who?" Travis demanded. No answer. Benedict shifted, not into something grotesque, but something breathtaking. Anna had expected his fey form to mirror his cruelty, but she should have known better. The white stag had taught her that. Antlers, silver-tipped and regal, arched from his skull. His face was elongated, sharp yet elegant, his skin like polished moonlight. Beautiful. Unnervingly so. Anna stared, not at his skin, though it was just as pale, but at the thick, shimmering silver-white fur covering his entire upper body, even his face. It caught the light like frost under the sun. His hair, a mix of dark and pale grays, tumbled past the base of his massive antlers, spilling over his broad shoulders in thick, waxy strands. He was enormous, towering at nearly 12 feet, not counting the antlers. Uncle Travis, who stood around 6 feet, would have looked like a child next to him. His clothes had vanished, or maybe they'd never been real to begin with, just part of the illusion Faye used to blend in. Instead, his torso was armored in overlapping silver plates, like the scaled hide of some ancient creature. Below his chest, the fur grew longer and coarser, curling like a bison's winter coat, leaving only glimpses of his form beneath. His legs were powerful, built like a stag's but thicker, the fur darkening to steel gray at the joints, flaring out like the feathering on a draft horse's legs. His hooves, split like a moose's, tapped nervously against the wooden floor, leaving deep gouges in the polished surface. Benedict jerked his head up, antlers sweeping the air, and let out another thunderous roar. Silence followed, no answering challenge, just the distant hum of traffic and rustling leaves. But Anna felt it, that creeping dread, like the first tremble of an earthquake before the ground splits open. She'd been so sure she was safe. Then the wall exploded. Splintered wood rained down as the red wolf barreled through, his massive frame barely slowing. His gaze locked onto Benedict, hackles rising, a growl rumbling so deep Anna felt it in her bones. The floor beneath her cage shuddered. Huter, lounging nearby with that lazy Texas drawl, barely glanced up. "Told ya," he said. "Nobody's looking our way." Anna clenched her fists, maybe not yet. But that wouldn't last. The horned lord tossed his massive antlers with a furious roar, charging forward, despite the fear Anna could sense radiating from him. Charles stood his ground, then sidestepped at the last second. The Fae's hooves skidded on the polished floor, sending him crashing into the mirror with a sharp crack before he could regain his balance. "Les, grab my Glock, silver round still loaded," Uncle Travis barked. Huter hesitated, his own weapon drawn, but loyalty won out. He bolted for the office, buying Charles a few precious seconds. Anna's heart pounded. Trapped in the cage, she could only watch as Charles faced the monstrous Fae. Silver hit him harder than most werewolves. She couldn't let them shoot him. Desperation clawed at her. She shoved her head between the silver-coated bars, ignoring the searing pain as she dug her claws into the wooden base for leverage. Maybe her smaller frame would let her slip free, or maybe sheer willpower would bend the bars. Across the room, Charles moved like lightning. He sprang onto Benedict's back as the Fae charged past, then launched off, landing a dozen paces away before turning back. Blood thick and dark gushed from a deep gash along Benedict's neck. Huter had reached the office. Anna felt the bars shift. She threw herself forward again, harder this time. Uncle Travis swung the broken remains of the bang stick like a bat, smashing it into her face. Pain exploded through her skull, but she bit back any sound, refusing to distract Charles. He was already moving again, his steps deceptively slow but covering ground impossibly fast. This time his fangs tore through Benedict's face, leaving one eye ruined and his nose split open. The Fae reeled, hands clutching at his wounds. Then Huter reappeared, a second gun in hand. Anna's focus narrowed to one thing: escape. The bars had given before she knew it. With a final, desperate twist, she felt the floor buckle slightly beneath her hind claws. Freedom was close the moment had passed. Benedict's hesitation cost him dearly as the red wolf closed the distance, now just yards away. Huter fumbled with his backup weapon before shoving it away, the delay throwing off his aim. His rushed shot went wide as Charles sprang forward. The gunfire snapped the old man's focus from the brawl. "Les," he barked. "Quit dawdling and hand me that pistol. You shoot worse than my blind Aunt Mabel on her worst day. Move it." Huter abandoned any attempt at a second shot and bolted toward Travis, confirming Anna's suspicion that he lacked the nerve of a true alpha. The bars groaned as she inched forward, only for Travis to strike her muzzle again, precisely where the first blow had landed. Charles sensed victory. Why wasn't Benedict vanishing? Fear, perhaps, not that he minded. The horned Fae healed quickly, but blood loss was taking its toll, dulling his movements. The wax dance floor didn't help, though the Fae struggled more with the slick surface. Silver-loaded guns in human hands were an annoyance, but Brother Wolf dismissed them as minor threats. Focus was everything. Even wounded, the Fae remained dangerous. Those silver-tipped antlers had already seared Charles's shoulder when he'd gone for the throat. Rule 2: break your enemy's spirit. Benedict had been afraid from the start. Losing an eye wasn't fatal, but it was terrifying, and prey animals panicked. Wolves fought, creatures like Benedict fled. Panic made fools of the careless, and Benedict wasn't sharp to begin with. Then came the gunshot. The bullet missed, but Anna's gasp cut through the chaos like a knife. Charles glanced over to see Anna struggling in the cage, blood trickling from her nose, while Travis Huter loomed nearby, gripping a mangled pool cue like a weapon. Anna scrambled back inside just as a crushing blow slammed into Charles's ribs. Gritting through the pain, he seized Benedict's leg, sinking his teeth deep into the tendon, the Fae equivalent of an Achilles heel. The horned lord crumpled, his leg giving out beneath him. Charles didn't hesitate. He lunged beneath the antlers, clamping his jaws around Benedict's throat. The fight was over. The Fae lay motionless, resigned, like prey accepting its fate. Memories flashed, Lizzie Beauclair, the others, the lives shattered. Brother Wolf snarled for justice, but then tires screeched outside, Isaac's van arriving. Backup had come. For a heartbeat, doubt crept in. Benedict was broken, his mind twisted. Maybe he'd been doomed from birth, shaped by cruelty into a monster. But then Charles felt it, the weight of every victim, every ghost whispering in his bones. This wasn't politics. This was reckoning. His fangs tore through flesh and bone, a swift, brutal end. Justice, not vengeance. The Fae's body jerked once before going still. Warmth spread through Charles as the ghosts faded, their grip finally loosening. A gunshot cracked. A bullet struck Benedict's corpse close to where Charles had been. He twisted, putting the body between himself and the shooters. Travis and Les stood with pistols drawn, their faces twisted in panic. Someone had terrible aim. Travis kept his weapon trained on Anna, his grip steady. FBI, weapons down now. Goldstein's voice cut through the tension as he and Leslie stood in the shattered doorway, firearms drawn. Isaac and Beauclair were nowhere in sight, probably circling the building for a rear entry. "Last warning," Goldstein barked. "Drop it or I fire." Travis didn't flinch. "Easy there, Agent. This isn't a bluff," he said, adjusting his stance. "Silver bullet to her skull, game over, and none of us want that, right?" Charles stayed rooted, calculating the distance. 3 jumps to reach Travis, too many. Les Huter had his hands up but still clutched his gun. "Les Travis, it's over," Goldstein snapped. "Drop them now." Silence. Charles's growl rumbled low in his chest. Goldstein's patience snapped. "You're finished, we know everything. Make this simple for once in your miserable lives." Travis's face twisted. "You first," he shrieked. "You think you're in control? You're a joke, a weak, spineless puppet of a government that lets monsters like her walk free." The words spilled out like a rehearsed rant, something ripped from a fringe manifesto. "Your gun on the ground, or she dies, then you." Goldstein and Leslie were locked on Travis, blind to Les's sudden shift, the way his desperation melted into something colder. They didn't see him pivot, kneel, and fire in one fluid motion. Charles saw, but moving meant risking Anna. Down, Goldstein yelled, but Les was already prone, hands laced behind his head. Too late, human reflexes were sluggish. Les was neutralized, but not harmless. If Charles had a gun, he'd have put a bullet in him anyway, because Travis, even with a hole in his forehead, had gotten off one last shot. Anna crumpled inside the cage, blood spreading beneath her. Her nose was crooked, swollen from the earlier beating. Not my fault, Les babbled. My uncle, he was insane. He made us. A whimper from Anna drowned out his excuses. Charles stopped listening. Charles tore the cage doors open with his bare hands, only noticing he'd shifted back to human form when his fingers curled around the searing silver bars. The change had never come that fast before, and the scent of fey magic clung to him like smoke. His gaze snapped to Beauclair, who stood framed in the doorway beside Isaac. The ancient fey gave him a slow nod. Questions could wait. Anna was hurt, and the raw panic clawing at him had no place here, not when she needed him. The urge to savage Travis's corpse still twitched in his muscles, but he forced it down. Stopping the bleeding came first. Goldstein edged too close and Charles snarled, the sound vibrating deep in his chest. Isaac moved fast, shoving the agent back. Back off unless you want to lose a hand. Smart kid. Bran had known what he was doing, leaving him in charge. Right now, Charles wouldn't have hesitated to tear through anyone who got near Anna, ignoring the murmurs behind him. Why's he dressed like that? Shut it or you'll be cuffed before the cops get here. Charles focused on Anna. His fingers, steady despite the storm inside him, traced the damage. The shift had left him in buckskin again, the soft leather familiar against his skin but useless for bandages. When he reached for Travis's torn sleeve, Anna bared her teeth, rejecting the scent. Isaac was already moving, tossing him a bulky first aid kit from one of the pack's subs. Bran's rule, just because they healed fast didn't mean they healed fast enough. The memory of his father's voice grated, but Charles shoved it aside. The wound was clean, the bullet gone through, no arteries hit. Still, Brother Wolf wouldn't settle until she was whole. He brushed his lips against her ear. Now or later, their meds won't do much, and they'll have to re-break, now. Her voice rang clear in his mind, sharp as winter air. The bond between them flared wide open, solid as stone for a heartbeat. Charles couldn't breathe. When had everything shifted? Was it when he embraced his duty as justice again? When he realized death wasn't the only answer, but sometimes the necessary one? Or had it been the moment he saw Anna's blood, the proof that Travis had reached her despite his presence? Right and wrong blurred into irrelevance beside the raw sight of her injury, but there was no time to dwell on it now. He channeled their bond, pulling her pain into himself, dulling the worst of it before carefully realigning her broken nose. The werewolf healing would kick in fast, and he couldn't let it set wrong. Anna didn't wince, though he knew she still felt it. Stop that, she chided, her voice sharp even through their mental link. You don't have to suffer just because I am. But I do, Charles admitted, more openly than he'd planned. I should have protected you, she snorted, amused. You taught me to protect myself, that's the real gift. If you hadn't shown up, I'd have handled them, but you came anyway. Her confidence warmed him, so he didn't mention the 3 seasoned wolves these men had slaughtered. Let her believe in her strength. Instead, he stroked her fur, soothing her as she drifted off. The ghosts are gone, she murmured, already half asleep. Yes, he answered softly, though she couldn't hear him. Years ago, autumn meant riding east with his grandfather's people, joining other Salish bands, sometimes even a few Shoshone allies, to hunt buffalo before winter. Now, traveling east only meant trading Montana's mountains for Boston's crowded streets. 3 months had passed since Benedict Huter's death, and they were back for the trial. The city was picturesque, leaves blazing in reds and golds, but the air tasted of exhaust and humanity. They'd testified, Charles, Anna, the FBI. Lizzie Beauclair had hobbled in on crutches, her knee braced, scars still fresh. Surgery might one day let her walk unaided, but she'd never dance again. The Huters' marks would linger, a lifetime of reminders. The defense had spent the past week painting Les Huter's tragic childhood, weaving a story so grim it nearly tugged at Charles's sympathy. Charles was almost convinced, but he'd witnessed the cold calculation in Les Huter's eyes the moment he pulled the trigger on his uncle. This whole defense was carefully crafted, shifting blame onto the dead. His uncle had underestimated him, Les was sharp. Sitting in court, Huter looked polished in his modest slacks and button-down, his hair styled just enough to soften his age. He spun his story for the jury, the press, the spectators, how he'd grown up trapped with a madman who dragged him into cleaning up the country, Travis Huter's twisted code for the horrors inflicted on their victims. I was just a kid, Les said, voice cracking. 10 years old. My cousin Benedict tried to protect me, took the worst of it. He swiped at his eyes, the gesture timed just right. Too perfect, Charles thought. A single tear for effect, not grief. After all, Les had spent years hiding in plain sight, playing the victim. Easy. Then came the real performance. Benedict lost it when he was 11, Les continued, dropping his gaze like he couldn't bear the memory. 2 months of pure rage. Attacked my uncle, attacked me. And then, a pause, a flush. Like an animal in rut, the old man tried everything. Beatings, drugs, finally he brought in some backwoods witch. The courtroom buzzed as he described the revelation. Benedict wasn't human. Antlers, hooves, towering over kids his age. Turns out my aunt was attacked by one of them years before. Guess the bloodline wasn't pure. His lawyer let the murmurs swell before pressing. And your uncle's solution? Les shrugged, all faux regret. The witch sold him a charm, said carving symbols into animals would keep Benedict in check. But Travis, he upgraded to people, more effective. A beat. Had to kill the witch though, left her on her cousin's porch. The act was flawless. Cross-examination didn't shake him. No hint of the monster who'd spent 20 years neck-deep in blood. And his father, just as ruthless. The apple didn't fall far after losing his wife. He'd handed his son over to his older brother, convinced the boy would fare better with family than with a stranger paid to care for him. The demands of his Senate seat and the weight of his grief had left him hollow, unable to be the father his child needed. Now, standing before the jury, he announced his resignation. This is long overdue, he admitted, his voice thick with regret that rang true. But I can't keep doing the job that cost me my son. Meanwhile, the Huters' polished legal team worked the room, weaving a narrative that painted their client as a protector, not a killer. They flashed images of the Fae and werewolves Les Huter had hunted, monsters, they argued, threats to society. A particularly gruesome photo showed the remains of Benedict Huter, his neck shattered like brittle twigs, the violence stark under courtroom lights. The defense made sure to mention the victim's crimes, the official closure from Minnesota authorities, the justification. But Charles knew the jury wasn't listening to the words. They were staring at the blood, the gore, the monstrous shapes in those pictures. The real monster, sitting calmly in the defendant's chair, went unnoticed. The group gathered in Beauclair's office to await the verdict. Anna Lizzie Beauclair himself, even his ex-wife and her new husband. Charles would have preferred Isaac's offer of a hot meal, but Beauclair had that quiet, unshakable way of getting what he wanted, the kind of presence that came with being ancient. He suspected the lawyer wanted Anna there for Lizzie's sake, a buffer for whatever lenient sentence was coming. The office felt barren, the shelves stripped bare. Outed as Faye, Beauclair was stepping down, his firm cutting ties for the sake of appearances. He didn't seem to mind. If anything, he looked relieved. Charles caught the scent of Faye lingering in the office, mixed with the cardboard smell of stacked moving boxes lining the hall. Maybe the whole firm was packing up, ready to vanish and start fresh somewhere else. He understood that kind of reinvention. After centuries, even immortals needed change. The pinochle game helped pass the time, though the rules were unfamiliar, but then pinochle always had its quirks. Lizzie's parents exchanged stiff pleasantries, their hostility simmering beneath the surface, while her stepfather kept her distracted with quiet jokes. When the call came, verdict reached in just 4 hours. Everyone abandoned their cards with a collective exhale. The judge was a silver-haired woman with soft features, her eyes more suited to kindness than sternness. She'd been careful not to glance toward Charles or the other werewolves during the trial, even positioning a guard between herself and the stand whenever the supernatural witnesses testified. Now she read the charges in a steady, deliberate voice, murder after murder, a list that seemed endless. Finally, she asked, "How do you find the defendant?" The jury foreman hesitated, his throat working before he answered, "Not guilty on all counts." For a heartbeat, the courtroom was dead silent. Then Alistair Beauclair rose, his face blank but his body radiating fury. He swept his gaze over the jury, then the judge, before turning and striding out without a word. The moment the door shut behind him, chaos erupted. Les Huter embracing his lawyers, his father clapping him on the back. Anna snarled under her breath beside Charles. "We need to move," he said. "This place is about to turn into a circus." He stood, using his bulk to carve a path for Lizzie and her family while Anna guided them toward the exit. Reporters swarmed, shouting questions, but they scattered when Charles flashed a warning look, gold bleeding into his eyes as Brother Wolf surfaced. Lizzie's mother trembled, though the autumn chill wasn't that sharp. "I thought they'd convict him of something," she hissed. "Not just let him walk away." Her husband held Lizzie close as she stared ahead, stunned. "He's free," she whispered. They knew what he did. The injustice wasn't just personal. It was a slap in the face to everyone affected, and yet they simply let him walk away. Charles kept one eye on Huter, who stood on the courthouse steps about 50 feet away, addressing a swarm of reporters. His expression was all practiced remorse, the perfect picture of a man burdened by his uncle's crimes. It made Brother Wolf bristle. Behind him, the Texas senator rested a hand on his son's shoulder, the picture of paternal support. If either of them had caught the look in Lizzie's mother's eyes, they'd have been scrambling for security. She looked ready to pull the trigger if given the chance. Charles couldn't blame her. They twisted the jury's fear of the Fae and werewolves into an acquittal, Lizzie's stepfather said, still stunned. He met Charles's gaze despite Beauclair's warning. Travis and Benedict won't hurt anyone else, and I'll make sure Les is watched. He'll slip up, and when he does, we'll put him back behind bars. Anna's voice was icy. Might want to check the jurors, too. A senator's wallet can buy a lot of silence. Lizzie's stepfather turned to her, his tone gentler. Let's get you home. You'll need to handle the press eventually, but we'll set it up with your dad or my lawyer. Lizzie's mother scoffed. Of course Alistair's nowhere to be found when we need him. Then she sighed. No, that's unfair. He knows you're safe with us. And honestly, if he'd been here, he might have done something stupid, like take a shot at Huter himself. As much as I'd love that, it'd just make things worse. Anna suddenly gripped Charles's arm. Do you hear that? Her urgency made everyone pause. The noise of the crowd, car horns, and distant traffic drowned out whatever she'd caught. She rose onto her toes, scanning the street. Courthouse steps were still packed. Serial killers and senators' sons made for prime headlines. Charles followed her gaze, then realized something was off. There were no carriage horses until there were. No warning, no sound. Just 59 black horses materializing in the street, motionless as statues. Sleek as racers, but with unnaturally thick manets and tails, silver chains woven through them, tiny bells glinting in the light. Charles knew horses. These weren't ordinary. Around them, the crowd fell silent. Traffic halted. Huter kept spinning his lies for the cameras, but the senator had gone still, his grip tightening on his son's shoulder. The horses didn't move. They just waited. 59 horses stood eerily still, not a single ear flicking or tail swishing. Their white saddles had an antique look, high-backed with prominent pommels, resembling old Western saddles minus the horn. Silver blankets draped beneath them, and not one wore a bridle. Each horse carried a rider clad in black with silver detailing, as motionless as their mounts. Their loose pants were made of some airy fabric, while their tunics shimmered with intricate silver embroidery, no two designs alike. One bore twisting vines, another scattered stars, yet another delicate blossoms. Charles sensed magic at play. Though none wore masks, their faces remained indistinct, blurred as if seen through mist. Just as the crowd began to murmur, the horses shifted. They stepped back in unison, forming two precise lines that framed a path. Down the center trotted a white horse, unbridled and bareback, its mane and tail threaded with black chains strung with silver bells that chimed softly with each step. Its rider, dressed in white and silver, held a slender sword in one hand and a sprig of rue blue-green leaves dotted with tiny yellow flowers in the other. The horse halted at the base of the stairs, its piercing blue eyes locking onto Charles before turning to Lizzie. Rider was her father. I warned them, he announced, his voice ringing across the square, that giving a man as ancient and powerful as myself a daughter to love would end in tragedy. His horse lifted a foreleg, striking the air deliberately before setting it back down. Now we all bear the cost. With eerie grace, the horse rose onto its hind legs in a controlled levade, poised as a dancer mid-pirouette. What happened here today wasn't justice. That man brutalized my child. He would have ended her life. Yet you call us monsters, so afraid of shadows, you ignore the real beasts among you. The horse settled back onto all fours. You've decided we don't belong, that we merit a different kind of justice, one ruled by fear, not scales. A bitter laugh escaped him. Choices have consequences. Most of us will survive them. The horse moved forward, its hooves clicking against the concrete stairs. Alistair Beauclair's horse moved with a rhythmic clatter of silver-tipped hooves, the sound sharp against the quiet. Crushing a handful of rue between his fingers, he let the fragments drift to the ground, an impossible trail of greenery unfurling behind them despite the small sprig he'd begun with. When the horse halted before Les Huter, the last leaves slipped from Beauclair's grasp. Charles strained to move but found himself frozen, his breath the only thing he could control. My daughter's assailant does not deserve to draw another breath, Beauclair said, his voice cold. The sword flashed, barely hesitating as it sliced through flesh and bone. The blade severed Les Huter's head cleanly, right in front of the rolling cameras. Then Beauclair turned to the lens, his expression unreadable. For centuries, I've honored an oath, never using my power for personal vengeance or my people's gain. In exchange, we were granted peace, a refuge untouched by iron. He didn't name who he'd sworn that oath to, and Charles doubted it mattered. To a being like Beauclair, a promise was binding, whether made to a child or a ruler. Gesturing with his bloodied sword toward the corpse, Beauclair murmured, "But this man and those who set him free without justice have shattered that vow. My magic is mine again. My people's time begins now." Then, lifting the dripping blade skyward, his voice turned razor-edged. Hear this, the Fae no longer bow to U.S. law. We reject its authority. From this moment we stand as our own sovereign nation, claiming what was promised to us. We will engage with you as enemies do, until we choose otherwise. I, Alistair Beauclair, Gwyn ap Lug reborn, Prince of the Grey Lords, decree it. None will defy me. The white stallion reared, hooves slicing the air before charging down the steps, vanishing into a sudden swirl of mist that swallowed the Fae whole. Behind them, Senator Huter collapsed, grief-stricken over his son's body. Meanwhile, Bran slipped into Charles's home. His son had flown back from Boston the previous night. No more commercial flights, not when airport security meant strangers laying hands on Anna. Bran understood, though the late arrival had left little time for rest. Courtesy warred with concern, but worry won. He moved silently down the hallway. Inside the bedroom, Charles lay beneath Anna, her limbs loose in sleep, her hair a tangled veil over her face. Bran's lips curved. His son was content. That was enough despite everything else that might be going wrong, and Bran was certain plenty would go wrong soon, thanks to the Fae's sudden, uncharacteristic boldness. Knowing Charles would recover brought him a quiet satisfaction. Watching his son sleep, Bran finally grasped Beauclair's motives completely. Charles's golden eyes flickered open just a slit. Rest a while longer, Brother Wolf, Bran murmured, keeping his voice low. I'll stand guard until you're ready. At breakfast the next morning, De slid a plate of pancakes toward Anna, each one shaped like a cartoon deer, complete with exaggerated Disney-esque features. Charles decided not to question it. His father had always had a thing for pancakes, but this was a new level. The Fae have pulled back to their reservations, De announced, flipping another Bambi-shaped pancake onto the stack. Anna, unfazed, drizzled syrup over hers. What about the humans, the bureaucracy? Charles had woken just in time to catch the scent of sausage and maple syrup filling the cabin. He'd flown straight from Boston to Montana, and somehow his father had still beaten him to the kitchen. Humans were pushed out, gates sealed, De said. Military choppers can't even locate the reservations anymore. Charles smirked. Classic Fae nonsense. Then to drop the real news. They reached out to me. Anna, ever perceptive, snatched the spatula from his hand and nudged him into a chair. She piled a plate high with pancakes, drenched them in syrup, and passed it to him without a word. Charles set his fork down. What did they want? Da took a slow bite before answering. An apology for the chaos their actions will cause, and gratitude. Gratitude, Charles nearly choked. The Fae didn't do gratitude. For your help with Les Huter. Charles exchanged a glance with Anna. This was unprecedented. They also requested a diplomatic meeting, De added. And, Da's smile was brief but sharp. I told them I'd think about it. I won't be led by their strings. Anna raised her orange juice in a mock toast. To interesting times. Da kissed her forehead, and Charles, despite himself, took a bite of the ridiculous deer pancake. It tasted just like home.